So we have look, wow, those are moving fast. Not severe, but still, they're racing up here. So these storms are moving up to the north. Basically, the way that the storm is moving up to the north and then kind of pulling itself to the east a little bit here. So, however, tornado watch goes until 3 a.m. So it is now 8 o'clock. It's been a day. You've been watching a lot of weather coverage. We're now running on hour number 10 that we've been here doing this for you and for all of us, just to make sure that, look, you know what's coming in your direction, because at the end of April, a moderate risk for severe weather issued by the Storm Prediction Center. You never back away from those. Those are always concerning. And so we're watching this lift now spreading up to the north, now making a run up towards Chickasha. Other cells now begin to pop up from Bridgeport down towards Geary. Oh yeah, it does have some lightning in it. And so, yeah, there you go. Additional storms as this entire lift is now moving up to the north. That storm is picking up in intensity as well. We got a couple hail cores. Quinlan and then Mutual. Watching that one. Shane's just east of there. Let me see what's the verbiage on this. This expires in 4 minutes, 60s and quarters. They'll probably extend that. That's going to impact those. Eastern Woodward County going into Woods County. Quinlan has some pretty large hail that's falling on it right now, or just outside of town near Curtis in Quinlan. The tornado warnings that we have for far northeastern K County are now rolling up into Osage County. Those will be in Kansas momentarily. Got a couple other areas of rain that are coming in right now as well. So tracking that cell right there, that 2-inch size hail, Waynoka at 8:36 with that storm. So that's going to make its way across Woods County. Let's go back down to, or let's go up into K County. Let's just get another check, make sure that that storm and the circulation, here's a tornado warning, by the way. It's north of Cost City. And yeah, it's going to be, as Michael mentioned, it's rolling out of K County now and going into Osage County. So that tornado warning is probably not going to be on the radar for much longer. It's already set to expire at 8:15. It's not going to be reissued as that's now moving out of town here. So now, again, we look back down to the south. And so this will be the storm to watch as we are now watching this big line now beginning to come in to southern Grady County, lifting up towards Dibble, Alec, Bradley. And so there's Buck, there's Chris Lee, watching these storms making their way up to the northeast. This is listed as a confirmed tornado warning now. Let me get the update on that one right there. We actually have 2 tornado warnings right now. One that is going to be right on the Oklahoma-Texas state line. We're going to watch that for those that are going to be between Noble and Wayne. And then this bigger tornado warning polygon that we have that's from Marlow now headed up towards Ninnekah, and definitely getting some strong winds that are coming out of that one right now. Again, that warning goes until 8:45 for another 30 minutes. So we expect that this area of circulation right here that is currently over Central High to be up here. That's going to be near Alec and south of Chickasha. And so moving up to the northeast, but also just these winds that we have rushing into this. Again, still a very concerning evening here as these storms are continuing to move up to the northeast. And what happens is, again, once you get these brief spin-up tornadoes, they begin to, once you get them into, populated areas, they begin to have bigger impacts. Okay, let's go up towards Woodward. We'll get an update from Shane Helton, who is going to be on these on this severe storm that is going to be up near the Woodward area. Shane, we see you just east of town here. Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're actually coming up on the Glass Mountains here, looking back towards the west. Davey, you was talking about that hail, and man, that's going to go right over the top of my house. We're looking at hail that's, what, 2-inch hail or maybe bigger? So, yeah, maybe the windshields will be gone in the pickup. But anyways, we are heading that way. We're starting to see some lightning. If you can see it here, we're going to scroll over just a little bit for the sunset, and you can actually see the sunset underneath one of the storms with the plateau in the background. It's kind of hard to see because the vibrations on the truck there, but nice, smooth Oklahoma highways. Anyways, we are heading that way, northwest Oklahoma, Moreland, Quinlan, Curtis. We're heading your way, and we're going to get inside that storm and find out exactly what's going on for those of you who are in front of it still and haven't been hit by it yet. Damon, back to you.
All right, we'll be in close contact there. Again, this is from Shane Helton. You can see the topography out here in northwestern Oklahoma and the setting sun, and then you have severe storms making their way up to the northeast. So we'll continue to watch that. Okay, let's go let's go down just south of the OKC metro, get an update on these storms that are now beginning to lift up to the northeast. There's a lot of different polygons on here, so we need to just kind of see what is what here. So, by the way, Weather Service just did a brand new sounding here, and basically, the long story short, low-level shear is significant. Tornado risk continues. Tornado warning continues for Comanche, Grady, Stevens County. Again, the sirens are still going off in Marlow at this moment, and within this, so we have tornado warnings. Let me double check these severe thunderstorm warnings that we have as well. The severe thunderstorm warnings are warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. So on top of that, you also have some pretty strong winds that are going to be inside of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So even the severe warnings are still pretty significant, you know, pushing 70-mile-per-hour winds, and also these tornado warnings that we have. Again, there's a lot of colors that you see on this map here, but bottom line is that all this is lifting up to the northeast. Top of your screen, you can see the city limits of Norman, Chickasha coming in as well. Chickasha right now, you don't have any warnings, but I imagine Chickasha, you may not be that far off from at least getting a couple, or at least a new warning that it looks like the turnpike is going to kind of be the dividing line here. You got the storms that are moving up to the north here, but it's just south and east of I-44 where you get the more intense cells right now. So what we're tracking here will be the circulation from this tornado warning. So it's Rush Springs at 8:37, Ninnekah 9, Alec, Bradley 9:04 to 9:07. Jonathan, you're running the radar here. What stands out to you right now?
That's tornadic vortex signature. It's basically, so the radars have become really smart, and they just pop these icons to show the meteorologists like, hey, there's a lot of shear. They give it a value, and unfortunately, there's some really high shear. Buck, back to your west about 4 miles. That's a really tight couplet. The velocities are getting higher. It's not looking good. That's pretty serious. That I would say if you're in Rush Springs, you're executing your tornado action plan right now. Buck is right there. Chris Lee's back a little bit more to the east, but Buck stay with that. And okay, so we just got an update to the velocities, and they did increase in speed. They're not so much gate to gate. So gate to gate means you have high-end values right next to each other, and that would be really indicative of like, hey, that's circulation. There's a tornado there. If there's not a tornado in there, you got some really bad straight line winds slamming out of the side of the storm, coming right into Marlow, so right on the heels of Buck. So eventually, what, Buck? Yeah, it's pretty dark. Wow, that's real dark. As he comes north on 81, just get out of town. I'll have him get out of town and just kind of swing around and look back, or use his 360 cam to look back, because that looks like a pretty significant area of rotation there. Again, not quite gate to gate, but on the higher end of the velocity spectrum, something that I don't like to see at all. So taking our tornado action plans. Marlow, that couplet might miss you per se, but I think you're going to get hit with some pretty bad straight line damaging winds. And so Buck's coming through town right now, not looking good. And Damon, this is what we're just going to have to do, is kind of toggle back and forth. If we go over to the intensity, it's all rain wrapped. Yeah. This is not a deal where you're gonna like, hey, I'm gonna go outside, look at it. I know that's like a meme, you know, like what do Oklahomans do when there's tornadoes? They go outside on their pack. No, you're not. Yeah, you're not gonna see it. It's gonna be wrapped up in rain. Very dangerous situation this evening with fast spin ups and straight line damaging winds, big hail, and that tornado risk embedded in all that.
Yeah, it really is. And on top of that, by the way, Jonathan, pull on out here, because I see isolated cells now starting to pop up ahead of this line. That is not a good sign at all.
Yep. So that would have your long track tornado risk.
Yeah. Once you start seeing these cells that are breaking away from the line, this is where you start to see a bit of a more threat for tornadoes. And so we still have it for this big line right here, but all of these that are now popping up away from the line, these are lifting up to the north. They won't stay isolated for long, because eventually they're going to get pulled into this, but still, We're going to have to watch this. Wow, let me go. Sirens are sounding in Marlow, by the way. Let me go back out to Buck. Buck, how strong are the winds where you are right now?
Damon, we're in town, so we're getting the wind's getting blocked a little bit, but the sirens are going off in Marlow. We're coming out on the north side of town right now. Hopefully we can get out of these trees, get our 360 camera turned to our west, and see if we can see anything. But heavy rain following Marlow right now.
Yeah, I absolutely see that. And from what we see from a radar standpoint, by the way, are some really strong winds that are coming in as well. I mean, everything is coming together. These are some really powerful winds. Still tornado warned, and it's still lifting up to the north here. So definitely, look, what Buck and Chris are showing you right now in Stevens County is what we're going to see in Oklahoma City probably in the next hour or so, maybe a little bit over an hour, with these strong winds that are lifting up to the north. I mean, this is really starting to pick up. Jonathan, let's do a storm track into the metro just to kind of get an update. These are moving up to the northeast here at about 25 miles per hour, so not very fast, but it's that slow moving storm. It's that slow moving speed as well that we have with this that is going to basically just dump a bunch of rain on OKC here. So this is where the flooding threat begins. It begins right here with these storms that are coming in from Chickasha, Alec, Lindsay, moving up towards the up to the OKC metro here. And again, with this moving pretty slowly at about 25 miles per hour. Right now it's 8:20. We'll have new warnings coming in here pretty soon as these storms are now lifting up onto the northern fringe of these polygons. But basically, here we are, Newcastle at 9:52. So that's about an hour and a half. Norman, 10 o'clock. So yeah, about an hour and a half or so with these tracking up to the north. So we're getting there, and they're on their way. I know it's been a long day of weather, watching various areas, receive kind of a bulk of the severe weather. But now for OKC, Norman, Moore, the metro. Now this is going to be our round. This is going to be our round of severe weather that is now coming in here. So here we go. Once again, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado watch that goes all the way out now until 3 a.m. And some strong winds are going to be coming in as well. Pockets of strong winds, but they're definitely there. We see it right here over Marlow. There is Buck watching the storm lift up towards the northeast here. So again, strong winds right over Marlow. Let's pull on out here a bit. You can see the cell that is rotating, the tornado warning polygon that comes in towards Grady County here at south of Chickasha. Starting to see rain begin to fall, and even some heavy rain coming into Chickasha. Looking at some of the more intense cores, though, there's one just northeast of Rush Springs, west of Lindsay, that is beginning to get lifted up to the north as well. It's going to be this one right here. So that's moving up towards Moore, and eventually you can see that current track bringing it up towards Blanchard, Dibble, eventually towards Newcastle here. So again, you know anyone that's out and they went out for this evening, your kids are out at a friend's house, like I said, now's the time for them to start coming in. Again, this is these storms are going to be coming in here. You don't have to rush over there right now and get them. You still have a little bit of time here, but again, start going over there. Because look, I know you call the kids up. My daughter's the same way. You got to come home now, and then she wants to argue with you. And so I think all kids do that. I don't want to come home. I want to play a little bit longer. No, time is up. So, anyways, Waynoka down towards Quinlan, Cedardale. This severe storm has an embedded quarter hail just west of Waynoka. That is east of Woodward, but it is moving up to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. And so that'll bring it into Waynoka at 8:38, Alva 9:14, Tacoma at 9:37, Cherokee a little after 10 o'clock. This narrow line of storms that's developed, it has quite a bit of lightning, it has hail in it, but it's fairly thin. Ponca City, gosh, more rain. Are you kidding me? Wow, Bremen to Blackwell. That is just more heavy rain. I mean, I would not be surprised if we're pushing, 7 inches of rain up here at some point. I mean, that's just K County. You have received so many storms. Let's see what the radar says, the Doppler radar estimate. Okay, so we're getting close to 6 in Blackwell, over 6, close to 7 west of Newkirk. You bring in the storms that are coming in right now, drop another few tenths of an inch of rain. Yeah, you're going to have some pretty impressive rain totals. That's a lot. Ponca City, even you picked up quite a bit as well, about 3 inches there. So the tornado warnings, by the way, that we had up in K County, they have now moved up in towards Kansas. So Michael's making his trek back down I-35, coming back into the OKC Metro. Still watching these storms. That little cell right there from Alec to Bradley.
That's a little supercell fire.
Yeah?
Like a discrete storm.
How do the winds look inside of it? Let's see here.
It doesn't have real tight rotation, but it has weak rotation.
Got some hail in it.
Yeah, my concern is if that pulls away from the area circulation down near Marlow, if it's enough detached, that will get its own thunderstorm warning, and then that would be a next storm to really watch. So it's going up. It has a little bit of, you can see a little inflow into it right about here, just south of Bradley. It's a tiny storm. It's not too tall yet, but that's how they all started today. They started as little bitty storms and flared up. So let's watch that one. It's kind of, can it outrun the Marlow storm? If it does, we might have to storm track that into Norman, not the Marlow storm.
Because that's going to be on the northern fringe. And Chickasha getting some heavy rain overhead right now. There's Buck right now. He's right in that rotation couplet that is north of Marlow. Some pretty powerful winds coming in the Marlow right now as well. And so Buck is watching that. Chris is going to be watching that supercell there that we were just highlighting southwest of Bradley right there as well. So we are watching these lift up to the north right now. And so on the left-hand side of your television screen, I know it doesn't look like much, but that right there, that's Buck right now. He's in the heart of the storm. And so what you see coming in from Buck's picture right now is what is coming into the OKC Metro here very soon. And so in about 90 minutes, maybe a little less than 90 minutes now, these storms are going to be coming in, but there's some intense rain. So tracking a couple features on here. First, tracking this pocket of strong winds, lifting up to the northeast. We'll make a run towards Alec at 9:02, Aaron Springs, Lindsay at 9:06 to 9:08, Payne, Kreiner, Dibble around 9:20 to 9:25. That's going to be for that, although we have storms now bubbling up ahead of it. And so moving up to the north. Oh, no, go ahead.
It's been a long day. The Bradley storm is now warned, and little hook on the back side of it, little hail core, a little bit of rotation. Scale 1 to 5, it's a 1. So got to watch this to be the first strike storm to come into Norman.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the Bradley Alex storm.
Yeah. So that one's warned for $50, by the way. Usually when you get your first severe warning, sometimes you'll start with 60s and quarters, and then you'll step it up. But no, we're already stepping it up here. We're not starting at quarters. We'll start at $50, which means that the next step up, you start getting in the sporting ball size hail. And again, that's moving up to the north. And so that polygon now comes up to Blanchard and then up towards the Riverwind Casino just outside Norman. So these storms are now coming in. And again, that one making its way up to the north at about 40 plus miles per hour. It's going to bring it in here pretty quickly. So we're going to adjust our timeline now coming into the metro. So Cole, Washington, about 8:50. Riverwind Casino, we're about 9 o'clock. Same thing for Newcastle. Downtown Norman, 9:05. Southmore High School, Norman North. Briarwood Elementary. Now we're getting into more. That comes in at about 9:10. So now we're about 45 minutes out. And again, this is a supercell. It's kind of detached just a bit, running up to the north. And so this particular storm gets to tap into and gets to utilize a lot of instability that's just been building and hanging out here all day long. So I wouldn't be surprised if this storm begins to really pick up its intensity here as it's moving up to the northeast. And there's also other storms that are now beginning to bubble up here as we go into southern Oklahoma that are racing up to the north. So what are we trying to say here? We got a lot of storms that are coming into OKC Metro. I know we went through a little bit of a lull where there wasn't really a whole lot of storm activity there right around the 6 o'clock hour, but we knew it wasn't going to stay that way. And so here we are now with our next round that's moving up to the north here, and we'll continue to do so. Let's see here, winds. Okay, just looking at the winds right now with these storms and what these this warning is going for here. Again, this tornado warning that we have expires in 16 minutes. We'll see if it's reissued, but these storms are now beginning to get pulled up in towards Chickasha. What you have in Chickasha right now, that is not part of the severe storm. Chickasha is going to be really, really close, but the most intense part of this cell may stay in eastern and southeastern Grady County as these storms are now rolling up to north. But just looking at the way that the circulation couplet is going, I would say eastern Grady County, Blanchard, Dibble, Norman would be the area to watch here. So we're gonna come back to the storm in just about 30 seconds. We're gonna go back up to Woodward, northwestern Oklahoma, check in with Shane. Shane, what do you see here?
David, we're watching a rain-free base from underneath this storm. You can see the rain curtains that are moving across the sky here from the south side to the north side of the storm. Now, we're not really seeing much of a wall cloud or anything like that, but there is some little things that, yeah, we're keeping our eye on here. There's just kind of a high base, a little bit higher base storm here. So there is, I'm not going to say it's hail, but, yeah, we're wondering about that because it's starting to get dark and you just can't really see. You see stuff falling out of the sky, but you can't really tell if it's rain or hail. But we're going to actually drive up into it here in just a few minutes. So, Damon, back to you.
Okay, yeah, definitely narrow line of storms here. We see the lightning, the sun is setting. Tell you what, the visuals that we have out across northwestern Oklahoma, skies look a little bit more clear than what we see down to the south. It is just a rainy mess and a stormy mess, and all of these storms that are now marching up the turnpike and headed in this direction here. So this little cell near Chickasha, not severe. Chris Lee is going to be in Lindsay, watching again a little area of spin. Not very well pronounced, but we'll see how this got it. Yeah, it does have an inflow notch. Here's your hail, by the way. That's warned for $half size hail. That is lifting up to the northeast here. So Blanchard, Dibble, Newcastle. This is going to come right up into Cleveland County, by the way. Norman, and then more with this cell. So Dibble at 846, Blanchard at 854, downtown Norman at 909. We get down to the Norman Healthplex there on Tecumseh and I-35 at 910. Hollywood Corner, so basically you're going to be east of I-35, just outside of Moore, right around 913, so that's about 2 or so miles north of the Max Westheimer Airport. So this is going to take that track and run across Cleveland County and eventually make its way up towards Norman and into the east side of Moore. So that's going to be the beginning of our storms, and that one looks pretty intense. And also, again, the heavy rain that is going to be lifting up to the northeast. It is coming. We're also seeing, Jonathan, let's go back over to reflectivity, because as I look just west of I-35, look down towards Elmore City, down towards west of Marietta. We have all these little cells that are now bubbling up here ahead of this line. They're just, they're not like severe at this moment, but they are disconnected. And whenever you get these little cells that are disconnected, they can do some interesting things. And so we're going to pay attention to these. These may run up to the north and basically just kind of meet up with this big line, this big complex, and that'll be it. But still, they do have these little kind of bright reflectivities that we see that's probably going to have some small hail, like we see here from Elmore City and down towards Wilson. They're all moving due north. Strong pocket of winds, by the way, coming out of Marlow and moving up to the northeast here. So those are some intense winds. Now, from this far away, that's probably going to be about 70-mile-an-hour winds transitioning down to the surface. But it's that red and the green that would still keep that tornado risk with this. This is now getting across into Grady County here. So there's Buck. The hail's getting bigger in this, by the way. This northeast of Alec. Whenever you see that black on the radar, that's going to be an uptick in the hail size, I believe there. So we'll see when that storm impact, when the next scan comes in, when the next update comes in, we will see. We'll see what it ends up doing here. Hopefully it doesn't get too large here, but that's definitely a pretty large hail core that's now popping up that's making its way into eastern Grady County. And again, making its way, it's moving north-northeast. So we'll see if it crosses into Norman or if it stays a little bit west and impacts more of Dibble, Cole, Blanchard, and Newcastle. But bottom line is that it is moving up to the northeast here. So we're going to see just exactly where in the south side of the metro it goes. But I would say right now, anywhere from Moore, Norman towards Newcastle, and there's your increase in the hail right there. That is moving up to the north. And so, again, severe weather, tornado risk, tornado watch until 3 a.m., and flood watch that's now beginning to be realized here with these storms that are now moving up to the northeast. It's been a long day. Again, right now it is 8:33 It is. We started this coverage at 10 a.m., making sure that you knew all of the information, all the weather, what was coming your way. And so for Oklahoma City, we had that one severe thunderstorm warning, and then we've been kind of in a lull. We've been watching the storms well north and west of town, but now it's our turn. It's our round of severe weather that's coming in, and so this is moving in. And so up to the north, again, Goldsby 902, Norman, bunch of Norman communities here, and that 907, the 910 frame, 10 o'clock frame, and then we get to Moore and Hollywood Corners right around 9:15. Jonathan, the hail sizes seem to be getting larger in that northern cell there.
Yes, the black and the white, those colors, never good when they start showing up on that storm impact. It's a great tool. It makes my job a lot easier. How long have we been on air? What time did we start? 9 this morning? 10 this morning? Okay. Well, it's been a while. And so now the latest scan did drop it back down from 2-inch hail down to 1.5 inch hail. I mean, I think the impact, pun not intended, is about the same for damage. And so watching that real closely. Other things we're going to have to watch for are any rotation that we may have with this storm. Doesn't look too bad right now, but it is a mini supercell storm. And it's heading up towards the Norman area. My whole deal is if it can outrun the larger storm over Rush Springs, which is dwarfing it, if it can outrun that and not get crushed by the forward front spring storms, that could be a little beast of a storm just kind of coming in, dropping hail. And then behind that, I think it's inevitable. We got a training event. Storms, imagine they're on a track, an invisible track and they will move all the way up. So the storms that go all the way back down towards Walters and Temple and Wichita Falls. Look how far those warnings go. I'm not saying it'll last all night long, but how far back? That goes back from the nose of the storm, and then let's say all the way back maybe to Big Spring. That's almost 300 miles worth of storms. I hope it doesn't last that long, but potentially parts of the metro could just get hammered with some really heavy rain here. So we'll end up transitioning obviously from a initial hail, wind, tornado risk to that flash flooding risk that we were worried about.
Yeah, and what I see with a lot of the data coming in just moments ago is that the rain's going to spread up into OKC, and then it's going to slowly begin to advance to the east. But there's a reason why we had this flood watch in play here. So this is definitely setting up, and this will be the beginning of what's going to be a very stormy night. So there's Chris Lee down in Lindsay watching the storm here lift up to the north. There's Buck right now. He's down in Rush Springs watching the storm lift up to the north as well. This tornado warning still remains in effect. Right now it is 8:37, and let's see here. Let me see exactly how long this tornado warning goes for. It goes for about another 10 minutes. We'll see if it's going to be extended or not. Even if it's not, we're still going to watch for these pockets of strong winds. There's a little weakness right now. When I look at the surface winds, the winds are just a little bit weaker right here, but then they pick up once you watch these storms come up towards Oklahoma City. So the storm could be just kind of, meandering along here, and with the weaker winds, it may not intensify a whole lot. And then right when it comes up onto, say, just north of Moore, like right near I-240, it'll begin to tap into some of these stronger winds, and it may increase and get some stronger winds and even potential for a brief tornado threat. And one thing that I want to emphasize is that brief tornado does not always mean weak tornado. We have seen these type of brief spin-ups produce winds and EF3 damage. So just something that we're going to be mindful of with every radar couplet, every radar scan that we watch, lifting up to the northeast here. So Blanchard, storm coming in pretty soon. Again, this is Warren Blanchard for $half size hail. Strong pocket of winds right there down by Bailey. North of Brace, be 70-mile-an-hour winds there, probably at the surface. It's not widespread, 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be just a small area, but you take this and then lift it up to the north, and someone's going to be impacted by those 70-mile-an-hour winds. And so we're going to be watching to see exactly who that's going to be here. But we do know that, it's about 5 miles wide there. It's a little bit bigger. That's certainly a pretty big deal there as we're doing a measurement right now on this storm. Let me see what the latest information that we have coming in here. Let's see. Getting a lot of reports. Looks like a lot of heavy flooding or significant flooding from these storms down in Texas. Those reports are trickling into us. Still watching the cell that's lifting up towards Blanchard. It looks like the latest radar scan. This cell right here that has half-dollar size hail in it is going to stay in far eastern Grady County, and also a storm now popping up just south of Norman. It's not severe, but it looks like the intensity is a little cell right here. That's going to be just south of Norman. Get a little bit of brief rain is going to lift up to the north. And we're going to get a lot of isolated showers popping up. But really, I would say this storm and this storm, these will be the leading edges of the storms that we're going to have where the intensity of the rain really begins to pick up here. So tornado warning has been canceled for Comanche and Stevens County. Tornado warning, though, remains in effect, however, for those that are going to be in Grady County, and also this is going to be warned for half-dollar size hail there. So this tornado warning is just kind of trimming it out, just kind of cleaning it up a bit here. Tornado warning remains, and also just a bunch of storms that are now beginning to bubble up here as we look down into southern Oklahoma. All this is lifting up to the north here. So again, tornado warning remains in effect for Grady County. It's southern and southeastern Grady County. It's that little polygon that you see right there where Buck is. That is south of Chickasha, and that goes until again, it goes until for 5 more minutes. We'll see how this is gonna change here. No matter how you look at it, though, I mean, here comes the storms into OKC. Other cells that are popping up here from Pauls Valley, Wynnewood down to Springer. These that we see right along I-35, these are not severe. All of our severe cells are going to be tied to I-44 lifting up to the north here. And so even some intense rain there starting to pick up from Amber, and as you make your way towards Tuttle, making its way just now southwest of Oklahoma City. Let's see here, moving to let me get the latest information on this. This tornado warning storm is now listed. Hey, Jonathan, is listed as moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. That is a sudden increase in the storm.
The storm coming in Norman?
Oh no, this tornado warning. Yeah, this one's coming into Blanchard and Dibble. They have these storms now moving at 60.
Yeah, they've kept going, increasing in velocity. They were at 30, then 40, 45, now 60. So that tells me that the jet stream is increasing. The nose of the jet's coming in, and the storms are really tall, and they're pushing them along. So I suppose we could start to see storm motion even faster than that, like maybe 70 miles an hour eventually. So what I don't like about that is people get less warning time. I mean, granted, we're bringing everybody the first alert, and we're on air and trying to give them as much lead time, but it'll happen faster, because they'll be moving faster. So, I mean, we're almost to 9 o'clock, and we have our storms coming into Norman. So it's going to happen really quick here across parts of South OKC over the next hour or so.
Yeah, and we're hoping that these storms can maintain or at least kind of behave themselves and not be too significant. But I see that I would say the most significant storm that we have in the state right now is going to be this cell that we see down by Bailey and just north of Bailey. You have your strong winds that are going to be lifting up to the north. And so just an intense line of storms that's now continuing to lift up. And so hail cores, these all would indicate about half-dollar size hail or smaller. Not what we saw in K County earlier up in Ponca City when we had what was clearly probably larger than baseball size hail here. But still, watching these storms lift up to the north. And so, my goodness, what an evening. Now, for anyone that's just saying, when is this going to end? Right now, it's 8 o'clock. For OKC, we'll probably be done with these storms around midnight or so, but these will not be out of the viewing area until about 3 a.m. They're going to, eventually, this upper-level storm system will start to slide these a bit to the east here. So, still watching southwest of Blanchard towards Middleburg, west of Dibble. Here's your half-dollar size hail. This is lifting up to the north, and so at this rate, this would make a run towards Newcastle and then probably pretty close to the airport. We'll see if it gets pulled to the east here, but it looks like this is going to hug the western fringe of the severe thunderstorm warning polygon that we have right here. There's your hail core right now just south of Blanchard. And then here's your next cell that is coming up making its way towards Bradley and Alex. So tracking this up into Blanchard. Right now you have about 9 minutes, Blanchard. This is coming in for you. Newcastle 9:02. On the eastern fringe of this polygon here, we get into Norman about 9:08, and then we start to get into a bunch of communities here near Moore, whether it's Southmore, Briarwood, Broadmoor, Plaza Towers, Westmore, all of these locations that we have here. So basically these storms are picking up, and so for Moore, this first cell will come in probably in the next 20 minutes or so. Southeasterly winds are still pretty intense as these storms are coming in. Right now though, Cleveland County, there's a bit of a weakness, but over Canadian County, winds are gusting pretty strong ahead of this right now. Let me just double check one thing real quick here. So lifting up to the northeast, let's see, at about 60 miles per hour. I just want to see what kind of threat that we have. See how this tornado circulation is going. Looks like it's starting to bow out right here, just southwest of Lindsay. And so I would say Norman, that's going to be headed towards Norman. If you're watching in Norman right now and in Cleveland County, I would say the most concerning part of this storm that I see is going to be this right here. That's really starting to surge up to the northeast, and probably going to get some strong winds with that lifting up to north. Yeah, look at that's your 70-mile-an-hour winds. There is rotation. That's why there is a tornado warning on this right now for Grady County. But this storm, while the couplet may not be very tight, I tell you what, you get some strong winds like this blowing in. This is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and so I could see that making a run up towards Dibble, Kreiner, Payne, and then coming up in towards Norman. So just a heads up for those of you in Cleveland County, more as well. What concerns I see here? Those are some winds strong enough to snap some trees coming up here. So hopefully we're not dealing with any type of power outage situation. Speaking of power outages, I don't think I've said this at all today. Check your cell phone right now. Make sure that you have a good amount of battery in there, because should you lose power, we'll be on the app. We've been streaming on the app all day long. You can still watch us. So just utilize this time. You really don't have much, probably about 30 minutes, but 30 minutes nowadays, you can charge your phone up pretty quickly. So just, check out the battery right now. See where you're sitting. If you're 50% or below, maybe a good time to add some percentage in there on that battery. So it looks like the tornado warning just fell off the map here. It's 8:45. So let me see what the language is with this right now. Sometimes what will happen is we'll replace a tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. So here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like we're going to, this new one is a little bit more down to the south. So southern Cleveland County. Let's see here. So Carter, Cleveland, Comanche, Cotton, Garvin, Grady, Jefferson, McLean, Stevens County. This can be for quarter-size hail and winds of 60. It looks like we're just going to probably warn this entire line as it's lifting up to the northeast. We're getting some rain right now in Edmond. It's not too heavy. Just looking at the radar here. Here's an inflow notch that we have near Lindsay. Chris Lee is watching this. Jonathan, this is what we're probably going to start to look for in our next round of tornado coverage here, or little inflow notches like that.
It's interesting because initially I highlighted a little area of circulation I was watching. You're like, oh, okay, that's in that warning polygon. That's an old warning polygon for the storm that came up through Dibble. So if we back up the radar, there we go. There's a warning that went up through Bradley, went due north into Blanchard and Middleburg. That is almost outrunning the tail end of that warning polygon. Circulation, I don't see strong circulation with it. I think we're okay. We're just concerned that it would be like a little supercell and it would come up north. It's very small. Hail sizes have dropped on it. I have to watch that, but I am concerned down south of Bradley, southwest of Chris Lee, so between Buck and between Chris Lee, that we're going to have some higher end winds there, and there's still maybe some decent circulation or shear right southwest of Bradley, about 5-6 miles west of Lindsay. So it's not tornado warned. The National Weather Service put out that's a big old warning polygon. Goes from Slaughterville all the way down to Waurika. And I get it, all encompassing for damaging winds, etc. But let's watch the nose of these winds. These are coming through. These are like some RFD wind, roof line downdraft winds. I don't know. There's some sort of strong wind field coming through here. It's a swath about 5 miles wide, gusting 60 to 70. I was pixel querying some higher end values like 85, But right on the nose of that, I'd be concerned that there could be a little circulation there. So Chris Lee's right there, about ready to cross the highway between Alec, Bradley, and Lindsay. Right where that circle is, I think we could have some rotation. And there's no tornado warning.
No, and so again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings inside of a tornado watch. So we're gonna have to monitor these. By the way, Jonathan, pull on out here because there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. I know it may not sound like that big of a deal, but if you're watching in Shawnee, Seminole, or Holdenville, now we're beginning to warn these individual cells that are out detached from the storm. And so what concerns me about these is that if these keep moving up to the north and they're not yet kind of interacting with these storms just west of here, these could become, you know, pretty significant. Like we see that cell down by Medill that is rotating. And so these do kind of just, you know, get my attention here when you see them popping up away from that line here. We'll see. Again, they may get wrapped up into this line, or they may stay just far enough to where they could do some things here. So we'll have to watch this. But at this current track moving up to the north, I know Seminole, Holdenville, you've been watching the storms all west of town all throughout the day. Now we're beginning to see your storms come into play here as they're lifting up to the northeast. So again, just putting a track up there, moving up to the north. We'll continue to watch it. Okay, let's go back up to the northern fringe of these storms that are coming in, that are going to be right now just coming up into Newcastle. And now getting some rain up on the southwest side of the metro. Again, these storms that are now beginning to move in are beginning to bring in the flood threat that we have been talking a lot about. So let's see here. These are lifting up north. Got a lot of bright colors on the radar right now. Those are pretty intense for sure. Now lifting in here right now, I would say up near Middleburg and Bridge Creek. That's going to be an intense cell that we have right here. That is going to be west of Goldsby. And again, that right there continues to move up to north. So as of right now, it is currently 8:50. We do not have any tornado warnings in the state. It's been these moments don't tend to last very long just because there's not any tornado warnings in the state right now. Doesn't mean that we certainly can't see any more, but we're going to have to watch these as they continue to lift up to the north. The hail core has come down with this cell that's over Blanchard. Right now, that would ping about quarters or smaller P's, but that comes into Southmore, Briarwood, Broadmoor, a bunch of schools that we have here in Moore, Warren Theater, there in Moore, Wheatland by the airport, 920, Moore 920, Heritage Trails Elementary School, there at 920 there, with this storm kind of fanning out as it spreads up to the north. And then we get towards around Will Rogers World Airport at 921 with that storm. Chris Lee is right here. We can talk to Chris Lee. Want to see what he is currently seeing with these storms. Chris, these storms are now lifting up to the north and about to impact the OKC Metro. Chris, what do you see from out there in the field? Okay, we'll get Chris on here in just a moment. Again, Chris Lee is going to be out in the field right now watching these. A lot of lightning, a lot of electricity. A lot of electricity in the storms. If your kids try to go to bed around 9 o'clock, they may not be sleeping at 9 o'clock here with the storms coming in. Chris Lee, looking at your stream come in, it looks like a ton of lightning in these cells that are lifting up to the north. Chris, what do you see from your vantage point? Okay, we'll get Chris Lee on there in just a moment. Again, I think just a heads up control. I don't think our chasers are here in programming right now. They're saying so. Just a heads up on that one. We'll get back out to our crews here in just a second. In the meantime, again, Blanchard down towards Dibble, Kreiner, storms are lifting up to the north, and so I would say the most intense cell right now is going to be from Alec down to Bradley and Lindsay, based off of the pink that we see on the radar right there. It's at least we don't have any tornado warnings right now. Doesn't mean that we still can't. Again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings that we have inside of a tornado watch lifting up to the north right now. At this current track, though, we've been talking about the flood threat that is beginning to unfold here, and so we're going to get some pretty heavy rain out of this. And this line of storms that we have right now, it extends all the way down towards I-20 in Texas. Okay, Chris, we have you out. I hope you can hear us right now. Chris, watching these storms coming up into the metro, what do you see?
Yeah, Damon, we're looking off to our west. We're in the vicinity of Kreiner on Highway 76 south of Blanchard, and we are seeing. I can see from time to time in lightning flashes, kind of a lowering off there to my west. We're in that time of day where it's very difficult to determine rotation or a storm structure because you just kind of get those strobe effect flashes in the lights. But I am definitely seeing a lowering off there where we've been kind of looking in that area for rotation in the storm on radar. So that's I'm watching that area and seeing if I see anything continuously, and certainly watching the structure of it. We'll see what if anything develops as we head north. Damon.
And yeah, now that the sun is set, so gotta take those lightning flashes to be able to see the structure. And Chris Lee, by your pictures right now, it looks like you have a lot of lightning and a lot of visibility with all the electricity in these storms. And so these are going to be some noisemakers that are going to make their way into the OKC metro here. We'll continue to lift up to the north, so Moore, Norman, Slaughterville, storms moving up to the north. While we don't have a tornado warning, there's still some apparent signs of some rotation that we see right now from Lindsay moving up to the northeast here. So I would not say that the tornado risk is now done. Not even close. Again, we're gonna have to watch for these embedded tornadoes that are going to spin up here. But we are seeing some good signs and some signs that you're getting these little circulation eddies that are now beginning to make their way up to the OKC metro. And for some reason, whenever you bring a line like this up into the OKC metro, it seems that all of a sudden you start to see these circulation couplets a little bit more so. So just something that we're going to be watching. If you're on the west side of the metro right now, from El Reno, Piedmont, Edmond, I know you're getting some rain coming in right now. That is not severe. Based off of the way that these storms are tracking, I would say if you were to draw a line just south of I-44, that would be the area where probably the most intense storms are going to set up here. Again, with these severe warnings, I still don't like this cell right here by Lindsay. You just have a little bit of an inflow, and oh yeah, now look, now we're starting to warn these cells. Ugh.
Those are two super cells.
Yep.
One down Wilson, another one near Tishomingo. Now, technically, Tishomingo is outside our viewing area. It wouldn't come into the KOCO viewing area until it tracked all the way into Hughes County. But this storm down near Wilson and Dillard, we're going to have to watch that one. Those are discrete supercells, not on the line.
Yep.
All that means is that they potentially would have potential if they become tall and rooted, that they could, instead of a quick spin-up tornado, could be like a long-track supercell tornado. But we'll have to watch.
Yeah, we certainly will, because now it looks like all of these storms that are not attached to that big line, they certainly get warnings here, so goes to show you that. And then there's this inflow. I know it's not that well pronounced. Woo, we got some strong winds in that right there. What are those? Those have got to be around 70-mile-per-hour winds. Let me just double check.
So that's a better signature right there. That's hitting with TLX. If you go to Frederick, it's about the same, but yeah, these outbound winds from Frederick, that's a big swath. I'm guessing 80s, 86, 92. So that's 93. That's a swath about 4 or 5 miles wide of 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds wrapping around the storm. On the northern side, you'd have the circulation, tornadic circulation, which is not tornado warned, but those winds will come hammering into Lindsay, eventually Payne, Kreiner. So look, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning for the northern edge of this, or Damon.
Yeah, our tornado warnings are not done for the night. Hey, Jonathan, just go back like 30 minutes. I want to see where these strong winds are tracking and if this is going to pull it more to the east, or it looks like it's lifting more up to the northeast. So I would say this has potential to really impact, say, Norman, if it keeps going at that route, because it's lifting more due north, it seems, than east here. But here's the Riverwind Casino on top of your television screen. Here's Washington. There's Dibble. These are some really strong winds that are really lifting up to the north. And again, just kind of looking at the kind of inside of this storm, but we're pulling out, kind of dragging how this storm is going here with this arrow. And so it's going to get pretty close. It's going to cross like Slaughterville, down by Norman, come into Cleveland County. That looks like that's definitely going to be some pretty strong winds. We'll have to watch that one as it continues to move up to the northeast here. The rain is starting to become a bit more numerous in the OKC metro. The storm is still showing some sign of rotation just southwest of Dibble. Chris Lee is right there. It may not be tornado warned, but I don't anticipate that. You know, a lot of our storms tonight, like we're going to see a consistent circulating couplet. I mean, this is going to kind of bounce around. But this is what we're transitioning to now. Tornado warning now coming.
McLean-Grady line.
That's it right there.
That's what we've highlighted this whole time, and we were saying this needs a tornado warning.
Yeah, there you go. So
asking you shall receive.
You know, as we said, we may not have any tornado warnings, but it doesn't. Just because we don't have any tornado warnings doesn't mean that we stay that way. So here we go. Tornado warning now coming for this cell. We'll see how far. Let's see how this is going to be drawn out. It's probably going to include Norman or pretty close to it. So tornado warning now coming for this cell right here. And so that's headed up towards Dibble, Cole, Washington, 9:10 to 9:20. Norman at 9:35. So now we're about 35 minutes out. We'll see again how this polygon's going to come. But yeah, as we said, this is still going. And so there we go. Tornado warnings now. These are going to get likely drawn into the OKC metro here, or really, really close. But for a lot of people that were saying, you know, like it's a shame that, you know, proms were canceled tonight and all that. It's for situations like these. Again, you don't want kids out driving around on a Saturday night and you have tornado warnings coming in here. So again, these are serious storms. Again, these are really serious storms that are coming in here. And so from Dibble down to Kreiner, Chris Lee is going to be watching this one, lifting up towards Blanchard. And so Blanchard out towards Goldsby as well. Let me see the latest circulation. Here it goes. Looks like they're still typing it up, but again, tornado warning is coming for this circulation right here. We are getting a bit of a lowering right there, debris lowering. So looking at our debris tracker, whenever you see these colors that begin to look, you know, a little different, like green or blue, typically that indicates some type of debris, strong winds that we're picking up inside of this. So there you go, watching that one right there. This may have some debris already getting picked up inside of it. Again, tornado warning coming in for Cole, Goldsby, and there it is. This is going to be for a golf ball size hail. This is just for Grady and McLean County, it looks like. Looks like this tornado warning was not drawn into Norman, but it is headed up in that direction. Looks like this will be what they call a short fuse tornado warning. So basically, right on the Grady-McLean County line, looks like it's going to include a lot more of McLean County. But that inflow into the storm is really well pronounced. Looks like it stops right as you get up to the river here. So here's Dibble, there's Kreiner. Here's your tornado warning. Yeah, that couplet's getting stronger and stronger as it's lifting up to the northeast here. They already went confirmed tornado warning on this because of that lower, or that lowered value there that we saw on our debris. That's what triggers confirmed, by the way, especially late at night when you don't have the ability to see the tornado. Now that we have technology, and as we continue to advance the science where we can see debris inside of a storm, that what we call a debris dropper, you know, dropping the values there is enough to trigger confirmed. It's that right there. And so that would be debris inside of this headed up towards Dibble. So confirmed tornado warning with this. And again, it is coming right on up into Dibble. So this warning stops right at the river here, at the Canadian River. So it doesn't cross into Norman, but Norman, that doesn't mean that it's not going to impact you at all. Again, this will come into Cleveland County for sure. So Dibble at 9:08. Right now it's 9:01. Headed towards Cole, Blanchard, 9:17, 9:19. Going into Newcastle at 9:30. Norman, 9:34. And then we start getting into a bunch of more communities here. Broadmoor, Southmoor, Hollywood Corners, right around 9:40 with this storm and that tornado warning right there lifting up to the north. Let's go out to Chris Lee. Chris Lee, brand new tornado warning, the only one that we have out in the state right now. You're right in the middle of it. Chris, what do you see?
Yeah, we're in Dibble. They just set off the sirens in Dibble here at the intersection of Highway 76. And we're turned around and looked back to the south, trying to see if we see anything. But, you know, in the dark, I'm not seeing any kind of power flashes or any of those kind of signatures, telltale signs that we look for. But it would be coming, it does look like it's coming due due north from the Bradley area towards us. So that's what we're looking, not seeing anything through the rain. Fairly kind of a moderate rain. Haven't seen any hail here yet, but we're looking for it, and we'll let you know as soon as we see anything, Damon.
We certainly know you know how to do this, Chris, and so we appreciate everything that you've been bringing in here for today with this this tornado warning. Which, looking at the rotation and the velocity couplet, it is making its way. Basically, this might stay on the far western fringe of the tornado warning polygon, but we are still watching this. On the other hand, there's also going to be some really strong winds that are impacting Kreiner. So strong straight line winds down by Kreiner. Here's your tornado couplet right here. That is going to be southwest of Dibble, lifting up to the north right now, and so confirmed tornado warning remains with this one. The rain's going to be picking up pretty heavily as well. So for a lot of people that are going to be out this evening, I know you've been hearing us talk a lot about the flood threat, but that is really beginning to increase. If you're in the village, Edmond, right now, again, the rain that's coming in, not severe. But this right here, this is our only tornado warning that we have right now in the state. It is going to be this couplet right here that is going to be southwest of Dibble, lifting up towards Cole and Blanchard. You can see how far this this tornado warning goes. It stops at the river. So Dibble, 909, Cole, 917, Goldsby at 924. Headed towards Norman eventually at 932. With these type of circulations, they sometimes don't stay on the radar all that long, so we're going to continue to watch it and see if this is going to be persistent. But even if the circulation drops off the radar, the strong winds are still going to be there. So southwest of Dibble, Blanchard, you got to be innermost room of your house right now, whether you're in Dibble or Blanchard watching this. And Chrisley's right there. This is moving up to the north pretty quickly, though, at speeds of about what I believe is 45 miles per hour. Yeah, 45 mile per hour storm speed on that one. So that's certainly a fast-moving complex here. But now it looks like the leading edge of the rain is now beginning to spread up in towards Cleveland County here. So rain comes first, and then when we say that we have embedded circulations, this is what we mean. All the rain. Look at all that red on the radar. And then here's going to be your area of rotation, basically smack dab in the middle of all that red there. So, visually, this is going to be just a downpour that is headed up in here. In the bottom, as you see here, tornado warning from McLean and Grady counties. Obviously, take shelter if you're in the Dibble, from Dibble to Blanchard, with this moving up to the north here. So Blanchard, again, 918, and then coming into Norman, 930. Again, even if you don't have the circulation come right overhead, you're going to get hit with some really strong winds that are going to be moving in your direction here. So just know that there's going to be a lot of hazards that we have to watch with this warning right here, because we are seeing those strong winds that are going to be just south. So definitely a lot of concerns. From a debris standpoint, I don't see the minimums that we typically look for to be able to see if this is on the ground or not. Typically, when you have late at night, you look for debris inside the storm, and that confirms it. So when you look up at the top of your screen and you say, well, how do they know it's a confirmed tornado warning? It's because we were able to pick that up on our debris tracker. So that's what can pop the word confirmed in here, just for a lot of people that are new to that, because that is a new type of warning that is now being utilized here for these type of situations, being able to use debris tracker that we have in our radar to say that's a tornado confirmed. So there's Chrisley right now watching this. This tornado warning goes until 9:45. That's for another 40 minutes, lifting up to the north here. So anywhere from Dibble, Cole, Blanchard, tornado warning in effect for you. Innermost room of your house as this continues to spread up to the northeast here. And then some strong winds that we see right now from Kreiner to Payne. Still seeing that inflow coming up in here with this cell that is lifting up to the northeast here. So definitely the overall severe weather threat is really ramping up with this storm as it's now moving to the north, headed up now into McLean County, and eventually making a run up and towards Cleveland County here. Jonathan, I see a lot of storms now popping up here and a lot more warnings that are popping up here as well. What stands out to you?
You're occasionally, just bear with me because I'm using what you see on air, I will use like as an analysis tool. I try to really focus on, the warning, show you where the circulation is, but times you'll see the radar widen, and I'm going to check on other storms just to give everyone a frame of reference. And there's, besides the Dibble storm, and we'll come back to that, there's a storm down near Wilson, There's one storm going up, which is going up rotating. That doesn't mean tornado, it just means it has some rotation with it. It's not warned yet for Wynnewood. This one probably needs a warning. This one down near Tishomingo is outside the KOCO viewing area. And there's this one here. So these discrete storms can be very suspect. They can explode, they can start to rotate, and they can produce tornadoes. They're not tornado warned yet, and the Pauls Valley storm is not even warned yet, but I'm just going to watch those. Back to the Dibble storm, that's right where Chris Lee is. The velocity couplet looks pretty significant as of right now. So I'll highlight it. It is going to be about 2 miles southwest of Dibble. What highway is that? 1 mile south of State Highway 30, or 220th Street at Dibble, and State Highway 76. And Chris Lee's right on that. So it's Damon. That's going more north than it's going northeast. So that's going to come right into Blanchard, and then potentially Newcastle. And if it keeps on going, that's coming into OKC. Potentially, maybe Edmond. We'll see. I don't know if I can make it all the way up. Yeah. But we'll see.
So, by the way, the sirens are sounding in Tuttle. So for anyone right now that's in Tuttle and you're saying, why are the sirens sounding? You're not in any warning right now. So they actually sounded the sirens because of this circulation right here. So I get just a heads up, if you're in Tuttle right now and you're saying the sirens are sounding, why are the sirens sounding in Tuttle? Even though you are not in the warning, sounds like they went ahead and just activated those anyways. So, that's still circulating. Let me go out to Chris Lee right now. Hey, Chris, the circulation's very close to you, Chris. What are you seeing right now? Or, what are you seeing right now near Dibble?
Yeah, Dave, I'm just to the north of the intersection of Highway 76. We are pulled off in the Dollar General parking lot. You can see the winds are picking up here. You can see the sheets of rain being driven across this parking lot here. Definitely the winds picked up in the last since the last time I talked to you, and that's very strong out of the south. Not seeing any power flashes or anything like that, but given kind of the terrain out here and the heavy rain, that's probably going to be our only indication if we have something. We're watching that. Certainly the sirens are going off here in Dibble, as they should be, and we're watching this for you. Probably going to start scooting out of here a little bit to the north.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely see that. Look, from a radar standpoint right now, I mean, whatever is in there, I mean, it is going to be wrapped up in rain. And just look at this. That is some intense, some intense rain that is coming down right now. Let's go back over to the radar and show you all. Again, if it's not the circulation that you're experiencing, there's some pretty strong winds that are now getting wrapped up on the south side of this as well. So. Well, there's probably going to be just a bunch of winds and an embedded circulation coming in up to the north, but from Cole towards Dibble, lifting up to the north, and again, headed up towards Blanchard, and eventually all this will cross up into Oklahoma City and Cleveland County here right now. Again, for those that are in Tuttle and you're saying we hear the sirens going off, what's going on here? It was triggered because of this right here. From a reflectivity standpoint, what we're looking at right here, this is velocity, looking at the winds inside of it. Let's flip on over to reflectivity just to give those, kind of an understanding. That's an increase right there. Seeing that, watching these strong winds that are coming in here, but also the rain is starting to really increase, and this is all beginning to spread up to the northeast. It's going to be a very long night of just soaking rain that is coming in here. Again, this is going to be some heavy rain. Let's pull on out here, kind of give perspective exactly where this is in comparison to, say, Oklahoma City or Norman or Moore or even Blanchard and Newcastle. Let's just zoom out just a little bit more here, show the northern flank of this warning here, because this storm continues to lift up to the north here, and so headed up towards eventually, you can see there's Norman on the top of your television screen here. Heavy rains now begin to spread in too, by the way. So there are, again, a couple areas that we are watching right now, again, between Cole and Dibble, finding that area that we have highlighted. That's going to be where your couplet's going to be located. Let's pull on out here. Let's just flip it in the reflectivity mode real quick. I want to see where the heaviest of the rain's going to be lining up as it's now spreading up to the north here, because being able to see the winds inside certainly allows us to see where the storm is going to be rotating here. But also from a heavy rain and a flood threat, really concerned about that right now. So let's see here. That's going to be, Chris is going to be right in the middle of it. From a heavy rain standpoint, Kreiner, Payne, strong winds down here, lifting up to the north here. So all this is now spreading up to the north, coming into the OKC Metro. Let's go out to Chris right now between Blanchard and Dibble. Chris, we are watching this complex lift up to the north. What do you see?
Yeah, we're definitely looking for power flashes. I think that's going to be our best bet. I thought maybe we saw a power flash. It looks like maybe we just had a large area that had the lights flickered. I don't know if the power went out, but the main power seems to still be on. I think you can kind of see in our roof camera that's pointed backwards. I'm looking to see if anything's flashing behind, and I'm looking forward. So I have not seen anything that I think was a power flash. There may have been a brief lightning, either turn the lights off for a second or a brief local power outage. But for the most part, I've seen that the power is on, although it's starting to get rather dark as we keep heading north, and very heavy rain, and the wind is changing directions rather violently.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's basically at this time of the night. That's what you got to look for, or for those power flashes, because it is dark and the rain is heavy. Once again, so here's the town of Cole. So we're looking for this right here. That's going to be where you have your couplet right there. Let's go to hey, let's flip up debris. Let's go over to debris right now, because this very well could be a tornado right here.
So, Damon,
yeah.
I think this is pretty significant.
Yeah, it
so
is.
I know Chris Lee, I don't know if you're listening right now. You had your 360 cam. We have your GPS locator turned on, and your 360 cam is looking back to the south. Swing your 360 cam to the east, 90 degrees to your east. The circulation is going to be out your right-hand side door. So swing your camera 90 degrees to the left. Pretty significant circulation there, 1 to 3 miles south of Cole, Damon.
Yeah, and this is more than likely a tornado in progress. Flip over to debris tracker. Just want to see if we can, it's that little minimum right there. Yeah.
It's 2-3 miles southwest of Cole.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty confident here. I mean, just by seeing that, there is indeed a tornado in there. And again, this is lifting up to the north.
And that right there, that another tool that we have available is the terminal radar.
Yeah.
And that's really good at picking up little signatures like that. So that's going to be right there. So let's tornado. I mean, we'll say tornado in progress.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is indeed a tornado. So Cole, I know here we are once again, but that is indeed a tornado lifting up to the north. And again, I think a lot of people say, well, how do you know? How do you know? You know, this time of the year, you know, when it's dark out there, how do you know that's indeed a tornado? And again, we have new technology that we're able to work with the Weather Service, where they are able to see debris inside of a storm, and so that is indeed a confirmed tornado. And that's why it gets that. That added verbiage there to the tornado warning. So this is a confirmed tornado southwest of Cole, lifting up to the northeast, right on the leading edge as it's making its run up towards eventually Highway 9 here. So this would stay east of Blanchard. It's moving more north and northeast than due north, but not by much. But as you can see, as we draw the storm track here, at that current track, it will eventually come in towards Norman, and then a bunch of communities here and more. So what we're going to have to watch now, and again, these type of radar signatures, they may kind of start to bounce around. When we say that this is an embedded tornado threat, that's exactly what we mean. But we're looking just west of Cole, and again, making its way up to the north at about 45 to, I think 45, 50 miles per hour. So sirens are sounding in Newcastle again for this storm that is lifting up to the north. From the hail side of it, the hail size, I believe, is, here you go, tornado warning coming for Cleveland County. This is going to include Norman. Again, tornado warning now coming for Cleveland County. This will include Norman. So that's getting typed up as we speak. We're just probably moments away in Norman from hearing the tornado sirens about to sound, but it is going to be for this right here. That is going to be west of Cole. That right there is going to be where the tornado is located. It is moving up to the north. We already have the tornado track track on here for you. So that's coming into Norman in the next 20 minutes, again at 9:34. And then all of these communities that we see from Norman North, Southmore High School, Broadmoor, Timber Creek, Belmar, Warren Theater, Heritage Trails Elementary School, 9:30 to 9:40. Again, we're watching this, but tornado warning is going to be issued any second now. We just got the the word there from the National Weather Service that they are drawing it up as we speak because of this confirmed tornado just west of Cole, moving up to the north there. There's going to be Chris Lee. He is watching this. It is late at night, so we're looking for storm. We're looking for power flashes. Hey, Jonathan, let's zoom on out here, show everybody who's now in the new tornado warning, because this goes all the way up into Moore now. So tornado sirens are now going to be sounding in Moore for this storm that is now making its way up to the northeast. It sounds like Oklahoma Highway Patrol is trying to position units now to shut down I-35 when the storm gets to the highway. So just a heads up there, that message just came in from Oklahoma Highway Patrol that they're going to try to shut down I-35 as the storm comes in here. When you hear that, look, you know, proms canceled and whatnot, it's for these type of storms right here that are coming in. So tornado warning, and it goes all the way up to Moore. Right now, from Moore to Norman, out towards Newcastle. Where's the tornado going to be located? It's going to be down right by Cole, moving up to the northeast here. Also, some really strong winds. Even if we don't get a tornado in here, there are some really strong winds that are also coming in from Washington right now. Where's a tornado? It's going to be just north of Cole. Hey, Jonathan, if you can take that debris tracker and just go back like a couple scans, I want to see if there's any minimums that are going to pop. Oh, there it is right there.
Cole, southwest of Cole.
Yeah, that's your tornado.
Right there.
And then it moved up to the north.
It'll probably do it again.
It will. Oh, it absolutely will. And also, as it comes up here, look at these strong winds. Hey, track these strong winds here. Let me see how these strong winds are blowing, because those are some really...
Right now. Okay, so there's 2 areas of circulation.
Yeah.
1, 2, and then some bigger winds coming through Washington.
Yeah. What's the track of these winds? Are these blowing north or east? Let me just... Whew, those are... Wow. That will knock out power here. And those are blowing
those
up
are
to the
hooking
north.
Around, coming due north into Norman.
Yeah, they're coming into Norman.
Straight into Norman.
So eventually, here's the thing. These are some powerful winds that are coming in here. Whether it's a tornado or straight line winds, those are some intense winds that we see right now that are moving up to the north here. Again, watching these. Let's go back out to Chris Lee. Chris Lee, confirmed tornado just east of you. I know it's dark. I know it's hard to see, but real quick, what do you see?
I am not seeing any power flashes. We're looking, so you're looking at my roof camera. That's where we're looking. We're coming up Highway 76 just south of Blanchard, and we're looking off to our east. We've been watching that area. Came through an area that had very heavy rain, very strong winds, and the winds were just whipping, Damon. They'd come from one direction and the other direction. So there's a lot of turbulence in there. I don't know how much of that shows up as circulation and how much of that is continued circulation and how much is just eddies that kind of get in there and any kind of strong winds. But we're watching for any kind of power flashes. And coming into the south edge of Blanchard, it does appear that there is power here. So that's a good sign. We're going to keep watching off to our east and let you know what we see.
A lot as these storms are coming in. Let's go back over to the radar right now. And so this is deeply buried inside of a bunch of rain, but there's your confirmed tornado right there. So that's just about 1 mile north of Cole. Got 2 of them right here. One right there, one right there. We're going to be just a few miles southwest of the Riverwind Casino. And while we're going to look for the tornado threat, we also have to look for the damaging wind. Look at these powerful winds that are now moving up I-35 and headed straight towards Norman. So whether it's a tornado or strong winds, this is power outage sort of winds here that could really knock out power. So once again, look at your phone. These storms are moving in here pretty quickly, but see how much battery you have in your phone right now, because this is enough that could really knock power out. And so here's your strong winds lifting up towards Goldsby and eventually coming into Norman. And then as far as areas of circulation, there's your confirmed tornado just south of Highway 9 lifting up to the north. Jonathan, I know you see 2 right now, huh?
I see 2 tornadoes, or 2 areas of circulation, not just one. Boom, boom, clear as day.
Yep.
There's one. They're both on May Avenue. One is south of 290th. One is on 300th Street, if I said that right way. Yeah, 2 areas of circulation. And yes, you're absolutely right. pocket of damaging winds coming into Goldsby. So it's like triple threat.
It is. And so for OKC, they have sounded the sirens, by the way, for Oklahoma City. And so they're going to be looking at by 240 Sooner south of I-240. So as you go on the east side of Moore. So again, if you're down on the east side of Moore on Sooner, south of I-240 here, you're hearing the sirens this far north. So there are a lot of different towns right now that are impacted, and so you're going to hear a lot of different sirens that are sounding. But if you hear the sirens, you're in the tornado warning polygon right now with this cell. So there are likely 2 tornadoes happening right now just south of Highway 9. Powerful winds lifting up to the north right now as well with these storms, and we're still getting these debris trackers of these debris, the debris signatures right here at south of Highway 9. It's going to be these 2 right here, and these are now moving up to the north here. We're in between Blanchard and the Riverwind Casino, and these are some strong winds that are about to impact Goldsby here any moment. Also, again, just moments ago, Oklahoma Highway Patrol said, look, we're not going to we're going to shut down I-35 when these storms come in here. So that's another issue. There are so many things that are happening right now, but we are watching again. There's your circulation lifting up to the north, and then some strong winds there by Goldsby as well. What do you see, Jonathan?
They're going different directions.
Yeah,
this one's going a little bit more north, and then this one here is moving more northeast. So kind of like spinning around each other. So
probably 3-4 miles east. Watching those move up to north. Sorry. Heavy rain also now spreading in to Cleveland County, now coming into OKC. On top of all of this, I know we've been focusing a lot on the tornado threat. Oh, that's a big drop there.
That's a big drop. That's higher confidence of tornado debris. Okay, this is going to be 1 mile south of Highway 9, 2 miles west of the Riverwind Casino.
And on top of all of that, there's also now a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds for downtown Oklahoma City. So there's a lot that's now basically impacting the metro, whether it's these 2 tornadoes that are going to be just west of the Riverwind Casino, heavy rain, strong straight-line winds, and it's all rolling in as we speak. And look at this. The winds are about to rapidly increase down by OU, south of Norman, with this blue that you see. These are going to be your 70-mile-per-hour winds. And so for those that are in Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, you're about to get hit with some pretty strong winds, and there's your tornado right there. That is your tornado 1 mile south of Highway 9. It is easily going to be wrapped up in rain there. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And so we are just about, 2 miles south of the Riverwind Casino. At that current track, it looks like it's moving a bit up to the northeast. And so that would bring it pretty close. It is going to cross the river here, but it is going to come pretty close to on the west side of Norman here momentarily. So this is tracking up to the northeast, headed towards Sooner Mall at 9:32. I'm trying to think of everyone. See all of these that are west of I-35. So the Healthplex here, Norman Healthplex at 9:36, and then just looking downstream to see if this fans out. Ooh, that's getting even worse. That is a confirmed tornado right now headed straight towards the Riverwind Casino. That is a confirmed tornado moving straight towards the Riverwind Casino. And it is as clear as day. I know it is nighttime. You can't see it, but that's debris. That is debris right there. That blue that you see right there, that is the storm picking up debris. And so that is a confirmed tornado headed towards the Riverwind Casino and lifting up to the northeast. Jonathan, real quick, what do you see from a radar standpoint?
I think we had a couple tornadoes embedded in there. This is the more dominant circulation. This is going to be at 310th and Northwest 24th. And that is about 2 miles southwest of Riverwind Casino. I don't know if there's any activities going on. I know sometimes they host concerts. Maybe you got friends that are at the Riverwind Casino right now. They need to shelter. It's going to be very close and very tight as that comes on through. So so that's the velocity couplet. That's very clear. And there's the debris tracker. So we have everything. Well, and in this, it's all wrapped up in rain. All wrapped up in heavy rain. You're not going to see this coming. It is embedded miles into heavy heavy rain.
So just to kind of pull it out here just a little bit so everyone can see in comparison to where this is and where you live. And so we're going to be just west of the river wind. This is moving up to the north, though. And so there are a lot of sirens that are now sounding. And also just got an update here from Norman Regional that they have activated all their campuses to seek shelter right now. So as far as storms go, this is, as we mentioned, you get these type of storms that come into the metro and all of a sudden they ramp up. And so here we are southwest of the Riverwind Casino. This is moving up to the north. Confirmed tornado in the parking lot of the Riverwind Casino.
Or debris at least.
Or yeah, right over the Riverwind.
100%, yes. Tornado over the Riverwind Casino.
Yeah, that's right over the Riverwind Casino. At this current track, it's going to lift up. It's going to cross the river here momentarily, and then it's going to be making a run right along Highway 9, and it's going to come very close to OU and down by Sooner Mall.
Damon?
Yeah?
There's another area of circulation showing up between right just east of the Sooner Mall.
Yep.
So there's I have two areas of circulation. Listen, if I draw a circle on the map, that's to let people know that there's area circulation we're concerned about.
Yeah, absolutely. And so still finding debris from our debris tracker right over the Riverwind Casino, but this is lifting up to the north here. So once again, tornado warning, confirmed tornado over the Riverwind Casino, heading up to the northeast, moving into Norman. At this current track, it's going to come, let's see here, if it's moving, it's going to move east of I-35. And so we're going to be on the east side of I-35. And so just to kind of give your bearing straight here, so this area right here, this is the airport, Max Westheimer Airport. Here's the Sooner Mall, a bunch of neighborhoods right here that are going to be just on the west side of OU, and then very close to Highway 9. This confirmed tornado is making its way over the river right now, and it's about to cross into Norman. Here comes the sweep, and so watch that dot right there and see where it goes. And so there it is. Yeah, we have two of them.
Yeah, there's two, Damon. But the one that's now on Highway 9 that left the Riverwind Casino, this one is going this way.
Yep.
This one is going that way.
Yep.
So there's two possible tornadoes coming through Norman right now.
Yep. And so that one's going to cross over OU. That's going to head right to
Is that 3?
Wait, flip it back over to reflectivity real quick.
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see on that one, but definitely that would be where the tornado is, just northeast of the Riverwind Casino, and then down by Sooner Mall, just on the northeast side, or right over the airport, or on the west side of the airport, right by, there's a Target right here. And so, I tell you what, there's a lot now kind of spreading up in towards Norman as we speak. That was the tornado, and at that current track, it's going to go right over probably the Weather Center and come right up to OU. And so you can see it moving up to the northeast. This is a dangerous situation right now for those in Norman right now. Once again, Norman, you have to be in your tornado shelter. Let's see here. There's a lot going on. Also, some pretty strong winds now spreading up to the northeast as well. So putting it at this track, so OU here, basically right about now, that's downtown Norman 9:33, Norman North High School at 9:35. We get to Belmar, that's at 9:40, so you're going to be right along Sooner Road. And then you get to Turtle Lake and Pepperwell Oaks. Those are going to be two neighborhoods that are going to be very close, or right at Southeast 149th and Sooner Road here. That's going to be Oklahoma City. And then coming up towards Tinker Air Force Base and Stanley Draper at about 9:50. So, again, all of these communities right here, innermost room of your house, or into your tornado shelter. What do you see, Jonathan?
Okay, so my concern, okay, right here. This one right here, this is a stronger circulation now, right there. I'm gonna clear.
This is on the west side of the Max Westheimer Airport.
I have a TVS, and normalized rotation is really strong with this area right here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at two different maps at once.
No, I get it. So where we are right now, so this is going to be right on the west side of the Max Westheimer Airport.
Yeah, Robinson, I-35. Yep.
And here's the Norman Healthplex. This is going to be Tecumseh right here.
Tornado debris.
See that weakness right there?
Yep.
That is debris.
Yep.
That's a tornado right there. So this is lifting up to the Jonathan, just give me the last 5 minutes so I can see how this is tracking up to the north and see if this is going to stay near the highway.
That one's moving more northeast.
I tell you what, if you're in Moore, right along I-35, at this current track, it looks like it's going to come pretty close. It might just stay just a little bit to the east of the highway. We'll have to see if it keeps moving up to the northeast. At this current track, it would make its way up towards Belmar. That's going to be at Sooner Road, and then make a run up towards, eventually get onto Sooner Road here. So you have Belmar. It's a little bit more rural there, but you do have a couple neighborhood additions here that are going to be running right along Sooner Road here. So we're going to be watching this right here. Again, we're just right over the airport, very close to Norman North High School. We'll see if this continues up towards Hollywood Corners, but eventually, again, if you get up towards Belmar, and then you get up towards a couple neighborhoods, whether it's Pepperwell Oaks or Turtle Creek, Bella Maria. And then you have a German restaurant right here that's going to be Royal Bavaria. So at that current track, and again, I know these are very specific, but people that live in this area, they know exactly where it is. Again, you kind of get away from Moore, and you get into a little bit more rural parts of Cleveland County, but at this current track, that's where this is headed. Also, a strong pocket of winds now coming up on the west side of I-35, headed up towards Broadmoor Elementary School, Briarwood, and again, here's Pepperwell Oaks. So this, when we look at the motion of the storm, it's kind of fluctuating back and forth. It's not just one particular supercell, and that's just tracking, you know, to the east and northeast. So we are going to see these rotation couplets here kind of fluctuate and move around. But 936 at Hollywood Corners, Belmar at 938, and then we get towards Heritage Trails Elementary School at 940, and so that's going to be on Bryant and 19th Street. We're on the west side right now, where we see here this area of rotation. This is just west of Norman North High School, east of the Norman Healthplex, and so this right here is where you're going to be. So the airport's going to be located right here. So this is basically the train tracks kind of run parallel right here to Flood Avenue, moving up to the northeast. And now the latest scan is now taking it just north of Rock Creek. And so at this current track, let's see here.
I feel like it's moving northeast, not north.
Yeah, it looks like it is moving more northeast. And this thing is so much covered in rain right now. Pocket of strong winds right on top of Norman North High School. That's going to be some intense winds on the way right now. So tornado warning remains in effect for Cleveland County. Again, for Cleveland County, making its way up to the northeast. Let's see here. Strongest winds, let's see, from Briarwood to Belmar. Pocket of strong winds right here near Briarwood down towards, I'm sorry, from Briarwood down to the Norman Healthplex. Belmar, that circulation couplet's going to be just north of Norman North High School. It's going to cross right over towards Hollywood Corners. And then, yeah, strong winds right here. That's some real strong winds right there, right over Norman North High School. It's moving up to the northeast. So at this current path, it would stay just, let's see here, just, we're looking towards Sooner Road right now, seeing, let's see if this can say just south of Belmar, but it's going to be really, really close. So again, watching, that's where you're going to have your confirmed tornado, now moving up to the northeast. And so there's Hollywood Corners, there's Belmar. And so here you are now, you're on Porter, and so busy neighborhood, or a very condensed neighborhood right here that's going to be just in between Porter and 12th Avenue. By the way, 12th Avenue Northeast is also what becomes Sooner Road once you get out of the city limits of Norman. But this is going to be right there at the corner of Porter. And then as you make your way just west of 12th Avenue Northeast, and again, very condensed neighborhood that's going to be located right here. We're just south of Hollywood Corners.
Tecumseh and Porter.
Moving up to the northeast right now. Not picking up any lightning in here, which is not the main story out of this, but it looks like this is going to be some really intense rain that's going to be making its way. Again, tornado debris signature going to be just north of Hall Park and just north of the Norman Regional Porter campus. And so let's see here.
Those two minimums are anomalous.
Yeah,
ignore that one, ignore that one.
Let's go back over to velocity then. Yep. This is all going to be wrapped up in rain here, but the strong pocket of winds right now continues to make its way up to the north. As far as this tornado warning is concerned, from what I see, it's going to be some strong winds are now surging up to the north. And so whether this is tornadic or not, I mean, that's still an intense pocket of winds right there. That's going to be at 12th Avenue Northeast. Hollywood Corners, just south of Belmar. This should be moving more so up to the northeast, and we say just south of Belmar, Turtle Lake, Pepperwell Oaks here, and then as you make your way towards Stanley Draper. But still watching that, there's your update. Now it's going to be east. Oops. It's going to be just east of Sooner. So if you're anywhere from, say, like Pepperwell Oaks, southeast 149th Street, looks like this will stay just south and east of you. This will stay east of Moore, just barely, but this is going to stay just outside the Moore city limits on the east side, and then we'll be tracking east of Sooner. Headed up now to the north side of Lake Stanley Draper, and then coming pretty close to Tinker Air Force Base. So this is still a confirmed tornado warning until 10 o'clock. What we're looking at here, not picking up much in the form of debris. Now, I know in the OKC Metro, we're getting hit with a bunch of storms right now. We'll get to the storms in just a second, but right now when we have this tornado warning, again, this tornado warning is only now going to be basically for the cell that's going to be on the east side or northeast side of Hall Park, just northeast of Norman. Jonathan, what do you see?
Franklin and Highway 177. Franklin and Highway 177. Okay. That's the cross street.
All right,
right
yeah.
there.
So that's going to be Sooner.
Yep.
And then Franklin there. It's, and you're getting a little bit more so into some rural. Once you go east of Sooner Road, we've got a couple neighborhoods that are scattered through here. But you are now, again, we're moving east of, it's 12th Avenue Northeast, and then that turns into Sooner Road. Moving up to the north, and so at this current track now, looks like it's going to stay just east again of Sooner, moving up into northern parts of Stanley Draper, and so we're watching that one real quick. Let's just kind of pull out here just for a moment, kind of give everybody a generalized idea where we are in Cleveland County compared to where you may live. And so we're going to be here. So if you're down towards Norman or even on the west side of I-35, I know the tornado warning sirens were sounded. The storms are now moving away from you if you're on the west side of I-35 in Norman. So still storming pretty heavily, though, up in Moore right now. This is lifting up towards Stanley Draper and then headed towards Tinker. We'll see if the tornado warning is continued. This tornado warning goes up until 10 o'clock, but it is now moving. We see you right now in Cleveland County. Chris, what do you see?
Yeah, we're paralleling this thing on I-35. We're coming up on, I think we just passed Tecumseh Road. Looking off to our east, not seeing any power flashes. We did see Highway Patrol had southbound I-35 shut down briefly. They were just letting it go as we came through. Northbound was open as we came north from Highway 9 and the Riverwind Casino. Also saw the lights on at Riverwind, so it reports of debris perhaps, but I did not see any damage there, certainly not anything significant. But I went through there very quickly as we were trying to keep up with this thing. So we're watching it off to our east. We're not seeing anything because of the heavy rain, but I am just not seeing any power flashes. There is good, as you can tell, the power is all on here on I-35, Damon.
And it looks like, first off, Chris, that information that you pass along is important to hear. Also, the circulation couplet appears to have weakened a bit as it's now moving up to northeast, so that's good. Look, I know it's raining, it's storming, it's loud. Look, if you're in Moore or Norman and you went into your tornado shelter or innermost room of your house, you're okay to come out now. Again, the circulation is now, if there's anything left of it, is going to be making a run up towards Stanley Draper, making its way east of Sooner Elementary, east of the Oklahoma Heart Hospital, and we're just south of Tinker. But it does appear that at least the warning has, at least the circulation couplet has weakened a bit. Now, it's still there, but it's not nearly as strong. You can kind of see how it's kind of blowing out here a bit. The red is kind of pushing up to the north. Still a little bit of circulation just on the east side of Sooner. And this would be, so Sooner Elementary is going to be right there, and then here's Tinker. Heart Hospital is going to be right here. It's still there as it's now making its way up towards I-240. So by Stanley Draper, we'll have to watch this right here as it's about to cross pretty quickly over I-240 and come up towards Tinker Air Force Base. But at this moment right now, it does appear that at least they're it's not as tight, but it's still there. So it looks like a tornado warning is now coming for Oklahoma County. So it looks like that area that we've just highlighted east of Moore, northwest of Stanley Draper, will now trigger a new tornado warning for Oklahoma County. And so Tinker Air Force Base, Midwest City, Del City, here comes your new tornado warning. That's going to more than likely include Choctaw, Jones, Dungy Park here. We're going to be watching this one, and if this thing it goes the same route that the other one did, it's going to move really fast through town here. Jessica Shambach she called down to the Riverwind. Things appear to be okay down there. That is good. But still watching this right now. Here's a new tornado warning. This does not include downtown Oklahoma City. This does include Choctaw towards Hera, down by Tinker. And so watching this moving up to the northeast, a brand new tornado warning now has just been issued. If you're in Cleveland County, this is moving out of Cleveland County here any moment now. So unless you're living just north of Stanley Draper, you're good to come out of your tornado shelter. If you're anywhere down by, say, on Sooner Road or anywhere down to the west here. So want to pass that along. Now the storms are still going, but again, right now, our newest tornado warning and where the new circulation is popping up is going to be now near Stanley Draper. And the way that these storms are moving, and they're moving pretty quickly, it's going to cross over into Tinker and then come up towards Choctaw right now. Here's I-240, Stanley Draper right here. Obviously, Tinker Air Force Base. Jonathan, what do you see?
Velocity.
What's that?
A slight uptick in velocity in how tight it is. Coming across the northwest side of Lake Stanley Draper, slight uptick.
Okay.
So we're like a minute ago.
Hey.
We said it's coming down a little bit. Now I think it's coming back up.
Okay, we're gonna jump on that. There's also a tornado warning down by Wynnewood that we got to get to real quick here, Jonathan.
You want to do that right now?
Yeah, let's just jump down there real quick.
Okay.
Let's check that one out. We'll come back to this one here in just a second. Give me 10 seconds and we'll come back to it. But this warning was just issued as well down by Hoover, west of Davis. That tornado warning is going to go until 10 o'clock as well. These are short tornado warnings because of the way that these storms are basically kind of bouncing around here. But it would be on the west side of I-35, headed up towards Brady, and we're just west of Wynnewood near Katy as well. Pauls Valley, we were watching this for you. Pauls Valley, we're going to come back down to this tornado warning here in just a second. I want to go back up to the north here and get an update on this tornado warning that we have in Oklahoma County now. That's going to be over Tinker. Again, there's your area of spin. We're still just south of I-240, but not by much. But where we'd be on the east side of Tinker, by the way, with this. So east of Tinker, moving up to the northeast. What do you see, Jonathan?
Yeah, TVS.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're looking pretty low. I think the signature it's going to be a little bit better, a little higher up in the velocities there. But yeah, it's starting to uptick a little bit. I have it. It would actually, give me 1 second to adjust radar here.
Yeah.
There's actually a couple areas of circulation that I see on the line. So one is going to be actually on the south side of Tinker Air Force Base, north of I-240. Another one south of I-240 on Southeast 89th. So there's two areas of circulation that I see there.
Okay, and again, we're really watching a bunch of different things now happening, not only with these storms, and you have these areas of rotation that are coming up right now. And so Jonathan highlighting what we're watching, but also the flood threat, the heavy rain that's coming in. And so the way that these tornado warnings kind of pop up is that they kind of just float around here. So they don't stay in one spot for long. These aren't just single individual supercells that just track. Again, these kind of, there might be one there, and then the next radar scan, it might pop there. But that's pretty significant right there. And on the east side of Tinker.
Yep, that's pretty tight. So that's going to be, what, Southeast 59th? I don't know what the north-south road is. It's not populating on the map here.
Yeah, that would be, that's, okay. Let's go out to, if Michael's available real quick. I just want to get a quick update from Michael, what he sees from Storm Command. Michael, these storms, they're spinning up tornadoes. Michael, what do you see from Storm Command?
Yeah, blinding rain, and it's really difficult. I mean, people are stopping on the interstate at times. It's very treacherous drive right now. I don't recommend it. We did hear outdoor warning sirens going off here on the southeast side of Oklahoma City. Well, really Del City, Midwest City area for good reason. The circulations, they look a little less tight right now to me than what they did a little bit earlier when they were down over Norman. But I'm not saying that there isn't a tornado. I'm just saying to me, the one that looks most evident is pretty much it's really close to Tinker. I mean, really close to Tinker. Probably just a little east, but really close.
It is, Michael. And so we're seeing that. And by the way, again, we're working 3 tornado warnings right now from basically Tinker all the way down into southern Oklahoma. So right now, again, this is headed up. This is going to be I-40. That circulation, zoom on out here just a bit. So again, where are we on? We're going to be near Southeast 44th Street. Yeah, there it is right there, just across the highway. Again, we're going to be just northeast by just a little bit of Tinker here, just to kind of give everybody an idea. There's Tinker Air Force Base right here. And so we're going to be in Midwest City. By the way, okay, we're gonna come back to this in 10 and 15 seconds. Real quick, got to address a tornado warning down to the south. Brand new tornado warning that was just issued just seconds ago. And this is going to come up Springer, Sulphur, Davis.
Power flashes at Rose State.
Okay, power flashes at Rose State. Okay, oh, and another tornado warning. Okay,
there's 3.
We'll get back to these. Let's get back up to Michael there. He's saying power flashes at Rose State. Michael, what do you see?
I'm looking east-southeast, actually, from Rose State. We're going down I-40. I'm actually pointed southeast, and very definite power flashes. Probably a couple miles in front of me, though. So there's damaging winds and the possibility of some small tornadoes. Kyle, you probably want to get in the middle lane or something here with the flooding. We're starting to see some flooding on I-40 also from this tremendous rain. And, Damon, we talked about that earlier, how flooding was going to be a threat, but also tornadoes. I mean, it's basically right on top of I-40 right now, but it's still about 3 or 4 miles east of me.
So this is the view again. Michael's down by Tinker right now, where reporting power flashes. He's near Rose State, looking to the east here. So where exactly would this tornado be? Let's pull the radar up, and we'll put our 3 box here on the left-hand side. So it's going to be right here. This is Tinker. So it's going to be right on top of I-40 here, lifting up north. Okay, the radar scan, there it is right there. So now we're going to be at 15th and Southeast 29th. And so again, Southeast 15th Street. So now we're going to be on the north side of I-240, but that's going to be your tornado right there. And again, this is a tornado warning. This is going to be for Oklahoma County. Yes, oh, that's debris. That's confirmed right there. That is debris that we are picking up in this. And so again, confirmed tornado right there. That is going to be 1 mile north, or I'm sorry, 2 miles northeast of Tinker, and that's headed straight towards Choctaw and Nakoma Park. Again, Choctaw, Nakoma Park, we're picking up debris inside the storm. You heard Michael just mention power flashes as that storm is moving up to the northeast. And so serious storm right now. Tornado warning remains in effect with this cell that's headed up towards Choctaw. Again, we're just north of Tinker. That blue dot that you see right there, that would be the confirmed tornado that we have once again just northeast of Tinker by 1 to 2 miles north of the highway here. Continue to track up pretty quickly to the east, headed towards Choctaw. It'll be at Choctaw at 9:54. Jones, Luther, right around 10 to 10:06. Okay. Give me 15 seconds. I want to jump down to Sulphur, Davis, and Wynnewood and Pauls Valley real quick to address what we have down there, and we're going to come back to this in just a second. But look at all these tornado warnings that are now popping up here. So we're south of Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Sulphur, Davis. These are 3 tornado warnings right now. So if you're from Wynnewood down towards, let's see, Davis on the west side here, here's your circulation. That's headed up towards Wynnewood right now, where you're west of Washita. There are basically a bunch of tornado warnings that are now popping up here. 3 down in southern Oklahoma. This one right here that we see down by, that's going to be over by Stonewall. That's headed up towards Holdenville and southern Seminole County. So we're going to watch all of these, and we'll come back to these in just a moment. I want to go back up into Oklahoma County now, get an update on the storm that we're watching, this tornado warning that's going to be in eastern Oklahoma County, just northeast of Tinker. And so these are going to be rain wrapped, but there's your circulation right there at 29th Street. And we're still about 3 miles north of I-240 here. Still getting a minimum in our radar. When you see this right here, that's debris that we are getting. That's why it triggers confirmed tornado when you see that debris signature. And so tornado now is going to be about to cross Reno Avenue and headed up to the northeast here. Again, these storms, they are producing a tremendous amount of rain on top of the tornadoes, and so we're dealing with these rain-wrapped tornadoes. Definitely a pretty serious situation that is happening right now at 9:52 this evening here as these storms are racing through. Just of all the threats that we have ongoing right now, these storms are also, I mean, these are really, really something. I mean, this is basically Oklahoma City down to the south. This is the most active it has been since probably about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Jonathan, that's confirmed tornado right there.
And listen, the speed of the tornado is moving faster. Now tracked at 60 miles an hour. You'll have less lead time. Nakoma Park, probably going to pass just, well, the southeast side of Nakoma Park. Choctaw, you don't have a lot of time. It's not minutes, it's seconds. Less than a minute. Tornado action plan, take it please. Eventually downstream Jones, and then Luther, assuming that the circulation continues. So this is, again, about ready to cross from southeast 15th to about east Reno. This is going to be 2 miles west of Henny Road or 3 miles west of Choctaw Road. I don't know what the one road west of Henny, I'm not sure. But
right.
The signature is very significant.
Yeah, and so if you're watching right now and trying to get an understanding as to where we are, so this is Tinker down here in the bottom, and so we're now making a run up towards Choctaw. And so, and again, here's Nakoma Park. So we're well east of downtown. As the sweep goes by, again, there's your confirmed tornado.
Westminster.
Westminster, okay. So Reno Ave, again, making its way up to the northeast. So it comes in the Dungy Park, Choctaw, and Jones right now in the next 2 to 3 minutes. As you heard Jonathan mention, these storms are picking up speed. They're moving fast. And so you have seconds, not 10 or 15 minutes here. But this is a pretty intense cell right here. This is your confirmed tornado moving up to the northeast here. So once again, Choctaw, Jones, and Luther, innermost room, tornado shelter. Right now with that, hey, Michael, let me go out to you real quick. Michael, have you come across any damage? Because you're right behind, you're basically now where this tornado would have crossed over the highway.
Right, yeah, I just did come across a bunch of leaves, small limbs and things on I-40, and like there's power flashes going on to my northeast. I see the debris to my northeast, so we are kind of coming in behind it here. Very difficult. I'm glad we have the debris tracker though, because it tells us right where it's at. I mean, it's literally on the south side of Choctaw. I mean, you can see it 1 mile, 1.5 miles due south of downtown Choctaw, moving to the northeast. So.
And Michael, we certainly, and that technology is very important. So Michael, we'll come back out to you in just a second, but we're still getting a debris tracker. Let's go back over to the radar. That's your debris. And so kind of comparison is where it is. Other tornado warnings that we now have in play here from Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, west of Davis. If you're anywhere from Pauls Valley, Wynnewood down to Davis, north of Turner Falls, or even south of Turner Falls, look, we got a lot of tornado warnings now popping up. These were those individual cells that we were really concerned about hours ago. And so here they are now. They're rotating, moving up to the north. And so headed towards Washita, Joy, Wynnewood, Gwinnett, again, about 10 to 10:30. Okay, we're going to come back to these storms. Let's get an update back up into Oklahoma County here. Look at what we have ongoing. That's going to be now near Choctaw. Again, that storm right there, there's your tornado right there. Brand new tornado warning, by the way, was just issued. And so this new one, by the way, goes until 10:45. And that's a confirmed tornado. That's your tornado right there. That's going to be at southeast 15th Street, just south of Reno, coming very close up to Choctaw. These storms are racing up to the northeast here. So anywhere from Nakoma Park, Dungy Park, Choctaw, innermost room of your house right now, as this is continuing to make its way eventually up towards Luther. We're just west of the Kickapoo Turnpike here, but putting this track up towards Dungy Park, and at the speed that it's moving, you have 4 minutes. Choctaw, 4 minutes as well. Jones, you have about 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes for Jones. And then Luther at 10:12 with that confirmed tornado. That's what that blue dot is right there. That is a confirmed tornado moving up to the north here. There's a ton of rain coming in with this, by the way, as well. So this is all going to be embedded inside of a bunch of rain. And so flood warnings continue, tornado warnings continue, and sirens are going off in basically eastern Oklahoma County. And then as you're down towards Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Springer, and even as you go down into Pontotoc County. So tornado warning, again, no longer in effect for those in Norman and Moore. You're okay. Tornado warning, though, still in effect from this cell. This is the storm that triggered the tornado warnings in Cleveland County. And these things are moving fast right now east of downtown Oklahoma City. Let's zoom on out here, just kind of give an understanding as to where we are in comparison. This will stay east of Edmond. So Edmond, you'll stay east of Edmond here, but from Jones, Choctaw, this is going to be the zone to watch. You can see the new tornado warning polygon now covers Arcadia and Luther. This is racing up to the northeast here. There's Chris Lee. There's Storm Command. Okay, we'll go out to Michael here in just a moment. Hey, let me go out to Michael right now. Michael, give us an update on what you're seeing from Storm Command.
Yeah, okay, just tremendous lightning. I mean, just a constant barrage of lightning right now. Damon, I actually think that we might see a circulation develop near, the velocities are increasing over Edmond right now, over South Edmond, right along the Kilpatrick, actually just north of Channel 5, right along the Kilpatrick. You'll need to watch it now. The velocities, let's see, they're all inbound. I don't see a strong couplet there, but there are some other velocities are outbound over Jones. And by the way, I'm looking at the terminal Doppler. So I don't know. Arcadia, East Edmond needs to watch out also. All the way over to Hera, all along this leading edge. Again, multiple small tornado spin-ups could happen.
Yeah, and that's kind of how this line here goes. By the way, brand new tornado warning just issued for Lincoln County here. So there are a bunch of tornado warnings now that we see here. See, there's one north of McLeod, down by Fowler. That's headed up towards Rossville. Then we had that one. That's still a confirmed tornado, that blue dot that you see right there, southwest of Choctaw. So got to watch that one. New tornado warning from Fowler to Rossville. That is quickly moving up to northeast. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue as well. Hey, Jonathan, real quick, let me just see how much of this is going to be wrapped up in rain. If you can flip it over to reflectivity. I imagine that's going to be, okay, that's all this is basically just one big line of storms kind of bent moving up to the north here. So yeah, these are definitely going to be wrapped up in rain for sure. And we are getting some reports of some damage down in the Newcastle area that we'll be getting to you here in just a little bit, but we got to get through this line right here, these tornado warnings. So, okay, let's zoom back in here. Choctaw Jones, we'll go into this one first. Again, Choctaw and Jones. Here's your circulation. Lots of tornado warnings that are popping up out there right now. So here's your circulation right now. That's about 4 miles south of Choctaw. Still getting debris. That's confirmed tornado. That's what triggers your confirmed tornado. That blue dot, that is indeed a tornado. That is debris that we are detecting up inside of this storm. That doesn't always mean it's a house. Could be trees, could be limbs, could be leaves. But still, this is a confirmed tornado just east of downtown. Choctaw, 10:06. Jones, 10:14. Arcadia, 10:28. Really, really concerned. And that right there continues to be our debris tracker that we have right now. Other storms, let's jump down to Pauls Valley real quick. Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Sulphur, Davis. Just want to give everybody an update on these tornado warnings that we have as well. Again, Wynnewood down, let's see here. There's Davis, Washita, right on I-35. North of Turner Falls. Wynnewood, you're in your tornado shelter right now, innermost room of your house. Here's another rotating cell down by Ardmore, lifting up to the north. So again, we're working these tornado warnings, but if you're in Pauls Valley to Wynnewood, this storm is making its way in. Right now, the couplet's going to be just north of Turner Falls as you come off as you come down the mountain here. And so this is lifting up to the northeast. Does not include west of I-35, west of Pauls Valley, but if you're Pauls Valley and east towards Wynnewood, this is lifting up to north. We're going to come back to this in a moment, okay? Look, we're bouncing all over the place here, so bear with us. Tornado warnings that we have ongoing right now that are going to be east of downtown Oklahoma City, Jones, Choctaw, rotating couplet right here. That's going to be just about now 1 to 2 miles south of Choctaw, and then watching that area that Jonathan just highlighted in between Hera and McLeod. That is moving up to the northeast. Jonathan, how much has that moved in the last couple of minutes? Is it tracking up to the north? Yeah, it is.
No, it's northeast. It's like
yeah, there. Okay, there's
it's weird. It's like transient. it's not going with the flow, it's moving that way.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of interested. Okay, so that would be the confirmed tornado now south of Choctaw. And it looks like it's moving a bit
circulations
to the
right there.
East, yeah. So
this is not classic supercells. They're weird circulations moving through the storm, and so, but you're treating it like a tornado. There's there's damage there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the radar and the technology definitely tells us that with these storms that are really spreading up to the north. And so just looking way downstream and the way that these storms are moving, these are all moving up to the north and northeast, but also the entire line is moving to the east here. So again, there's your confirmed tornado. When you see, again, confirmed tornado right there, yeah, it's kind of moving. That may just stay just south of, say, Main Street here in Choctaw, but it is making a run it's pretty close to Hara.
Here, I'm gonna put an arrow. I'm gonna connect the debris.
Yeah,
it's going that way.
Yeah, it's going to make its way over the Kickapoo here, and then eventually make its way towards Hara. So that tornado warning remains. And again, this is all east of downtown Oklahoma City. Continue to make its way into eastern parts of Oklahoma County. And I know the rain, it is heavy, it is intense right now. Let me go back out to Storm Command. We see you there, Michael, on the Kickapoo or close to it. Michael, what do you see from Storm Command?
Correct. Yeah, we're moving north on the Kickapoo, trying to get into that leading edge. So it seems like all the circulations that keep popping up, the debris, are all on one big arc of wind that's coming out from just this huge. It's like a big meso-low. It's like a very large, kind of large low pressure system. And as it's surging this wind out, what we're seeing is little pockets of tornadoes. They're just small tornadoes that they pop up. They're there for maybe a couple minutes on some of them. They're just not there for very long, and then they're gone. And then you look for the next one. They're happening so fast. There are so many.
Yeah, there really are. And so that is what we are watching right now from Choctaw up the Kickapoo here, going up towards Jones. Okay, we're going to come back to, yeah, let's go down to Wynnewood. Just about to say that.
I'm more nervous. I get it. Highly populated, quick spin-ups. I get it. But Damon, I am concerned about a stout supercell down near Wynnewood that might be doing some very significant damage.
Yep, it's a
strong circulation.
That's definitely Wynnewood, east side of Pauls Valley. You're definitely going into your tornado shelter innermost room with this tornado warning that is coming up. And again, we're just gonna have to jump around all over the place with these. Another pretty well-defined couplet there down by Ardmore that's moving up I-35. But again, Wynnewood, Ouachita. Here's your rotation. It's about to cross right into Wynnewood here very shortly.
Yeah, the really strong TVS. Just right 1 mile east of Wynnewood. I'm not quite sure where the refinery is. I don't know that area that well. I know you can see it obviously from I-35 when you're heading south.
Yeah,
but
there's a new tornado warning.
the TVS is right here where my cursor's at, just 1 mile east of downtown.
Yeah, and so there's your brand new tornado warning. And so again, Wynnewood, this tornado warning, Garvin County, and this goes pretty far up to the north. This new tornado warning, though, does stay just east of Pauls Valley there. So we'll continue to watch this one. We just got to jump all over the place. So it's picking up. You say
the velocities are increasing.
Yeah, right there near Wynnewood. Okay, so again, Wynnewood, innermost room in your tornado shelter. We're going to come back to you, Wynnewood. Give us just a few moments here. We're going to go back up to the north, up in towards Oklahoma City, or east of Oklahoma City, and get an update here on what you see here. A bunch of tornado warning polygons that are drawn out here. So this one that's over Choctaw, that one's no longer in effect because it's now moved out. So they'll fall off when they expire. Well, no, there's some strong winds right over Luther, by the way, but no, this thing is still probably rotating. Let's see here. Where did that? There it is, right there. It looks like it just did it just fan out?
I think it spun out.
Yeah, I think it did too.
I think the next one down the line is over Rossville. They're moving fast, team, and they're moving so fast, like 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, when we jump down to one, down in Wynnewood, you come back up, and all of a sudden you realize that just how fast it moved out of here. So again, yeah, Rossville, where you see the purple. We're going back here, just kind of tracking this in, but you can see how things change as this tracks up towards Rossville. But this is still listed as confirmed tornado, and so spreading up to the north, and you can see right
over
there,
here.
that kind of fanned out as well. So strong pocket of winds there by Luther.
There it is, right there.
Oh, yeah, there's a minimum right about there. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, this is what we have to do live on TV. You got to just analyze where you see not every minimum that you see on the radar and on the debris tracker is going to be debris. You got to line it up with a couple things here. So that's why you see it's kind of toggling back and forth to a bunch of different products. Again, strong winds spreading north of Luther, down by Meeker and Rossville. All this moving up to the north here. Wellston to Warwick to MZ. Pretty fast here, 10:15, MC at 10:20. We get towards Avery there at 10:36 with at least that area of rotation. Again, tracking up to the north here. Let me check back in with Storm Command. He's going to be down by Hara. Michael, we're bouncing all over the place. There's so many tornado warnings right now. And so what do you see from Storm Command? You're on the storm right here.
Yeah, one of the transient solution, one of these situations where these kind of they spin up and then they move on, right? So one is just north of Luther. It doesn't look as strong as what the one was earlier, but now I see one a little bit further over southeast of Wellston. One thing I want to point out is that with these really shallow circulations, if it's not a stronger tornado, a lot of times it won't lift debris high enough to be able to pick up debris on the debris tracker. So I want to say it's still going to be possible to have some of these tornadoes potentially across Lincoln County on up closer, potentially as they move north and northeast up toward Payne County, where you may actually end up with some of those small tornadoes that we don't see necessarily on the debris tracker, just because the circulation may not be strong enough to lift a tree, for instance, or something that's really big and lifted high enough in the air for the radar to intersect it. So just something to keep in mind as these get further and further away from the radar sites, that could be a limitation as far as the debris tracker.
Correct. That is correct. Again, especially as we get farther away, again, from all these areas, from where the tornado warnings are and where the radar is. Okay, tornado warnings remain in effect. So, by the way, looking down towards Seminole, Wowoka, and Holdenville, we're watching this storm right here. That is going to be, so we got 2 tornado warnings lined up here. Still watching for Wynnewood, and then we're also watching in towards eastern Pontotoc County, northeast of Wynnewood. This is lifting up to the north here. Byers, Rosedale, east of Pauls Valley. Pauls Valley, you're not in the tornado warning with this. This is moving up to the north, though. And so definitely a strong pocket that we see right there. That is going to be east, northeast of Wynnewood. Continues to move up to the north here. So Byers, 1037, Asher, Avoca, Sacred Heart, right around 1058 to 1103. Let's jump back up. By the way, a ton of rain coming in here. Let's go up in towards Pottawatomie County, just to give those in Pottawatomie County an idea what's going on. I know the rain's coming down, Shawnee, right now. You are not in any warnings yet. We'll continue to watch it for you. Right now, tornado warnings will continue from Luther to Wellston to Rossville, south of Chandler. Let's see here. Definitely a strong pocket of winds right here north of Meeker, that's for sure. And that's headed up towards Chandler and Davenport, and we'll be crossing the turnpike here. The speed of these storms, these are going to be racing out of here pretty quickly. I believe, let me just double check, but I believe the speed of these storms right now is going to be northeast at 55 miles per hour. So those are some pretty intense wind speeds coming in here for sure with these cells as they continue to move up to the northeast. Our news crew, by the way, it sounds like, again, we're getting some reports that there's some damage that's down in the Goldsby area. Command center is being set up there, and so we're en route there just to kind of give you an idea and a heads up of what these storms have been doing here. But this is definitely a pretty impactful night here, and definitely everything may have kind of been quiet there for a bit, but it's really changed in a heartbeat here with these storms that are now just really ramping up as we are now getting that strong lift in here. As we mentioned before, this tornado threat was really going to ramp up in the evening. That's exactly what we're seeing here. So tornado warning there east of Wellston, southwest of Chandler, lifting up again up to the northeast here. If there's any tornado threat here north of Luther, it's going to be kind of tied to the strong winds there. That again, these areas of circulations are kind of moving around here, so they very well may move outside of the polygon that is listed there. Definitely some heavy rain, by the way. There's a lot of heavy rain that's coming in. Bigger picture right now. Oh yeah, OKC and El Reno is clear. So for anyone that's saying like, are we in the clear? You're in the clear from the severe weather. Now you're still going to get some rain that's going to move in throughout the evening here. Although the heaviest is probably going to stay south and east of I-44. We have this batch right here. Although watching this heavy rain move up to the northeast and kind of slide to the east as well. Chris Lee is going to be on I-40 in the Grand Casino. If Chris Lee is available, I want to go out to him because Chris Lee. So I see it's Saturday, Friday morning, yesterday morning. We were tracking tornado warnings exactly where you are right now, Chris. Chris, what's the situation like on I-40?
It is raining so hard. Everybody's driving with their flashers on. I haven't seen any hail, but it's blinding at times. It's very difficult to keep up, maintain any kind of speed. Some water ponding on the road. We haven't really seen any flooding, but at this rate, it would not take very long. And as you have shown, we have all those storms coming up from the south. They're going to be going over this area. So I think at some point, we're going to transition to we got a lot of water. We're going to transition to flooding. But the rain is mostly what I'm saying. A lot of lightning and very little hail. We're going to try to get north of those storms coming up from the south, and we'll report back to you on those.
And Chris, those storms are moving really, really fast. And yeah, the rain, it is coming down. So let's go back over to the radar and we'll put the 3 box up. You can see here. So tornado warning has been dropped for Oklahoma County. Still one tornado warning, though, here from McLeod headed up towards Chandler. And then still watching this, there's a couple tornado warnings that we have ongoing right now that are going to be down by Wynnewood and just east of Pauls Valley. And then another, let me go ahead and stop the radar right here. So we have one tornado warning that's going to be east of Pauls Valley near Wynnewood. That circulation is going to be on the north side of Wynnewood. I can see it right here. This circulation that's on top of I-35 that just triggered new severe thunderstorm warning for Turner Falls. That is going to be north of Ardmore, south of Springer. That is rotating up to the north. And then this tornado warning that is now moving up into northeastern Pontotoc County is about to slide into southeastern Seminole County and Hughes County here. And on top of all of that, also some extremely heavy rain that continues to fall. But as I show you the bigger picture, you're good in western Oklahoma, northwestern Oklahoma, you're good as well. Tornado warning, again, was just canceled for Lincoln and Oklahoma County, but we are still watching these storms that are really racing off towards the northeast now at a pretty quick clip. Let's check in with Storm Command. Michael, tornado warning still remains just east of you, Michael. What do you see from Storm Command?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about kind of one of those couplets that's developed. It's right on the doorstep of Chandler. It's about 3 miles, maybe, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I'd say 3 west and maybe 1 south. And so it's if it were to move straight east, it would go into Chandler. If it lifts northeast, it may miss it. But I see another one actually that's even stronger now, just 2 miles northwest of Sparks, that's south of Chandler. So, like I said, they're all over the place. Really concerned about that storm you talked about at Pontotoc County lifting up toward Holdenville too. It's kind of out all by itself, and that's not good to be getting tornado warnings on a storm that's not. If it's not embedded in the line, I don't know, man. It may even have a chance to produce an even stronger circulation. So the one down near Doherty moving up towards Sulphur, that looks like a significant rotation as well. So much going on right now.
Okay, there's definitely a lot of information now coming in right now. So again, still watching this. Again, still watching this storm that's lifting up to the northeast, Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, watching that, and then watching this cell that's going to be south of Sasakwa. This one's all by itself, by the way, and so this has my concern from Sasakwa, Spalding, up towards Holdenville as this is lifting up to the north here. So this tornado warning for Pontotoc County will be moving into Seminole and Hughes County here pretty soon. Let's go back up, get a radar check over here, Pauls Valley. Let's see, we're east of Pauls Valley, northeast of Wynnewood. So just, what's that, Jonathan?
I just don't think the one that was north I think it's really weakened.
Yeah, no, it
So
really has
It's not as strong. It's still, there's still circulation, but it's not as strong.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not strong. Now we got to watch this one down by Davis, Sulphur.
Yeah, that one is
Turner
strong.
Falls. That one is still moving up to the north here, and that one is east of Falls Creek Assembly. That's going to be east of I-35, right at that bend as you come off of out of the Arbuckle Mountains here, and so it's a pretty powerful winds there. So again, if you're between Davis and Sulphur,
and down in Ardmore,
and then another one all the way down into Ardmore, that's on top of I-35. Tell you what, again, as we mentioned, our greatest tornado threat for southern Oklahoma, and this threat moving in was definitely going to ramp up as we go into the evening. Everything's coming together the way that we expected it to here. Again, we have been with you for over 12 hours straight now. Again, on air when the first tornado warning came out at 10 a.m. and here we are now 12 hours later, and we are still with you. We're not gonna let you go until the risk for tornadoes is wrapping up, and it's out of here. But brand new tornado warning now coming up towards Chandler, north of Sparks, southwest of Davenport. These tornado warnings really kind of race up pretty quickly to the north here, and so this would make a run towards Cushing as we go into the next. Into the next 30 minutes or so. Now we got a brand new tornado warning for Seminole, Holdenville, and Wewoka. So let's see here, Sasakwa and Francis watching these storms that are moving up. This is all by itself, by the way. Francis down in Pontotoc County, then Sasakwa going into Seminole County. But this storm really has my attention for sure as it's moving up to the north here. Right there, just in between. These are two communities right now that we're concerned about with this new tornado warning. This one's out all by itself, lifting up to the north, headed towards Nobletown, Wewoka, Holdenville, and then continuing to make a run basically into far eastern Seminole County here. So just a very busy night here. Again, Sasakwa at 10:28, Holdenville at 10:42. So we're looking at about 20 minutes or so with that storm lifting up to northeast. So all of these communities right here headed into the innermost room of your house or your tornado shelter. We'll come back to this one. Let's go back up, get an update real quick, go into Lincoln County, get an update on this tornado warning that we have here. Chris is in Pottawatomie County, and this is ramping up.
Yeah, right between Chandler and Sparks.
Yep.
Very significant circulation. There's one near Chandler. This one is way worse.
Let's check out, let's see if we got a CC drop
A little
in here.
bit.
There it is.
Yep, there it is.
So,
even though it's farther away from the radar, we can see it. So that would tell us that that's maybe, even though the hole isn't as deep or as blue, if we're getting even a little dip that far away from the radar, that tells me that's confirmed.
Yeah, that's definitely confirmed.
That's real tight circulation.
And some powerful winds too coming in with this on the way up towards the turnpike here. So let's go out to Storm Command real quick. Michael, from what we see south and near Chandler and just southeast of Chandler, looks pretty significant on radar. Michael, you're in Storm Command. What do you see with the technology you have?
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking at it. We're moving northeast up the turnpike. Part of the problem is just heavy rain and can't even really even go the speed limit right now. Everybody's kind of just driving slow, which is not all bad. I mean, the roads are wet and you're going to hydroplane, lots of people using their flashers. But I think I don't have a question about it. There is a tornado right now moving toward Davenport. It is just southeast of Chandler. That's the one I was talking about that was just northwest of Sparks, and it spun up pretty quick, just like the rest of them have. So that's going to continue to be the case. That's going to lift up over the turnpike for people driving on it, potentially later on. And then it's going to start moving up toward the west side of Tulsa. So, I mean, this is going to be a crazy night. Confirmed tornado warning now down, it's down in southern Oklahoma. My gosh, I mean, this is why we talked about the risk level, where it was going to. We probably have more tornadoes right now ongoing than we've had the entire day, and it's nighttime.
Oh, absolutely, Michael, you're spot on there, as the strongest part of the storm system is now swinging across Oklahoma. So we're going to be jumping back around all over the place, but I am concerned if you're between Chandler, Davenport, lifting up to the northeast here. So again, this is going to be for Lincoln County, Kendrick, Avery, Shamrock, Drum right here between 10:36 and 11:13. Okay, let's go down towards Sasakwa. And we're just going to have to, again, jump all over the place with these storms. So going down to the south here, again, that's a significant storm there. But otherwise, let's see what we have down here, headed down on this tornado warning. This is crossing over the river here. And so there's a community of Sasakwa. And once again, pretty well-defined couplet here. Let me see if we have, I don't see debris. There might be a,
I don't know.
There might be a little bit, yeah.
Damon.
There it is. This is the hard thing, by the way, and what we're looking at with all these blues. Not all the blues mean debris. You got to look at where your winds are, your strongest winds, and then look for what we call the debris drop. And so it would be right there. There's your inflow coming into this, lifting up into southeastern Seminole County, eastern Seminole County, and Hughes County there. So that's moving up to the north, headed towards Sasakwa at 10:30. Okay, let's go over east of Pauls Valley and to this tornado warning that we have. Okay, we've got a couple of them. So this is the new one. Okay, here's the new one,
here.
east of Pauls Valley, up towards Byers, Winnett, and coming, let's see, this can be crossing into Pottawatomie County here. And so that's a new tornado warning. That's tracking up towards.
How many tornado warnings do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
And then this top, what? And then this top one, 6?
1, 2, 3,
there's a bunch.
4, 5. Because I think that's,
yeah, some of these are,
it's a little redundant, the two right here.
yeah, some of them, they move out of their polygons before they've expired, so they haven't fallen off the radar yet. These aren't two separate tornadoes. This is one storm that's moving up to the north. So I tell you what, again, this is what we, as you heard Michael just mention, we've had, what, a dozen tornado warnings now in the last hour? And that's more than we've seen throughout the entire day. So you want to talk about a bunch of tornado warnings that are now just out there ongoing right now. These tornado warnings that we see on the radar, they are going to stay east of I-35. That's getting pretty bothersome. Near Davenport, Chandler. So we'll take the strong winds, and there's the tornado. Just 1 mile west of Davenport, about 1.5 miles to 2 miles east of Chandler. But there's your tornado right there, lifting up to the north, headed towards Kendrick. Again, headed towards Kendrick and eventually about to cross the turnpike. And then head towards, let's see here, that would stay into far southeastern Payne County. Again, far southeastern Payne County. So just all of these storms that we have ongoing right now, they're all significant. Every single one, whether you're from Cushing to Stroud, Seminole to Holdenville, as you go from Pauls Valley, go into the far southeastern corner of McLean County, or then you cross into Pottawatomie County. And these are all going to be just completely wrapped up in rain. That cell that we see right there by Davenport, headed up towards Kendrick and Avery, is pretty concerning for sure. Going down the line here, let's see here, Asher to Winnett. Let's see here, headed towards Byers. Tornado warning with this. I'm telling you again, we're just bouncing all over the place. And again, you may see multiple tornado warning polygons because basically these storms outrun their original polygon. Here's your circulation northwest of Stratford, south of Byers. There's your weakness and your debris. And so when we say weakness, basically we just see the drop in the debris tracker. That's lifting up to the north. And so Asher at 1046, Macomb at 1105, Brooksville, Tecumseh, 1112 to 1121 with that storm that is lifting up to north. Okay, let's go down to here's Sulphur, Davis, tornado warnings for you down by Turner Falls. That's a pretty concerning signature right there down by Sulphur. We are pulling away from the radar site here, but we can definitely see that storm is easily rotating right now. That is going to be right over Sulphur, moving up to the northeast here. And that's going to be a really big concern for sure with these storms that are moving up to the northeast. So that storm, again, is producing a tornado moving up towards, let's see here, Stratford at 1104, and then down towards Maxwell here at 1121. As the banner says on the bottom of your television screen, tracking multiple tornado warnings across the state. Okay, let's jump back up to the turnpike, up towards Chandler, and get an update on this one to see what this cell is looking like right here. It's going to be right on top of the turnpike. Hey, let me go out to Michael right now. Michael, we're still We're still tracking this storm that looks like it's going to be crossing the turnpike right in front of you. Michael, what do you see from Storm Command?
Yeah, I've been tracking it on radar just because the traffic and the rain is just it's impossible to get to these. So we're working our way over there, but a tornado just crossed the turnpike. It's going to be between probably mile marker 169 and 171 there. It's east of Chandler, north of Davenport. It was definitely a tornado vortex signature and a debris signature. It's just south of Kendrick and continues to the lift to the northeast. So it's a well-defined circulation north of Davenport. Any tornado is dangerous. Don't get me wrong. It's just not as strong, I don't think, as probably the tornadoes, the circulations that I'm seeing a little bit further down south. For instance, the one near Sulphur, that has looked like a very, very strong, intense circulation. And I'm still concerned about the one that's over lifting up it's near Sassacua because that storm is all by itself. So, but man, yeah, a tornado literally crossed right over the Turner Turnpike. We'll see when we get up here if there are any vehicles off the side of the road or any damage. We're trying to get up here to it, but yeah, that was nasty.
Absolutely is. And so, Michael, we'll come back. Okay, let's go down to Sulphur. Which one? Yeah, Sulphur. This is a really bad situation right here that we see. Just right on top of Sulphur. Wow, that's a bad. Okay, again, Sulphur in your tornado shelter right now.
And that's so far from the radar, Damon. That means debris is lofted up over 10,000 feet.
Yeah,
and so that's significant. So that's right over the town of Sulphur.
It is. That's right over the town of Sulphur. Again, that's
a strong
oh my goodness.
couplet. Yep.
Sulphur. This is a bad situation for those in Sulphur. Well, I mean, that's a confirmed tornado, and that's moving up towards, moving up to the north, and so, oh man, moving pretty quickly. These storms are just racing. But for those in Sulphur, hate to see this right here. Again, that is a confirmed tornado over Sulphur right now, moving up to the north, headed towards Stratford at about 11:23. This is just everything with all of these damage reports that are coming in. When you think about the moderate risk that we had out there today has confirmed. This storm today has gone the way that we basically thought it was going to go. I know we went a lot of the day and there was some lulls in the activity, and definitely know a lot of people that were thinking like, well, this may not happen. No, this happened. Then this is happening right now. So Sulphur, that's a confirmed tornado in Sulphur right now, moving up to the north again, especially on the east side of Sulphur there. And that's going to be east of I-35, east of Turner Falls. It's moving up to the north. And so, but when you see that blue right there, that is debris that is being picked up. And when you see these debris signatures that are going over towns, it's no longer just trees and leaves and limbs that we're picking up. Now we're probably picking up, homes, buildings, you name it. And so that right there is going to be debris, and that's getting lofted way up high because we're hitting this right now at a pretty significant distance from our radar here. So very, very concerned right now. Just north of Sulphur with that storm that is lifting up to the northeast. And this is really, really setting up to be a pretty bad night for Oklahoma as these storms continue to just produce some significant tornadoes that are making the way from southern Oklahoma up to north. Okay, let's pull on out here. Let's go back up to, let's see, where's the next one we got to go to? Let me just double check here.
Sulphur and Sassacua.
We have Sassacua,
yeah, right here.
Wewoka, and then we'll go into Pottawatomie County as well. Yeah, right there, Sassacua. That's right on top of town.
That's a bad circulation.
Yeah, that is right on top of town. And so there's your tornado on top of Sassacua. What we're looking at next is to see if we see this debris signature pop up here. But that is a horrible situation right now for those in Sassacua lifting up to the north. And so it's in Sassacua right now, headed towards Wewoka at 11:04, Nobletown 11:11. These storms are just racing right now. These are some fast-moving tornadoes that we have ongoing this evening. And just kind of looking at all the data that we have right now, this might be the worst when it comes to the number of tornado reports that we're going to have today in Oklahoma. This is going to be up there with one of the most active days we've had in a very long time here. Okay, let's go. Tribby, Byers, Stratford. Let's get a check-in on this tornado warning. Again, they're all over the place. We're just going to have to go all over the place with these. That's kind of spinning out. It looks like between Chisholm and Stratford. Might be right about there. Just watching how those ones kind of blew out there.
I think the two big ends are the Sulphur Storm and Sasakwa.
Yeah.
Those two are the worst. There's an area of circulation on the east side of the warning polygon near Chisholm.
Yeah.
And maybe it's increasing in intensity.
Looks like it kind of blew to the east here.
Yeah, it did. But I'm worried about these two storms, Sulphur and now coming into Spalding. Those are the two supercellular tornadoes. So those are going to be long tracked, going back up. Okay. And
let's check in with Michael.
Yeah, this one, Damon, this one's going to have a weak tornado debris signature, but it's much farther from the radar. But they'll be moving from Kendrick up to Avery.
Yeah, let's check in with Michael right now because definitely seeing some pretty strong winds where you see that orange on the radar. Michael, what's the situation right now from Storm Command?
Right now, we're still making our way up toward the area where this Davenport tornado, I'm going to call it the Davenport tornado, even though it didn't hit Davenport, but it was very close. We'll be crossing over the damage path here very shortly. Really, our winds are not too bad right now, and rain is actually not too bad because we're not right out on the leading edge where the tornadoes are. We've just been kind of meandering along, and so some of the rain that real heavy rain that's on the leading edge that really prevents you from moving along is it's a little bit easier to drive right now. I will tell you guys, hey, listen, there is another circulation now just southeast of Agra, or Agra, whichever one you want to call it, just west of Avery. So it almost looked like there may be two tornadoes possibly just within a few miles from each other. The stronger one is the one northeast of Kendrick that crossed over the turnpike, but I see what could potentially be another one. This is so crazy, so crazy.
It is very crazy, and that's the easiest way to describe it tonight. We're going to go back down to Sulphur. Very concerned about Sulphur and this storm right here. And so here we are, again, north of Sulphur now. New tornado warning. So just got to report all the Sulphurs without power. So if you're trying to call someone down in Sulphur and they're not responding, again, the town, and that report just came in there just seconds ago. All of Sulphur is now without power from this tornado that is now moving up to the north here. So let's see here, Dolberg 1042, Hart 1054. There's your debris right there. That went from Sulphur basically right through town. It looks like that tornado would have developed just southwest of town.
Yeah, like on the west side.
Yeah, so and now it's lifting up to the north. And so again, all the Sulphur is without power because of a confirmed tornado. That is debris that we were able to pick up inside the storm, and it's still going. It is still moving up to the north. And so watching this one really, really closely as it's now crossing up to the north. And let me just double check real quick here.
The turnpike.
Let's see here. That's going to be making its way towards Roth and going into western Pontotoc County. But there's another tornado, by the way, that's headed towards Sulphur. So there's a new tornado warning that's going to be coming out now. That's going to be just near Darty, south of Sulphur. And so it's going to be for this cell. Flip it over to reflectivity real quick. And there you go, their velocity. It's going to be right here. And so they're drawing up a new tornado warning. So this is a worst case scenario right now for Sulphur. You're without power. Whole town's without power. And now you have a tornado warning that's about to be drawn up, and that one's looking pretty significant coming into Sulphur right now. So again, Sulphur, if you know anyone down there, give them a call. If you can't get to them, sometimes text messaging works better than being able to pick up the phone and call. So, and that's from experience with the Moore tornado about a decade ago. Let's go out to Michael. Let's go back up to Michael. He's going to be up near Chandler. Michael, what do you see?
I think we've got basically twin tornadoes right now. You can see the two different circulations up north of Stroud, north of Kendrick. Also, Damon, I wanted to mention this to you. The National Weather Service just put out information that said this is a particularly dangerous situation for the Stratford storm. They just sent that messaging out. So they are ramping up their language for the Stratford storm.
And that's the one that went right through Sulphur. Again, went right through Sulphur. So you know, when you hear PDS, tornado warning, I mean, you're talking about a very high-end tornado warning. Again, that's one of those, when you see the word PDS or you hear the word PDS, you know, that's some extremely powerful language, which basically is them just saying, like, look, this one's real. This is the real deal right here with this storm. And so this is headed up towards Stratford, Hart. There's your debris southwest of Roth, now crossing into Pontotoc County, again moving into western Pontotoc County, and continues to lift up to the north here. Where's your tornado? It's going to be near the community of Dolberg. That's going to be northeast of Sulphur. But by the way, Sulphur, now you're in yet another tornado warning that was just issued just seconds ago for this cell that we have that is east of Turner Falls, moving back up to the north. So this other tornado warning does not include Davis or Washita or Wynnewood or Pauls Valley. This is for Sulphur. Once again, here's your circulation. And this is confirmed tornado warning moving up to the north. We're going to come back to this in just a second. Let's go into Seminole County, what we'll call the Sasakwa cell here, because they're now headed towards Spalding, because that's coming close to Holdenville. Yeah, that's moving. That's coming up pretty close to Holdenville and near the community of Spalding. Oh my goodness.
That's a horrible signature.
That's bad. That is a bad
Damon, so
situation.
Obviously, the tornado's hitting Spalding right now, but Holdenville, you're in the path. And this is going to be very stout circulation, potentially very strong tornado.
Yeah, this is Holdenville, shelter now. I mean, I cannot hit it. I mean, Holdenville, you have to be getting into your shelter, innermost room. This is a horrible situation coming into Holdenville. That is a confirmed, and what appears to be, by the amount of debris that we have right now, to be a large, significant tornado coming into Spalding, crossing out of Sasakwa, and now headed up towards Holdenville. But all of that blue, that is debris. That is debris, and that is significant debris that we have right now for Hughes County. Again, this is a horrible situation. If this were daytime, you'd probably be looking at a very large tornado, but all of that blue right now, again, Holdenville, you have to be in your tornado shelter. These storms are rushing in here fast. Right now, it is 10:40, so Holdenville, you have just about 10 minutes or so before this races. Right now, this current track is going to likely come very close, not just west of town. That is a horrible situation.
This may be the worst one we've seen yet, maybe tonight.
Yeah, this is a bad situation once again for Holdenville. West of Holdenville, headed up towards Wawoka. If you're between Wawoka and Holdenville, this is a horrible situation right now for those that are going to be up in this area. Again, that is going to be a confirmed large tornado lifting up to the northeast. Again, from Spalding to Holdenville, you have to be in your tornado shelter. This is moving up to the north, headed towards Wawoka, 11:05 here. So we have let's see here. We have this situation ongoing right now for Holdenville. We have the Sulphur storm right now, but right now this has my main circulation right now. This has my main attention as the circulation right now is crossing. Oh my goodness, it's going to be so close to Holdenville, but oh my gosh, I just hate to see this right now. Headed up towards Wawoka, Nobletown, Butner. Wow, I mean, this is. I feel like it's 10:41, and these are the worst storms that we have seen so far. There's your debris, by the way, over Dolberg. So simultaneously right now, I believe we have at least 4 tornadoes ongoing right now. Spalding to Holdenville, Dolberg down towards Doherty, that circulation right there east of Davis, and then what we have ongoing right now up towards Chandler. So there's just a lot of things going on right now, and again, so many confirmed tornadoes happening simultaneously. Again, Holdenville right now, you are in your tornado shelter if you're going to be up in Holdenville. Again, this is this is a dangerous tornado. I know it is dark outside. Please do not take our messaging lightly on this one. You know, that is all debris that is getting picked up right now near Holdenville, lifting up to the northeast. Once again, do not take this messaging lightly. If you're in Holdenville, this is just about as bad as it's been the entire day. This is a horrible situation. And then looking upstream here, Wowoka, and eventually towards Butner. Again, these communities right there. There's Chris Lee and Seminole. Seminole, this will stay east of you, but we'll be watching this one again coming into Holdenville right now. And so on the west side of Holdenville, but this is racing up to the north. Spalding, this has moved out of town. And again, we're working with this one, but this is a dangerous tornado right now. Again, a dangerous tornado, and that hook echo is well evident and increasing as it's moving from Spalding up towards Holdenville, and will continue to move up to the northeast. Jonathan, what do you see?
I know we can't infer tornado strength based on a hook echo, but based on what we're seeing, this is going to be one of those tornadoes where I think it's going to be on the higher end potentially of the EF scale, like strong over EF2. And so this is look at the hook, and that's a super strong supercell. The tornado debris signature is very distinct, and it's just to the west of Holdenville. Holdenville, okay, so I mean literally we're talking less than a half-mile west of one, 2 miles west of Holdenville. Very significant circulation.
Yeah. But this is, I mean, like what we're seeing right now from our debris and what this radar signature is showing us, that blue dot, that is debris. And that debris is started over Sasakwa, came through Spalding, headed up towards Holdenville, and continues to move up to the north. This is a confirmed dangerous situation right now, a confirmed dangerous tornado right now that is continuing to basically just really impact. Power is out in Holdenville and in Hughes County, and so this is bad. This is a horrible situation, and we have more considerable tornadoes that are ongoing down to the south that are moving up to the north. So basically, here we are, Roth, northeast of Sulphur. By the way, this tornado warning that we have for Sulphur is from a significant tornado that's developing in Ardmore right now, moving up to the north. And so these are all just horrible situations. So here's one tornado, Harther Roth, Holdenville. That's a horrible storm right there that's moving in. And then we're watching more storms coming in to the south. Dolberg, west of Fitzhugh, watching that one continue to make its way up to the north. Okay, let's go back up to Holdenville. Debris still evident just a little west of Holdenville. There's Chris Lee coming down on this cell right here. This is going to basically move right in between. Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
That's a debris ball. Probably.
That's your debris. Oh, my gosh. In between Wowoka and Holdenville, that's your debris ball right there. It's the biggest tornado. Moving up to northeast.
Yeah.
When it comes to tornadoes in the state, as Steve just mentioned, it's probably the biggest tornado that we've had in a while. This is bad, and just look at that. Oh my goodness! I mean,
Distance from the radar, Damon,
yeah.
And it has that much of a circulation, and that signature. This is very significant on the higher end spectrum of tornado strength.
Sunrise tomorrow is going to reveal a lot, and it's not going to be good. It is not going to be good at all across central and central Oklahoma. But that is a confirmed large tornado moving up to the northeast. Again, this is very close to Holdenville. We are still seeing that debris that is going to be just a stone's throw outside of Holdenville, but that debris ball is evident. That is a considerable tornado. Debris, I mean, we are getting debris that is getting lofted up 25,000 feet. That is the latest messaging coming in right now from the National Weather Service, is that we are picking up debris in this storm 25,000 feet up in the air. That is it right there, moving up to the northeast here. This is a confirmed large tornado, and I really don't have a lot to say other than in your shelter right now. This storm moving up to the northeast. It's that simple. There's no other, extra words to add into this other than the fact that that is debris that is getting picked up, and that is a horrible couplet. It's anchored. Yeah, no, this thing, you're right. Steve just said, look, this is a strong tornado. It is anchored to the ground, and he's spot on with this one. But that is an absolute just monster of a storm right there that is now southeast of Wewoka, west of Holdenville, headed up towards Butner. I wish I had some good news to pass along right now. I don't have any good news at all. I can't tell you that the storm is weakening. It's not. I can't say that the threat's going to end in the next 10 minutes. It's not either. This is ahead of this line, moving up to the north, and so this is now northwest of Holdenville. Power's out in Holdenville right now. Wewoka, this is just east of you, and again, this is moving up to the northeast here. We are still picking up just a tremendous amount of debris inside of this storm as it continues to track up to the north. This is for Hughes County. Again, Hughes County right now. This is a considerable tornado that is ongoing, and basically this threat's going to continue to just track up to northeast. Hey, real quick, we're going to come back to this in a second. We got to go up to Cushing, Eastern Payne County. Tornado warning was just issued here. I just want to look at real quick where we are right now. Strong winds, by the way, near Drumright, Shamrock. Let's see here. Again, this tornado warning was just issued not that long ago for those in far Eastern Payne County. Tell you what, let me check in with Michael Armstrong real quick. Michael, Storm Command. Tornado warning just north of you, Michael. What do you see from Storm Command?
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get fuel right now. All the pumps were taken up, so it's taking a little bit longer here at Stroud to get fuel. So, Damon, right now, that's the same. That's the pair of circulations I was talking about earlier. So there's one near Cushing and another one near Drumright. They actually don't look they don't look as strong as what they did to me earlier. They actually look a little weaker. I'm a lot more concerned about the storms down south of I-40 right now.
And I am too there, Michael. So just wanted to check in with you. Look, I know you, Storm Command, you got to fill it up. So, Michael, we'll check back in with you in just a moment. We are watching, again, these areas of circulation right now. Shamrock lifting up towards the Tulsa area. So just wanted to touch base on those storms. Stillwater, well east of you. This right here, this continues to be a bad situation right now between Wewoka and Yeager. My goodness, there's your debris ball. This is now north of Holdenville. This is lifting due north. There's your rotation right there. That's your debris. That's your confirmed tornado. This has been on the ground for a while. I bet this has been on the ground for at least 20 miles. Probably started down by Sasakwa. And there it is right there. Let's see, I believe this was it right here. Yeah, there it is. So again, we have to analyze this live on air. Not every blue coloring that you see, by the way, is debris, but we have to analyze this. And so there's your, it started right there by Sasakwa, went through Spalding, and then ramped up as it made its way up towards Holdenville. Let me double check this real quick on this new tornado warning that was just issued.
For about 15 miles, long track tornado, Sasakwa, Spalding, Holdenville, now west of Yeager, east of Wewoka. Still on the ground, probably. Very significant circulation, very dangerous situation, Damon.
It absolutely is. And it continues to be a horrible, horrible storm right now. If this were daytime, what would you see right here? most likely a wedge tornado. I mean, and not every tornado is a wedge. Some people, will say that's a really wide tornado, but this would be one of those very large tornadoes, similar to what we saw in Nebraska yesterday with those large tornadoes that were going through. That's what this would be. It's dark, so basically we're going off of the debris, the path, and the velocity, but this is a large wedge tornado. That's it right there. East of Wewoka, moving up towards to the next town on the path would be Bearden. Again, would be Bearden. This is east of Seminole, and this will stay east of Seminole. This one will. We're still watching for more storms, but again, between Wewoka, Yeager, north of Holdenville, this continues to lift up to the northeast. The latest, let's see here, the latest still, that power's out, obviously, in the town of Holdenville, and easy to see why with this storm. That message just came in from the emergency manager, but there's your tornado. Again, you're just about a few miles east of Wewoka. This is a confirmed large, violent tornado moving up to the northeast. There's the community of Butner. It's going to come pretty close to the town of Butner, or the community of Butner here, but this right here, north of Holdenville, I don't have any other words to say other than this is as bad as it gets right here. And this continues to move up to the north. There's your debris ball. That is debris that the radar is picking up. That ball right there, that big circle, that is lifting up to the north. And so Bearden at 11:22, about 30 minutes from now, less than that. Okemah at 11:38. Look at that storm right there. That is still producing debris. And when we are picking up debris this far out, we are, way up high. That means that most likely this storm is picking up debris and it's just getting lofted up. Weather Service just sent us a message right now that they're picking up debris 25,000 feet up in the air with this storm. Goes to show you what all is up in there. We're hoping it's just trees, but we're gonna be we're headed down there right now, and we're gonna be finding out. But we'll come back to this in just a second. I want to go down to Sulphur and down to the south, because there's another storm that looks awfully similar to this that is making a run. You can see right there down by Roth, and then even just north of Ardmore. We just have a bunch of tornado warnings right now. Here's a tornado warning right here, east of Hart. That's debris. North of Roth, easy to see. And then even as we go down to this cell, down by east of Turner Falls, southwest of Sulphur, and then down by Gene Autry as well. That is east of Springer, lifting up to the north. And so basically we're just lining these storms up, and there are so many storms in there right now, and so many areas of circulations right now as well. But if you're in Sulphur, I know you're already without power because you had a tornado that went through town about 30 minutes ago, and now you got another storm that's coming up, and that's really concerning to see northeast of Ardmore, east of I-35 here. So tornado warning continues. Let's see here. Getting a bunch of trees and power poles down northwest of Roth. Let's see here. Significant tornado likely ongoing northeast of Ardmore. New tornado warning coming. So for first responders in Sulphur, this is going to include Sulphur. So I know they're without power, but this is a significant tornado right now in Sulphur, or Gene Autry, moving up to the north. And so there's so much ongoing right now. But again, the messaging coming out right now that I just read, coming from the Weather Service, first responders doing rescue operations right now in Sulphur, monitoring. There's another significant tornado that is coming in right now. This is just moving up to north. And again, this is, when I think of severe weather days that we have had, I can't recall a day like this in a very long time. A very long time. This is as bad as it can get. Moderate risk for severe weather. These storms are just absolutely horrible. So once again, tracking all these tornado warnings, and I know it's nighttime, so these are all wrapped up in rain, difficult to see. That continues to get, that is just continuing to look worse. Yeah, what do you
Chris
see?
Lee is intercepting the Wewoka tornado. He is about 6 miles west of where the tornado would be.
Okay.
So he's on the back side of the Hook Echo. He's north of Nobletown. He's good. I don't know what cross streets those are. What highway is that? Highway 9, State Highway 56, and the tornado is going to be about, and his GPS just updated. Chris Lee, the tornado is on Highway 9, east of Highway 56. I know you have radar software there in your storm chase vehicle, but I don't know if he wants to talk or if he can hear us.
And, yeah, so, and by the way, so just a heads up, Chris, if you can hear us, and I'm going to talk to Chris in just a second. Hey, Chris, you're going to come up to a roadblock at some point with debris all across the road, that message coming in from police. But Chris, just a heads up what you're coming into. Give us an update with what you're seeing.
Yeah, no, looking really hard for the power flashes. We've come out of the rain. The storm is a bit concerning. Just not seeing,
about 14.
and I don't have very good cell coverage, as you can probably tell.
Yeah, we can, and Chris, your cell coverage is coming in and out, which is probably going to be amped up because we probably had some communication towers that were hit, but the messaging coming in right now. Chris, your picture is crystal clear. Be safe because you're coming up on a really bad situation here, but you're probably going to come across some debris pretty soon. Let's see here. He's looking right into this tornado that's going to be in Hughes County. Again, he's still a bit to the, we're looking for lightning flashes here to light some things up here. Just give me a second. That's a tree. I hear Chris talking. Chris, come back on air. Chris, what do you see?
Yeah, we're coming up on 56 Highway. We just got to the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 56 north of Wewoka, starting to pick up rain again. Power, obviously, you see the street light working. Power.
Okay, yeah, Chris, you're kind of coming in and out. Again, your picture is great.
It is.
Hey, Chris, just ahead, you're coming in and out, but Chris, your picture is great. We can see it. And what we see on radar is likely going to be still a pretty significant tornado right in front of you. Chris, just do us a huge favor. Hang out there for a second. Don't go any farther to the east, unless you just want to cross over there. But just unless there's a car behind you, but just kind of hang out. Don't proceed too much because you're very close to what is clearly going to be a very large and significant tornado that's going to be right in front of you. And again,
I see we have a radio tower just a little bit ahead. I can see, so I'll see if anything happens to that or anything comes between us and that. Not seeing any. Let me switch to the roof cam because it's on.
Yeah, we can definitely see that radio tower. So at least we have the visibility here. Again, obviously safety is always number one. Just want to, the storm is moving pretty quickly. So Chris, you're only got to hang out there for just a few minutes, probably no more than say 2 minutes. It's crossing the road right in front of you, right there. And so this is west of Wetumpka. And so, hey, Jonathan, how far is Chris from this?
His GPS hasn't updated. He's 2 miles to the east of that. He's at State Highway 56 where my cursor is at.
Okay.
The tornado would be 1-2 miles to his east. I know for a fact Chris Lee is fine.
Yeah.
Chris Lee is fine. We didn't bring Chris Lee out of retirement to have him drive into a tornado. He's absolutely fine. The tornado is not going to stop and come back at him. He's in a good spot. And I love it that he said, I see a radio tower in front of me. If that goes down, that'd be an indicator. But right where the bend is in State Highway 9, there's a dog leg where it jogs a little bit. So east of County Road 360, that's the tornado's going to be 1 mile east of that. It's crossing over Highway 9.
By the way, we are getting reports of significant damage in Sulphur, and multiple people are trapped right now. That report right now coming in from the emergency manager that is going to be in Sulphur. So newsroom, heads up, again, significant damage in Sulphur. Okay,
Chris Lee has power
let's go
flash.
to Chris Lee. Chris Lee has power flashes. That's a tornado crossing the road right in front of us. Chris, what do you see?
Power flash, not right now, I'm on the air. Just dead ahead of me along the road. It was over the hill from where I'm at, but it was very definitely a power flash from the ground.
Yeah, those definitely
as
have
you
a bit of
said.
a different color. You know, they had that more that bluish greenish look to it, so different than
Right.
lightning. But that is, yeah, there's Chris Lee right there, and you can see his update. I mean, he's about a mile away from this, and so watching this, I'm gonna move up to the north, and this is just all of these reports that are coming in. So again, in Sulphur, damage there. That debris ball that we have on this storm, this is going to be up in Hughes County, north of Holdenville. What do you have?
Towards Cromwell. And hey, Chris, I don't know if, I know you're looking east and you're looking into the hook. This thing's moving due north. You could probably go north on Highway 56 into Butner and kind of flank it or parallel it when you feel comfortable. The hook, the debris ball, is 1 mile north of Highway 9, 2 miles to your east. I know it's really hard to see. You might see a cone, you might see a wedge, but I assume if you kept on going east on Highway 9, you're going to have debris over the road. Okay.
Yeah.
So Chris, you do what you want to do, but it's right ahead of you, about 2 miles to your east.
Yeah. If you went to the east here just by about a mile, yeah, you're probably going to come across debris. It is crossing.
It's 2 miles north of Highway 9, 3 miles east of Butner. It is going to be 1, 2, 3 miles northeast.
Okay,
it's now northeast of that intersection, Chris Lee. It is now moving towards Bearden.
Yeah. Okay, so it's moving north. So Chris is gonna turn right here, go north. Let's go back over to the radar. And by the way, let's go back down again. Storm coming up towards Bearden. Let's go back down to the south. Get an update. Here's a tornado that's going to be south of Maxwell. And then these storms are considerable. And so Sulphur, again, just got a report from the emergency manager of damage. People are trapped in Sulphur right now. And now you have another storm that is lifting up to the north here. And so that is a bad situation as well from Doherty up towards Sulphur. Again, this tornado warning, let's see here. Let me get all my, let's see, this is going to be, making its way through Doherty right now, and eventually it's making a run towards Sulphur once again. And then you can see there a couple areas, it looks like now just northeast of Gene Autry. That's your shear. That's going to be where your track is going to be most significant. And again, this current track brings it back up into Sulphur at 11:36. It's about 30 minutes from now for those in Sulphur. Really bad situation right now as you make your way south of Sulphur, lifting up to the north here. So got to watch that one closely again for those in Sulphur. And I know Sulphur is without power. Tornado went through, lots of damage. That report's already come through, and we're still watching this east of Doherty moving up to the north. So we're going to come back to this one. Let's go back up to, let's just check in on, let's see. Here we are. That's still going, headed up towards Bearden. There's your debris ball right there. The debris tracker is not as well pronounced, but the couplet certainly is a velocity couplet. There it is right there. That's your tornado east of Butner, headed up towards. That's going to cross over I-35 here. Here's I-40. So Bearden 11:17, Okemah at 11:34, and then Okfuskee shortly after midnight with that storm, and that one's bad, moving up to north. And this, again, this one has produced quite a bit of damage, getting lots of reports of damage. Let's see here.
It's going to stay east of it, so you're fine.
Let me look. Let's see here. Norman, I see tornado warning there. This is about to cross into Okfuskee County, so that will be handed off to the Weather Service in Tulsa. They'll take that one, and so there's your new tornado warning that's coming out for that one. Again, that's going to be headed towards right towards the community of Bearden.
It's probably still a very intense tornado based on the circulation that we're seeing right now and the history of that circulation. Is still very it's on the ground and very robust. Bearden, it's coming right at them. It'll stay to the east of Cromwell, east of Schoolton, but Bearden will take a direct hit.
Yeah,
and then maybe just a little bit west of Okemah if it doesn't drift a little bit more to the east or to the right. But Bearden is going to take a big hit.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm still concerned for Holdenville because there's another tornado warning that's going to be down by Ada that was just issued, and that's going to be tracking in a very similar path that we have. So again, that's going to be south of Bearden. Let's go down to Pontotoc County and get an update on this one, because look at these cells. They're going to be tracking up to the northeast, and so these may take similar paths or pretty close to it. There's Sasakwa, which is where that cell started. This is a little west of Sasakwa, but look at its current path where it is kind of making its way up to the northeast here. So we're going to have to watch this one. Right now, that circulation, not finding any debris in there doesn't mean that's not happening, though, but Union Hill down to Ada, and that's headed up towards the northeast with that cell right now. And so that's going to take a similar path back up towards Francis at 11:27, Sasakwa, 11:43, Spalding at midnight. All of these within the next 45 minutes. With that moving up to the northeast. And then we have these storms and these tornado warnings, and this really has my concern for Sulphur. They've already been hit by a tornado once tonight, and here's your circulation southwest of Drake, just west of 177, and that is moving up to the north here. So there are just multiple tornado warnings that are happening right now across southern and going into eastern Oklahoma. Western Oklahoma, you're okay, but this has been really, really impactful. All of these tornado warnings, and you can just see they're all moving up to the northeast and very concerning. Jonathan, what do you see?
Circulation, that the tornado warning that would clip Sulphur, I think it's going to pass to the east of Sulphur. Some good news. Sulphur is still in the tornado warning, but I'm just near, is it Nebo and Drake? Highway 177. I think the circulation is going to pass to the right. So I'll do a storm. I think it's going like this. So I think it's going to pass to the right of Sulphur. So based on what I'm seeing, and it's hard to see. We're punching through a lot of rain with the radar. The only thing that we might want to look at here is the Durant. Yeah, there you go. See it? There's that radar that they just installed, the water tower down in Durant. We can see it. So there's a circulation right there. It again should stay to the east of Sulphur. That's really good news.
That would be for Sulphur, which I'm telling you right now. I mean, this has been a long day. You know, this is hour number 13, but we're not gonna let you go until all of these threats are out of here. But the risk still continues. This tornado watch still remains until 3 a.m. And so we are still watching that. That right there continues making its way up towards Bearden. There's your tornado right there, southeast of Bearden. It looks like it may be headed up towards Okemah at this current track right now. Yeah, that's your debris.
Wafted up, but the actual velocity okay, they coincide. They're locked in. They're right on top of each other. So that maybe the tornado will pass just a mile east of Bearden. But eventually, if it keeps going, it's going to go up to Okemah.
Yeah.
So it's going to cross I-40 near Okemah maybe in about 15 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, it's headed up there, and again, still easy to see that debris ball. Still easy to see the debris that is up in this storm, moving up towards Okemah right now. So Okemah, and I know this is sliding out of the KOCO5 viewing area, but for those of you that live in Seminole, you may have family up in Okemah. We're watching this one for them as well, and give them a heads up. I know that this is moving out up and towards the Tulsa Weather Service area, but as you can see here, they do have a confirmed tornado warning, and rightfully so, by the way. I mean, still very easy to see. When we can see it on radar this far away, that is a horrible situation. Let me just see here. Let's see. We have a couple tornado warnings that are about to expire well into eastern Payne County. As far as severe weather goes, you're probably hearing a bunch of thunder right now across the OKC metro. Those are no need to worry about at least any type of severe weather. I know some of these lightning strikes are pretty, or some of these rumbles of thunder are pretty intense, but it's just rain coming through OKC. I know we've been focusing a lot of attention on these severe storms and these tornadic storms south and east, but just want to, again, anyone that's waking up concerned about these storms that we have in the metro, no need to be. But we have every right to be concerned about these cells right here. setting up from basically Ardmore, Sulphur, Kanawha, back towards Holdenville, Ada. This cell right here, I hate this cell right here. I mean, I don't like any of them, but because this one may take a similar track to the Holdenville, and this storm right here is going to come very close to Sulphur that was already impacted by a tornado earlier this evening. And the report that we got just moments ago, rescue operations ongoing. People are trapped, significant damage in the town of Sulphur right now. So basically kind of drawing a line on where I see the immediate tornado threats for the next 1 to 2 hours. We'll probably line up from, say, Ardmore to Sulphur to Ada to Holdenville. So in this kind of line, this corridor right here that we see that stretches again from basically Hughes County, Pontotoc County. Tornado warnings continue all the way down to Marietta, by the way. Just got a report there of a tornado crossing the Red River and coming into southern Oklahoma. So let's see here. Let me get an update on, let's see, reports. This coming in from Love County Emergency Management. They are indeed reporting a tornado on the ground down by Marietta. So let's see. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, that's at 4, probably about 5 tornadic storms ongoing right now across the southern and eastern Oklahoma. And let's see, that's going to be, we're hitting this really high up, by the way. But look at that. Oh, that's Durant? Oh, okay.
They're going to take a direct hit.
Okay.
Potentially, if there's the hook right there.
Yeah. So just a couple months ago, again, Durant got a brand new radar there, and so we're accessing it. But look at that hook echo right there from Marietta, headed up to north, and that right there looks very similar to what that Holdenville storm looked like as well, with that hook, and that's coming right into town. So, okay, all right, Marietta, up to Ardmore, up to Sulphur. Let's see here. Community of Drake.
I think it's.
Let's see here. There's Darty, Sulphur, Turner Falls. By the way, I know, again, OKC, you're hearing the rumbles of thunder. I know it's pretty intense. It's shaking the building right now. We don't have any severe warnings. So you're okay right now in Oklahoma City with this one. But, wow, those are some really intense rumbles here. Sulphur, I mean, it's completely wrapped up in rain. We're just watching this move up about 177. What do you see, Jonathan?
Imagine some emergency managers, law enforcement, rescue teams trying to help with the damage in Sulphur, and they have a lot of lightning. They're getting hammered with rain, and with the rain wrap circulation about 4 to 5 miles to their southeast, we're kind of threading the needle here. Mm-hmm. I still feel like that circulation would pass like right through here, just the east of Sulphur.
So, and
it's really close.
Yeah, by the way, so the emergency manager down in Love County just messaged that Marietta just got hit. That's his exact message. Carter County emergency manager, they're receiving reports of quite a bit of damage, lots of power poles, trees, and homes. Again, that's coming in from Carter County. Again, from Carter County emergency management. So that's going to be basically that storm that's coming up through Marietta, by the way. Okay, just kind of trying to keep up with all these damage reports that we see ongoing down south. But these storms are really, really bad. And again, that from Marietta, again, we're in far southern Oklahoma. But right now we are watching all these storms that are going to be south and southeast. Again, right along this line here. Let's see, Okemah, there's Chris Lee. Let's talk if we can talk to Chris. Oh wow, that's still going. This thing has been going for a while now. How's the? Yeah, there's your debris right there. This is east of Bearden. Yeah. Again, this is east of Bearden. This is about to cross I-40, by the way, headed up towards Okemah. That's still a very intense couplet on the radar right now.
The large group that was getting together at the fire station looked like they were getting ready to head out.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, Chris. Hey, Chris, we have you live on air right now, buddy. Hey, Chris, what do you see right now, or what are you hearing?
Right now we are in very heavy rain just to the west of Bearden. We've not got into any kind of debris path. We went through Cromwell as we were kind of paralleling the storm, and they were gathering. There were probably a dozen people gathered. They were pulling fire trucks out and different recovery vehicles. I assume they're probably trying to get people together to try to go out and after the storm had gone through, and see who needs help and what kind of damage there is. But they were just getting those crews together at Cromwell when we went through just a few minutes ago.
So we're watching that. Right now, I would say the most intense storms that we have are going to be down by Lake Murray, Marietta, Ardmore area. And the storms are moving up to the northeast. So just kind of looking at a bunch of data. And by the way, when you get this far away from the radar, we have to analyze things a little bit differently here. So we're over on the off screen here looking at these, but these are some really bad storms down by Ardmore, Sulphur, down towards Ada right now, just too close to Sulphur. This is really, really close. I mean, the way that some of these towns are, again, you can just get a couple 100 feet out and you're okay, but Sulphur's already taken a direct hit tonight, folks. And so here we are right now watching this tornadic storm here, and this may stay just a couple yards east of Sulphur, but from what we see from a radar standpoint, and then also what's coming up behind it, there's another storm that's going to be right behind it that is producing a pretty significant tornado as well, down in southern Oklahoma, down by Gene Autry here. So watching all of these areas of circulation moving up to the northeast here, but this one's pretty close to Sulphur. Again, if you're listening right now in Oklahoma City and you hear the thunder outside and you're wondering, like, what do I need to know? There are thunderstorms here, but they're not significant as far as like severe. And we don't have any severe warnings in the OKC metro. But again, for those in Sulphur and east of Sulphur, still watching this. Jonathan's pull on out here. Let's just kind of do a big picture reset real quick, just to kind of give everybody an update as to what's happening across the area. Here's your line of storms that's really taking shape. Elk City, Woodward, you're quiet. Ponca City. There are some storms nearby Ponca City, but most of them are going to stay just east and south of you as this line is now advancing to the east. And this line is about to catch up with some of these individual supercells that have produced these tornadoes. And so hopefully that will kind of help minimize the threat, but it's probably going to be a while before that happens here because these are still ongoing here. And it's probably going to come too late, I'm afraid to say. Holdenville, you're not in a tornado warning right now, but there is one just southwest of you down by Ada and Bing in northern Pontotoc County that's taking a similar path here. Let me go out towards Michael. I see you, Michael. Storm Command dropping down towards Prague. Michael, you have a lot of technology, a lot of data there in Storm Command. What stands out to you right now from all these storms that you see on the radar?
At this time, what it appears to be there's enough of an eastward push to where a lot of the circulations are really just kind of on the fringe or moving out of our viewing area. When you get anywhere like kind of by I-40, anywhere to the north, that's moving up into the Tulsa area. But just what a catastrophic night. It just really is very sobering when you think about Sulphur taking a direct hit. And then, Holdenville, I know it passed just west. It looks like of Holdenville, but Okemah right now, you hope people in Okemah were able to take shelter and get word because that's a pretty significant long track tornado. Anyway, it's just it's hard to watch this, Damon, to be honest, and it's still ongoing across southern Oklahoma. I was sitting there trying to count how many times a tornado passed near Sulphur after they got hit the first time. It's just almost unconscionable what is happening across southern Oklahoma right now.
And Michael, just a heads up, what we're seeing right now from down in Sulphur, some of the damage pictures that are coming in, they look pretty considerable here. So, everything that we have been saying, the likelihood of severe weather, significant tornadoes, strong tornadoes, it definitely happened today. And it's been a really, really bad situation here. So still watching this storm. Chris Lee headed up towards Okemo. This is now crossed I-40. The storm's moving really fast, by the way. Headed up towards the town of Last Chance and eventually towards Haydenville. And again, these are outside of the KOCO 5 viewing area, but we understand that you know people. You may know people that are out there, and so this is a bad situation. By the way, Jonathan, just pull on out here. I just want to see in comparison to where the storm is going and where Tulsa is. This is going to come pretty. I don't know if it's going to maintain that intensity. It may not as it goes up towards Tulsa, but that storm is continuing to move up towards and just looking kind of up to the north here. May roll in towards Tulsa, but it also may get kind of absorbed into this line that is now extending out to the east here. So that storm will continue to move up to northeast, and Chris Lee's going to be right there, kind of coming right behind it. Let's go out to Chris Lee if we can.
Then we'll talk to you.
Hey, Chris, have you heard of any damage reports on this storm that's tracking up to the north?
We have not. We are starting to see some tree debris. We're east of Bearden, where 49 makes that turn to the north. And when we went through Bearden had power, and there was no damage. So apparently the damage was the track is still to our east, and the tree debris that we saw was pretty minor. So I really haven't seen any significant damage on this particular route. And of course, you know, it could be out in the darkness. I don't see any lights to my east at all, so there could be damage that I just can't see. Now even the houses on the left side of the road don't seem to have power either. So I think we are in an area without any power. So, but have not seen that any power lines across the road or anything like that. But we're still tracking up this area, and we'll let you know what we see.
Well, and you know what? When I think about this night, you know, scary to think what this night could have become. It's already been pretty bad as it is, but imagine if we had the proms still going and these storms rolled in. Think about, all of these festivals, and I get it. Look, people are impacted by these, and sometimes you have events and you plan for events, and you want to attend them, but this is why the proms were canceled, because of storms like these that are making their way in here. And so this has been just an absolute horrible night. I really don't have any other words to describe it than this is just as bad as it can get. And again, when sun comes up here, right now it's about 11:30. Sunrise is going to reveal a lot, and I mean a lot of damage. Starting to get some pictures that are coming in right now down by the Sulphur area, and it's not good. It's not good at all down by Sulphur. They're without power, but the pictures I see just looks like mounds of debris, and I have no idea what it was before, other than it's just a big mound of debris right now. So all of these flashing tornado warning polygons are to account for these storms. And by the way, Sulphur, you got this storm right here, and you got another storm that's coming in from the south, lifting up to the north. That's down by Marietta and Ardmore, Marietta, Ardmore. So Hickory at 11:36 with this storm that is moving up northeast. And let's try to tell you what, Jonathan. Let's just clean this up for a second. Let me just look at the shear. Yeah, there you go. We're going to clean up this radar, because I know sometimes it can really become kind of overwhelming when you have all these pictures. Here's a tornado right here. So here's Sulphur. Here's your tornado coming up near the community of Scullin, Hickory, up towards Roth. And that's moving up to the northeast, headed towards Fitzhugh, Lawrence, Fitztown, and basically making a run up to northeast. And that will make its way east of Sulphur. But once again, here's your circulation. Again, east of Sulphur and moving up to the east. Okay. Let's pull on out here. Again, let's kind of show the bigger picture. All the storms that we have in southern Oklahoma, all the tornado warnings. Look at them all just lined up here. Basically from the Red River, coming up towards Ada, and then moving up towards moving up now north of I-40, but this is just all lined up, all of these tornado warnings. And you see now why we had a moderate risk for severe weather today because of just how bad these storms have become. And once again, this is still in the early stages of looking at these storms and getting all the damage reports that are coming in right now. But the work that the emergency managers are doing right now is just incredible, passing this information along to us. So again, from Ada down to Sulphur, down to Turner Falls, down to Ardmore. These are all of your tornado warnings. Now, in the next couple of hours, these will begin to slide a little bit more to the east here and will get pushed into eastern Oklahoma. But right now, again, at 11:30 this evening, they're still in the KOCO 5 viewing area. And so we are still watching them from Sulphur, Roff, Ada, and eventually making a run back up towards Hughes County and going into Holdenville. Let's see here. So I have a couple storms making a run through OKC, Edmond, Guthrie, Stillwater. You're okay. Ponca City, watching some storms that are east of you, by the way. You'll be all right with those. Otherwise, again, flood warnings and heavy rain continues. Pauls Valley, Davis, you're out of the, Pauls Valley, you're not in any warnings. But again, just still watching these down to the south and southeast. Jonathan, the way that these storms are lining up, and just moving to the east here, tornado risk continues. What do you see from a radar standpoint here?
It looks really messy.
It does.
It's been a long day.
It has.
And Damon, thank you for being a leader of this team. And you know, you were here Friday morning helping me track those storms through Seminole. You were here at 9 this morning, or maybe earlier. Appreciate you. It looks really messy.
It does.
I'm hoping that these supercells, I don't know, that they just kind of get undercut or like kind of clobbered or knocked out by the MCS or like the training rains coming in from the west. As I sometimes say, hope's not a forecast. So my concern is that we would have just this daisy chain of supercells marching through parts of Pontotoc County, and then eventually back up through Hughes County again. That's what I would be worried about. Back up through Sasakwa, Spalding, Holdenville, Wewoka. They have a little bit of time right now. The closest tornado warning is going to be down near Lawrence. It is a very messy signature, trying to pick out, even for me, I know we've been doing this all day long. Most times I look at these signatures and I can easily pinpoint where the circulations are, like we did through the metro earlier this evening. But the problem is you get farther away from the radar site. You're looking higher up in the storm. You're not looking down at the ground level. It's very hard to see the circulations. So yeah, it looks like a mess. We have this product that this kind of cleans it up, makes it a little bit easier for us. The rotation tracker, and it looks like right here east of Hickory, that's one area that we're watching here, and you can see this warning polygon is highlighting that. So that's going to be moving up towards Fitztown, Stonewall. We'll see if it comes into the Ada area. Ada has actually a flash flood warning right now on top of a tornado warning, so we're going to have to watch for that. And technically, Pontotoc County and Ada is not in the KOCO viewing area, but watching that closely. Unfortunately, again, all rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. Just a wall of water with embedded circulation. So it looks like a mess. Even for me, looking at it, it looks very messy. So
it does. It definitely does look very messy, but it's also quite intense right now. And so let's see here. The community of Dixon, which I believe is going to be, let's see here. Where is this? It's still getting, it appears, there's Dixon, east of Ardmore. So, and that's going to track up towards eventually Mill Creek. But that looks like a pretty intense tornado. New tornado warning, by the way, they're running across Pottawatomie County. And got to go back down and look back towards Sasakwa. Yeah, there's a intense tornado. They're east of Ardmore. So, yeah, when you get, again, when you get to this kind of this range from the radar, and so we got to look at a couple different things here.
Pretty clear because we're hitting it from the east with the Durant
Yeah, and accessing Durant radar here. So that's moving up towards eventually Gene Autry again, Nebo, Drake. Watching that cell move up northeast. Let's go into Pottawatomie County and look at what Pontotoc County, my apologies there. Pottawatomie County, you're okay. Let's see here okay, so here's Ada. The radar is messy. We see some areas of shear and some rotation. There's one southwest of Dulberg, north of Sulphur. Just kind of looking right now at these storms that are moving up to the northeast. Want to see if this is going to impact anyone from, say, back up to Sassacua, Spalding, Holdenville. There's your rotation coupler right there. There's your tornado warning. Yeah, and that's across southern, that's headed up to the, let's see, that might, at this current track, that would probably stay, well, let's see, it should stay south of Sassacua. We'll see if it makes a way towards Allen, but yeah, here you go, still watching this. It's been a long day, folks. Again, it has been a long day, and it takes a team, a team of meteorologists and chasers, and our news team and everyone here to really help bring this coverage to you. So, but we're not wrapping this up. It's just it's a bit of a different type of setup here now that we are again pulling into far southeastern Oklahoma with these. So we got to look for these circulation couplets here pretty closely as these are moving to the northeast right now. Otherwise, let's see here. That storm, by the way, northeast of Okemah. I know it's not in our viewing area here. That's the same one that went through Holdenville. That thing is still going along here. That thing is just, it's headed straight towards Tulsa. Hopefully it can diminish. And it looks like it might be able to, but I'll have to this has been intense, but it's still showing a pretty strong couplet moving up to the north here. So I just wanted to check in on that one. Headed towards Okfuskee at 1140 here with that cell. So let's see here. Let me go out to Storm Command, see if Michael can hear me. Hey, Michael, still watching just a number of tornado warnings that are south and then up to your northeast. What do you see in Storm Command right now, Michael? Okay, we'll get Michael back on here in just a moment. Again, we'll see if Michael is. Michael, can you hear us? Okay, we'll get Michael back on here in just a moment. His picture's coming in right now, but otherwise, Michael's looking at this tornado warning that's going to be out near east of. Northeast of Seminole, headed up towards Tulsa. Otherwise, still looking for some areas of rotation with this. Again, we're now going to be down south, so we're down towards Turner Falls and east of Sulphur. Here's your tornado right here, east of Hickory, moving up to northeast towards Fitztown here. So that track right now continues to go up to northeast. Lots of tornado warnings that we see down across southern Oklahoma. And again, as you can see the banner on the bottom, still tracking multiple tornado warnings across the state. Again, it has been a very impactful afternoon. This has definitely, been just about as bad as, it could get when it comes to severe weather and what we were concerned about. And so these storms have been quite significant, and some of the pictures that we still see coming in right now still continue to show, some pretty bad damage down in the Sulphur area. I don't see any power that is on, but I do see a lot of pictures that show damage. There's also scattered damage around Norman right now as well. Those pictures have been coming in as well. But at the moment, again, we are right now, let's see here, watching this cell southwest of Fitztown. Moving up to the northeast here. Let me double check winds real quick here. Surface winds here. Just want to get kind of an idea as to how our wind field looks. By the way, the rain's been tremendous. So far, the most rain that we've been able to record so far in the state up in Blackwell, close to 6 inches of rain up in that part of the state. A lot of our convergence zone that we see right now is really setting up still across Hughes County. And then as you make way down into southern Oklahoma here. So basically where you see all of these warnings that are getting lined up. Winds are blowing all over the place. But right now, I would say for the rest of the evening, as these storms are continuing to move to the east here, still got to keep a close eye on this one. Jonathan, what do you see from a radar standpoint here?
Again, it is really convoluted. I don't know if that's the right term. It looks really messy. I see an area of circulation right now that's between Fitzhugh and Ada. It's this area, so I'm just trying to really clean up the radar here with using our rotation tracker. Here's one area of circulation from Fitzhugh to Fitztown, right through here. So this is going to be moving northeast. It should, I say should, stay, okay, and there's an update to the radar. That's what I was seeing. That is just south of Highway 1, and that will eventually come into Ada, so that could be a potential, yeah, there it is. There's the raw velocity. It's right there. Area rotation. That's embedded in a very large tornado warning. I'm going to clean this up here. So let's go right. It's messy right through here. That would just stay to the south of Ada. Back down the south. I'm going to switch over to the Durant radar. It's again, the problem is we're trying to look at a long distance through a lot of moisture, and the radar is just really dirty. So I don't, you know, usually we're very confident about where the locations of the tornadoes would be, but right now between Mill Creek and up towards Fitztown, it's pretty messy.
Tornado watch.
Tornado for what? OKC.
For who? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good.
For Central Oklahoma.
So it's quite messy. Looks like there's still a tornado coming into Dixon, which is going to be east of Ardmore. That is out of the KOCO viewing area. But basically, if you're in, the easy way to do it is if you're in if you're in a tornado warning, you're taking your tornado action plan. That's the easiest way to do it.
It is. So right now, and so let's see, we've had a couple. Let's see, tornado watch has been canceled for Cleveland. Okay, so tornado watch has been canceled for Cleveland, Grady, Kay, Knox, that's Texas, Lincoln, Logan, McLean, Noble, Oklahoma County, Payne County, but the tornado watch still remains for, let's see, Bryan, Carter, Cole, Cotton, Garvin, Hughes, Jefferson, Johnston, Love, Marshall, Murray, Pontotoc, Pottawatomie, Seminole, Stevens County. So, and that tornado watch goes until, right now it's about 11:40. That goes until 3 o'clock. So they will be trimming, some of these tornado watches as it allows, but we still have a pretty intense line of storms that's still, coming through Seminole right now, and Holdenville. We got another wave of heavy rain that's making its way in right now. And look at that couplet that is on the radar there, north of Okemah, and moving up to the north. Is Michael available? We can talk to Michael. Michael's still watching the cell that's moving up to the north. There's a lot of tornado warnings still out there, Michael. If you can hear me, what do you see from Storm Command?
We're getting ready to come into the west side of Okemah. It's very dark. I do see some power, a little bit of there's street lights on, but we're not quite to where the damage path. I don't know. We're really close to where it crossed. So we'll find out if there is a damage path here across the west side of Okemah. It's just, you think about how many communities have been hit. So it's a tough night. Tough night in Oklahoma for sure.
I-35 is shut. Okay. My apologies. You probably heard me say, oh, wow. Looks like I-35 is shut down because debris is scattered across the highway. And so, yeah, overturned 18-wheelers down in Marietta. Debris from buildings scattered across I-35.
Building was pushed over I-35.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it looks like it's at a standstill right now down in southern Oklahoma, down by Marietta. So that's a horrible situation right now. And so that is from this tornado that I think is all the way down by Ardmore that just crossed down there. So also down by Marietta. Looks like there's quite a bit of damage down there as well. It's telling you right now, these storms have just been absolutely horrible. So again, let me try to figure out what is what right here. Looking at all these flashing polygons. Okay, so here's I-35. Marietta is going to be south. Okay, so it's probably from this one down here. That tornado warning down there. Yeah, it's that one right there. That's the one that has shut down I-35 because there's debris scattered across the highway. So trying to just figure out how many tornado warnings we have right now. But from Marietta up to Sulphur. Again, Sulphur, you're getting just hammered right now with some intense rain at this moment. But again, the pictures that are coming in right now from down in southern Oklahoma, really when I think about the places that took it the hardest, and I know, look, if you have damage, it's bad. So I know Norman has damage, Holdenville has damage, Sulphur has damage, Marietta has damage. There's just so much damage that is out there right now. When you think about the risks that we had in play today, this is why a lot of events were canceled for today, because of this moderate risk. I know we had a tornado watch. We've been in a tornado watch now for either Central or Oklahoma's had a tornado watch issue since 6 a.m. this morning. And here it is, we're now approaching midnight. So you want to talk about some long tornado watches and some really intense weather. Today lived up to the threats that we were really concerned about, and that is not good. It was a bad day. We were hoping that we could have had some storms that came out there early in the morning and just kind of, basically cleaned up the atmosphere, kind of messed things up, and it didn't happen. And so here we are right now. Again, right now, Gene Autry up towards Drake, Crusher, Doherty, still watching this area of rotation. Sulphur. There are so many tornado warnings that are on here right now, and I would have to click through each one to figure out which one is the most current one. But no matter which one it is, there is not. Let's see here. Tornado warning from Pontotoc. We have them from basically Ada, Bing, Fitzhugh down to Hickory, Sulphur, Mill Creek, down to east of Ardmore, and then down by Marietta. And again, okay.
So it's going to be east of Ardmore, Dixon. It's this big, long polygon. This is a little bit overwhelming. Let me try to draw it. It's this one right here. So that right there is your PDS tornado warning right there. So
let's see here.
That's going to be the
one
Carter, Johnson, Marshall, Murray, Pontotoc until 12:15. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Dixon, moving northeast at 45. There's another PDS tornado warning observed. Considerable damage. Carter, Love, Marshall. That goes until midnight. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Lake Murray, moving north at about 35.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have just a lot of tornado warnings there.
All right, yeah, there's, I think I'm looking at probably like 6 to 8 different tornado warnings right now. Okay, so we're cleaning them up, kind of dropping off. Here's your tornado by Dixon, as Jonathan just, highlighted right there. Moving up towards Gene Autry, and that should stay east of Sulphur, but watching that one that's still pretty significant. That's I would say between that and then the one down by Marietta, that's going to be pretty powerful. Let me see how velocity looks also here. Headed up towards Tulsa. By the way, that one is still going. Let me switch radars here. Still pretty tight radar couplet there that's making a run. That's up to the Tulsa area as well. I'm over here looking at various radar data. Let's go back to Holdenville. Just Storm Command. Holdenville's gonna be down here. Okay.
CS, probably a QLCS tornado.
Oh yeah.
Showing up, I think between just south of Yeager. There's a little minimal right there. I'm not quite sure if that's, Steve, I think that's kind of off the line, so I think we're okay.
Yeah.
But there might be a little embedded circulation. There's no tornado warning, and there's no severe thunderstorm warning, but on these leading edges, you can get these hybrid tornadoes. So near Jaeger, there may be.
If Chris Lee is available, because he's coming up, or he's basically on the same road that this tornado took a direct route on. So I want to see if there's any debris that he's coming across from what we had earlier. Look where he is right here. Chris, if you can hear us right now, have you seen any debris there? Because where your GPS is pinging is basically right on top of where this tornado went, about an hour ago. Chris, what are you seeing?
Well, we are seeing some flashing lights right up ahead of us, so they may be blocking the road from something. We have seen a few tree limbs. There was a dead tree that had fallen across the road up near Bearden, but there was no power lines across the road, no damage or anything like that. We're now the road is blocked here. This is law enforcement of some kind. So it looks like we have he's coming up to tell us here. So what do you got? The officer here is telling us that we have a tree, have power lines and some tree and home debris, that they have a lot of damage down here, and this is where I've kind of gotten off the map here, so I'm not exactly sure where we are. Along 48 here north of Holdenville, but this road is blocked here, and we have to go around. He said there's parts of homes and power lines and things like that. We first asked him what was on the road. Was it trees? He says no, just everything. Okay. So there is obviously a damaged path going south towards Holdenville on Highway 48 here.
Okay. Yeah, and Chris, and where you are, we're going back. We have you plotted on GPS, and then we're looking at the debris signatures, and easy to see. I mean, that was indeed a significant tornado. Yeah, and what Steve is saying right here, he's saying if it's bad there, it's horrible in Holdenville. So this was earlier. This was from about an hour ago when the storm went through Holdenville. That's horrible.
Construction 2x4s, plywood shingles being lofted up into the air.
Yeah.
And then imagine then it settles probably, downstream on Highway 48 where Chris Lee is at. So, yeah, there's going to be a big swath of damage all through there.
Yeah, and so as Chris Lee just mentioned, he came up to the police officer and they basically said, like, look, there's damage all throughout. All power, by the way, is out in Ardmore. So tornado warnings continue down there, by the way. And Holdenville, look, Holdenville is just getting hit hard right now with heavy rain. So any search and rescue operations there are battling that. For Oklahoma City, I know you're hearing some intense rumbles of thunder. We're hearing them too, the kind that are shaking the houses and shaking the buildings. We're okay in Holdenville right now. And Oklahoma City, our tornado watch has been canceled for us. So, but we're still going to have these storms that are running through here. It's been a day, and so it's almost midnight right now. We still have weather to look at, and we're going to continue to do so, but I do want to send it over to Jessica Shambach over at the news desk. I know, Jessica, look, information's coming in fast for you all. You guys are gathering as much as you can. What have you all heard so far?
You talked about just the widespread damage that we're seeing, and I can confirm that, Damon. Information coming from the State Emergency Management Department from Kelly Kane. First, let me start with sulfur, because I asked her specifically if she had heard anything about sulfur, and she hadn't yet. But I do know that OHP is reporting some injuries in Sulphur. Mecca Rain's in the newsroom, been working the phones. She said she talked to the VA in Sulphur and that they were huddled in their safe room. They had no idea if there was damage, they were still taking cover. She also found some video online of some significant damage, so we're working to get information out of Sulphur and Murray County. I can tell you that the Cotton County Emergency Management says that 3 to 5 homes were damaged in the Duval area. Oklahoma Highway Patrol reporting injuries and power lines down in Carter County at the Flying J Trick Stop on Michelin Road. Duncan County Emergency Management saying Clarity Creek in Duncan is close to overflowing, and Highway 81 is closed near Elder Avenue because of flooding. Also, Garfield County Emergency Management reporting 2 homes are damaged in the Hillsdale area. Grant County saying numerous trees are damaged or down. K County, I spoke with the emergency manager there. They say that there are 3 to 4 structures, homes, buildings that were damaged by the storms just northwest of the Newkirk area. There are numerous trees and power poles that are down. There were also 2 accidents as a result of the storms, and flooding has been an issue in K County as well. They say power poles are snapped. There are several miles of trees down that are blocking roads. Deputies are assessing damage, but some of the roads are so heavily flooded there. They're on the north side of the county. The significant flooding that they've seen, they've had some water rescues. At this point, no serious injuries. They even had to shut down some highways, though, because of water over the road, the roadways. Those are now open, but some of the back roads are still heavily flooded. That was K County. Lincoln County, reports of debris and damage in the Davenport and Sparks area. Marlow Emergency Management saying that there are reports of roads flooded on Highway 81 and East Apache Avenue. McLean County Emergency Management reporting damage west of Goldsby along Highway 74B. I specifically talked to or was texting with a McLean County deputy. They said in Newcastle there's a home in city limits that had significant damage. At that point, they were working to get residents out of the storm shelter. At this point, though, I understand there are no injuries reported in McLean County, but there is moderate damage, and they're working to get the count of homes that were impacted. They had set up a command post in Goldsby because there was damage reported there. From what I understand, they're closing down for the night, but when the sun comes up tomorrow, you know, it's going to be a lot more, I can imagine, damage reports that we're getting in just because they'll be able to have more crews be able to get out during the daylight. Midwest City Emergency Management, they say at least 1 structure was damaged and multiple power lines and limbs were down. We specifically had Elise Jones. She went to a neighborhood in Midwest City, kind of there near Choctaw, Oakwood East neighborhood near 15th and Anderson. She spoke to the granddaughter of homeowners there who are okay, but they said that a tornado hit and their car went into their house. It busted all the windows to a bedroom. They were trying to get that boarded up. From what I understand, because I also spoke to the Midwest City Police Chief, he said a car was moved about 30 feet and that some of the windows had blown out of the home, confirming, you know, exactly what Elise was seeing there. The police chief also telling me there were a few houses with some minor damage there in Midwest City, and tree limbs, power lines down, but no major damage other than that one home specifically that we mentioned in the Oakwood East neighborhood. Payne County Emergency Management reporting reports of damage to trees and outbuildings near Lone Chimney. Tillman County Emergency Management reporting flash flooding. This is north of Granfield, and numerous power lines are down. Speaking of power lines, let me get an update on power outages across our state. We are now over 25,500 customers without power, and you can just see a straight line down the center of Oklahoma. So just from top to bottom, central Oklahoma, specifically in the southern part of our state, where we're seeing the most power outages. Norman Police, because we had storms come through the metro, Midwest City I mentioned, Norman Police telling me there's damage to a fuel station at a Homeland and reports of trees down at a Target. There was some minimal damage that they reported in northeast Norman, and at that point they were still assessing the damage. Earlier, the storm blew through the Riverwind Casino, Goldsby area. I spoke to someone there At the hotel, they said there was no damage. They did issue their shelter precautions and no injuries, which is good news because we know that storm, as it moved up into Norman and beyond, it moved right over the Riverwind Casino Hotel area. I'm trying to see if I have any other updates. Damon, I think that covers it all, and it is a lot. I mentioned several counties, several towns. I mean, it is widespread damage. And that's not even giving you an update on Holdenville or Sulphur, two areas that you know are hard hit because we just have not been able to get confirmed reports coming out of there right now. But it is just it's a rough situation in our state this evening.
It really is.
And we're praying for the best, certainly. And unfortunately, I mean, look at the radar behind you. There's still a lot happening right now.
Yeah, there certainly is. And so we are still watching these storms. Oh man, that's still near down by Overbrook. So where are we looking at here? We're south of Ardmore. This is the same storm that went over Marietta and has shut down I-35. There's debris scattered all across I-35 down by Marietta. Just seeing pictures coming in right now. And so traffic's at a standstill down there. Let's see, getting a report of a Valero gas station, the one down there by Marietta. It's kind of isolated, little rural. That was hit earlier as well. Obviously, Sulphur has been hit. And then, you know, Chris Lee pulling up in towards Holdenville, or trying to. Police officer says you can't go any farther. Chris says, why not? They say there's, you know, homes and trees and you name it scattered across the road. So we are right now, it's midnight. We have been on air since the very first tornado warning came out at about 10 a.m. So we're now on hour number 14 of this day, and we still have tornado warnings that are ongoing out there right now. And so when you think about the risk that we had in play today, a moderate risk. We've had 3 tornado watches, all issued. I mean, this has really been a pretty horrible night here, and everything that we told you really came together the way that we expected it to. So for those that are right now watching near, say, or know anyone that's down in the Mill Creek, let me go ahead and just kind of advance this up to the north here. Let's see, go up towards Mill Creek, and so this storm that's tracking towards town at the moment. This is going to make its way again from Dixon towards Gene Autry, Mill Creek. That would be probably the strongest couplet that I see right now. Let me just double check here. Yeah, that'd be probably one of the strongest storms that we have out there right now. Significant tornado still appears possible east of Gene Autry, southwest of Mill Creek. Oh yeah, I can definitely see that right there from that inflow that's going to be making its way north of Earl, southwest of Mill Creek. Let's see. I know we're trying to analyze this. The rain has been intense. By the way, storms are going up in Woodward, all the way up in northwestern Oklahoma. You're okay, Woodward. You're getting some rain up there, but you guys are doing all right. Other than just some much-needed moisture coming in for you. Again, right now from at least a current standpoint, this is the worst part of the storms that we have in the state right now. All power is out in Ardmore, and so they're trying to run on battery backup here, but they don't know how much longer they'll be able to do that. And otherwise, again, these storms are just surging to the east. A tremendous amount of heavy rain continues to occur here with all of these storms that are moving in. Now we're down to 2 tornado warnings.
So you have the tornado warning here. Let me try to look at this. It's going to be a tornado potentially over Lake Murray. The tornado will stay south of Ardmore. I've highlighted with this blue circle. There's a big hook. So that's kind of the tail end of it. That would come into Province and Dixon. And then the next tornado warning is this polygon right here. And this is going to be for circulation where the kink is in the county line right here, coming into Mill Creek. So towards Reagan. So this is going to be, and where's Sulphur Davis? So I've driven this like 100 times going down to the Blue River. There's a, out of Mill Creek and Reagan, yeah, right through here. So this is, I've highlighted, like the 2 blue circles, that's where you potentially have 2 tornadoes. So They have the tornado warning for this one, but it's not a PDS, but I think the signature is stronger. And then this tornado warning, this large polygon, this one right here, that one is the PDS tornado warning. So, or confirmed, Damon. So it's gonna be really hard to see the velocity signatures.
The Weather Service there is upping the to the considerable tornado warning for that circulation that's gonna be just southwest of Mill Creek. And so, and that would, at the current track that it is taking right now, which this is going to be between Mill Creek and Tishmingo, we'll see if that makes its way in towards south. That will run into southeastern Pontotoc County. Might make its way more so in the Colgate than Hughes County, but we'll have to watch it as it moves up to the northeast. I want to go back over to Jessica. Jessica, I know our crews are out right now. What are they seeing?
Damon, let's go out to Elise Jones, who joins us live. And Elise, I know at last check you were in the Midwest City Choctaw area in a neighborhood where a home was hit pretty hard. Tell me where you are right now and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we've moved from that neighborhood to Southeast 29th and Westminster. We're at the Charity Free Will Baptist Church. There's some damage here to the roof. Hopefully you can see it through some of this rain and just how dark it is, but you can see just that insulation, the wood pieces that have fallen off. It looks like this is really the only damage to the building is to this side of it, but there's also just tree limbs kind of spread around this area. Then to see if you can kind of pan over to the street here, you can see there's a fire truck blocking the road. There's some power lines that have fallen here on Southeast 29th and Westminster. So people that are out and about or driving around, this area is blocked off. And again, like you said, earlier we were in a neighborhood and that was on 15th and Anderson. It's just on the border of Choctaw and Midwest City. There were no injuries according to police there on scene, but like you said, there was a car that flew into someone's home. We talked to their granddaughter. They said that, everything is okay, everyone is okay, and there were people that were going to help board up that window, but really just some widespread damage in the area. But for the most part, we haven't heard of any injuries or really anything too significant. So that's the good news, but I know that there's just a lot of damage across the state tonight, guys. Back to you.
Okay, Elise Jones joining us. We appreciate your update there from Southeast 29th and Westminster. And I do want to just run through some of this because the city of OKC had posted some updates, and specifically there at 29th and Westminster, where we've seen power lines that are down. Also at Northwest 10th and Sarah Road, there were some power lines on fire. At Southeast 29th and Westminster, power lines and a stop signs down in that area. Northwest 53rd and Harvey, power lines down there as well. Southeast 44th and Tinker, they had some arcing power lines. And then at I-40 and Anderson earlier, there were chunks of concrete on Anderson under I-40. That's all in Oklahoma City. And certainly, Damon, we're just talking about, this is minor compared to what some of the other areas are experiencing across our state.
Yeah, and there's a lot, and there's still a lot that is trickling in right now. And so we're getting some reports that it sounds like the Marietta Hospital may have taken a direct impact. So we're gonna check in on that right now. That's gonna be down in southern Oklahoma. Mill Creek right there again. We're watching that storm. Let me go out to, is that Chris Lee, Steve? Yes. Yeah, let's go out to Chris Lee right now. Chris, let's see. You're going to be in Wewoka right now. Chris, what's happening?
Yeah, we're in Wewoka. This is Highway 56, the north-south route through town, and there's about 6 inches of water running over the road, and it's the whole road through town is just like this. We're kicking up water on both sides, and there's just a lot of flooding. That's part of the problem getting around out here. So that again is hampering any kind of rescue efforts or just people trying to figure out what's what there is out here. We were trying to go down Highway 48 into Holdenville and got held up about 8 miles north of town. So we're kind of working our way back around. But all kinds of hazards out here. And with the heavy rain that we've had, Damon, right now, everywhere there's at least some risk of flooding.
It really, yeah. And that's that's an area that picked up a ton of rain. And so... and it's still raining, and when it comes down hard. So it is now 12:06 on this Sunday morning, and so this intense line of of heavy rain continues to move to the east. One thing that I'm still watching closely will be this cell that is down by Mill Creek, hoping that it can dissipate because it is going to make its way into southeastern Pontotoc County and towards Colgate, and then we'll see if it makes its way up in towards Hughes County or not. But it's still moving up to the northeast here, and we're still finding these areas of rotation. So there's been a lot of damage that has occurred out there. And to see here, who was on remote 16? Looks like remote 16. Let's see there. I see some damage coming in from our feed there. That's who is that?
No, we're not.
Okay, that's Walter and Elise. Okay. Again, it looks like you see some damage there. We do have crews that I believe they're headed down the Sulphur and out towards Holdenville. Chris Lee is headed down there as well. But definitely this has just been a horrible night, an absolute horrible night. Looks like there's roof damage. Is Elise available to talk to right now? Because I see her zooming in on some damage. Control room, let me know if I can go out to her or not. And so that's the okay. Can we pull her shot up at least full? I just want to see what she has right here. Again, looks like there's a church with some damage, some roof damage there. Again, this is going to be down. She's in Norman, correct? No. Oh, she's in Midwest City. That's right. She's by your house there. Okay, so this is going to be in Midwest City from the tornado that went through. This was a tornado that tracked from Norman up into the east side of Moore, Oklahoma City, and then went up in towards towards Midwest City. Okay, so that's coming in from Elise right now, and again, looks like this quite a bit of areas are kind of spotty damage here on this roof. I'm sure by sunrise we'll see a lot more damage. And sunrise is now about 7 hours away. So again, continuing to watch that one right there. Okay, what do you have, Jessica? Okay, yeah, I want to go to Jessica. What's the update you have?
I heard you mention the Marietta Hospital. I just called the Mercy Hospital there on Wanda Street. They said that there is damage from a tornado to the hospital, and they mentioned a nursing home as well. They said that they're moving people out, and they can't keep people there in the building because of the damage, that patients are in the shelters that they have there on site right now.
And yeah, that and that message, and so that's important. And that's coming in from the Department of Homeland Security is also asking. They sent out a message asking us to get an update. So we'll pass that along to them. But again, still watching this area of circulation. If you're living in like southern and southeastern Hughes County, this storm right here that's over by Mill Creek is still tracking up in that direction. We'll see if it gets shoved to the east a little bit or if it continues to move up. But again, you see in the banner there in the bottom, hospital and nursing home damage down in Marietta. And so that's going to be in far southern Oklahoma. That's south of Ardmore, but a lot of these storms have been pretty impactful as they've been in far southern Oklahoma. So here's our area of circulation with the storm that's in Mill Creek, again, moving up to the northeast right now. And if we do see another tornado warning that would be coming into our DMA, or I'm sorry, our viewing area, it would be probably from this one. We'll see. They're going to up the circulation and the tornado kind of potential with this one up to considerable. This one's going to stay east of Sulphur, but it's going to basically kind of run the same path here from Dixon up towards Mill Creek and eventually towards Pontotoc. And then we'll go into the southeastern corner here of Pontotoc County right here. So basically, this is kind of becoming the area that's just getting trained where you have heavy rain and these areas of circulation that are just moving basically in the same areas. And so what we're still monitoring from a weather standpoint will be for if these storms make it into Hughes County or not, because Hughes County, again, Holdenville, this should stay south and southeast of Holdenville, but areas like around Calvin and Stewart, we're going to have to be really mindful of how these storms are moving up in that direction. Jonathan, these storms are slowly, and I mean, Jonathan, it's a slow push to the east here as this line advances to the east, and we'd love for these storms just to basically fizzle out, but it does appear that at least for the next hour or so, Jonathan, Holdenville is going to get a bunch of rain, but at least the threat should be sliding to the east a bit here. What do you see, Jonathan?
Just number one, we're down to 2 tornado warnings. The circulation near Mill Creek has broadened. The circulation down near east of Ardmore near Dixon is maybe a little bit more significant. That's why I put a storm track on it. That is outside of the KOCO viewing area, so it's Pontotoc County. Hughes County is our viewing area, and that's where we had a tornado go through Spalding and just the west of Holdenville, and Chrisley is right there. Would that potentially, here's the question I would pose, could the tornadic circulations down near Ardmore and Dixon, could they transverse or progress all the way up the line through Mill Creek and then Stonewall, then Calvin, and still be tornadic? Yes, but the way I look at it, I think the probability is pretty low. Hughes County has been just worked over with some heavy rain. The atmosphere, I mean, I just think all the rain, I think it's going to be pretty stable. If we did see circulations, if we did see potential tornado warnings, I think they're going to be more like Atoka, Colgate, Kiowa, McAllister. But I think it's possible, but I think it's a low chance that we would have a tornado warning come back through Hughes County. We'll have to watch that. You notice now that the National Weather Service out of Tulsa has fired off a bunch of tornado warnings for the Okmulgee area, the Mounds area. That would be the south part of the Tulsa area. So there are a couple tornado warnings out there. Those are all moving away from us. So, Damon, I think it's a low chance. I still think we need to watch the area that I've storm tracked here. But eventually, I think this kind of turns more into like an MCS. You just they get undercut and you have cold rains kind of coming through it and hopefully starts to wind it all down. On the leading edge, you might get some QLCS tornadoes. We'd have to watch for that. They're going to be extremely hard to see that far away from the radars here in OKC.
Yeah, and it looks like, is that Chrisley coming up on some flashing lights here? If Chrisley's available, I do want to go. It looks like this is probably another roadblock. Chris is down in the area where this powerful tornado went through. Chris, looks like you come up on another roadblock. What have you heard down where what you're coming up to now?
Just getting here, we have Hughes County Sheriff's deputies blocking the road. There was we could see some damage alongside of the road as we came towards town. I see their power lines. Let me show you here. I've got the dash camera. It's a little less wieldy, but see there in that kind of white stripe there that looks just like a white stripe across the road. Those are power lines that are down across the road, right in front of that truck. So they have the highway blocked off here.
Yeah, we definitely see that, and good thing, by the way, that law enforcement was there and was able to come up on this before anyone else did, because you hit that, and that could have certainly turned into a really big deal here. So I think getting down into Holdenville is going to be quite the challenge. Basically, Chris trying to come in from the north. You have debris from homes scattered across the road, trees, can't get there. Chris trying to make his way from the east, from Awoka down towards Holdenville. Wasn't able to come there either because you have power lines scattered across the road here. So obviously, Holdenville, certainly had a pretty intense storm there that made its way through. And now, again, a bunch of these storms are now going to be down in southern Oklahoma. Sulphur tornado warnings are going to stay east of you. Still watching again for these waves of some pretty intense rain here that's moving through here. So got to watch some of these tornado warning polygons, especially this one that's going to be, let's see, in Pontotoc County. Let me just, got to watch. I think there's still some circulation that's going to be south of Ada, and that's going to be moving up to the northeast. Yeah, I tell you what, the risk, it's still not over yet. It's not over yet. This one that we have highlighted right here is going to make its way up towards the Saco. Okay, let's go back out to Chris Lee. Chris Lee, what are you coming up on here?
Yeah, this is 270 as we're coming into town here, just on the west side of Holdenville. A couple of power lines down. The poles are completely across the road. The power lines are all the way down onto the ground. We just talked with the sheriff's deputy. Informs us that the entire town is without power, and there is quite a bit of damage in town. There has been mutual aid calls for ambulances and help to come, but he at the roadblock had no idea how much damage and how many injuries that there were. So he says we can get around these a little bit. So we're going to try to work our way into town and see if we can see anything, see what it actually is, what it looks like in town.
So you're in the town of Holdenville now, huh?
We're just on the edge of town. This was just as 270 kind of comes into town. So we're right on the west edge.
Okay, and that would have been where the tornado tracked, on the west side here. So we're going to keep your shot up here, Chris, by the way, and just see what it is that you all kind of come up on. Again, all of Holdenville is without power. Chris Lee's coming in.
Chris, be careful.
And so, again, watching this, and again, you kind of have to navigate your way slowly through here because of the power lines that were down. Looks like you got some tree. Let's see here. Again, no power. Still raining heavily. You can still see quite a bit of lightning in Holdenville right now. And watching these storms that are coming in still, the risk is not over yet in Holdenville, as we're still watching some storms that are coming out of Pontotoc County that are lifting up to the northeast that are tornado warned. We'll see if they're still going to be tornado warned or not as they come in, but that's a lot of heavy rain that's coming in. Again, I got a little bit of debris that's going to be there in the middle of the road. They already had to go around some pretty tall power lines that were laying right across the middle of the road. And so once again, no power. If you're just now tuning in, Chris Lee is in the town of Holdenville that took a significant hit from a very large tornado that went through about an hour and a half ago. And so they have made a call out for search and rescue. You can see just how heavy the rain is because the ditches are just filling up here. And obviously that water is just spraying out. Let's see here. We tell you what, we'll come back to Chris Lee here in just a moment, but I do want to send it over to the news desk for an update.
Yeah, Damon, I've had a chance to speak to friends and family of folks in Sulphur, and unfortunately, the way they're describing it to me. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, so we can get Mecca's mic up. Mecca, you've been in the newsroom.
Okay, hey, we'll get your mic on, both your Jess and Mecca's mic on in here in just a moment. Let's go back over to Chris Lee's picture. Again, just watching him coming in. And by the way, you see these ditches that are just completely full of water. They have received a lot of rain. Again, Chris Lee right now is going to be in Holdenville, where again they took a hit, a pretty significant hit from a tornado. So still watching this again. Chris has already made his way around some down power lines, and let's see here. Let's see, come up to stop sign. Chris, we have you live on TV right now, by the way. Your stream is still hot.
Town, just to the west of the airport, little airport on the west side of Holdenville. I don't know. It's a little hard to track exactly where the damage path is, and whether that was a lot of it. I haven't seen any other power lines down. As you can tell from the roads, there's a lot of rain and a lot of water on the road, so there is some issues getting around. But we've not seen any other damage, and I'm not sure if the tornado was actually west of town, how much exactly where the damage path is.
Yeah, it came in on the west side of town, and may have just been just a little bit on the west, or it was on the west side of town and a little bit farther west as well. So tell you what, Chris, I know you're out there right now, and you're basically doing, as a journalist, what you have to do, which is, kind of navigate your way through here and kind of analyze things. So we'll come back to you in just a little bit here. But again, Chris Lee is in Holdenville. The whole town is without power from a strong tornado that made its way through on the west side of town here. And so Chris is analyzing that. And in the last couple of seconds here, looks like a new tornado warning was just issued for Hughes County. Not for Holdenville, though. Not for Holdenville. It's going to be for the far southeastern fringe here down by Stewart, and that's southeast of Calvin. It's going to be for this cell right here that's making its way up into near, Non-Rock Creek and Stewart. Again, far southeastern parts of Hughes County. So we'll be watching this. Okay. I'll go back over to Mecca, and Jess, y'all have an update at the news desk.
Yes, Damon, sorry about that. What I wanted to share was that I've had a chance to speak to friends and family of folks who live in Sulphur, and unfortunately the way they're describing it to me is that the downtown Sulphur area is completely gone. I've had a chance to view video. I haven't been able to secure that video, but to look at the video, and the damage is horrific. You can't even tell what you're looking at. I've had a chance to speak to a lady whose parents are there, and she was telling me, folks are, there are some people who are trapped. There are others who are obviously scared to come out and see the end game of what happened. I've had a chance to speak to friends and family from folks who live in the Five Lakes community. I'm told that's in the lake area there. Again, people still sheltering in place. Obviously, we know trees, down power lines, homes, buildings. And I did also reach out to the VA there. And at this point, when I had a chance to speak with them, they were still huddled in place as the area was hit multiple times.
It is just, just hearing some of the things coming out of the Sulphur area, it's just...
It's devastating.
Oh, it sure is. And you just feel for these folks right now, and this is a very active situation there. I mean, I've had a hard time just getting a hold of some of the crews there because, they're out. They're out in the thick of things right now.
And with that electricity, disconnected there are a lot of people who are trying to get in touch with their family and friends, and you're seeing people on social media reaching out and saying, has anybody heard from a parent, a sister, a friend? And so your heart just goes out, and you just hope that people will survive this.
That is the worst feeling, not knowing and trying to get a hold of their loved ones and they can't get to them. It is just heartbreaking. I was looking at the power outages across the state. We just keep seeing them climb. We're almost up to 40,000 customers without power right now, and that's statewide. And we want to bring it back to the metro, where Elise Jones has been standing by. And Elise, you've been to a few different areas finding damage. Where are you now, and what are you seeing there?
So we're near 15th and Anderson. This is one of those areas where Midwest City Police is responding, but it's right on the border of Midwest City and Choctaw. So you can see just some of the damage to the neighborhood. Some trees, signs are down, and then some of you might have heard, this is a car that was damaged. This car actually flew into a house. So you can see the windows are busted out, and then if you turn over here, that's the house. That window was just boarded up, so this family doesn't have to worry about the rain going into their bedroom, but that window was busted out. I actually had a chance to talk with the granddaughter of these homeowners about just what exactly happened. I think we have her sound.
From what I understand, so the car was parked in the driveway, and then you can see the tire tracks that went into the yard. Yeah. Yes, I'm just so thankful. I have some high school friends that live in this neighborhood, and they gave me a call, and they're like, "Hey, we saw Mamie's house got hit. Is everything okay?" And so I had my friends drive me 20 minutes to get here. I'm like, I do not, just want to make sure everything's okay and see an eye for it myself.
and she said that her grandparents are okay. They were actually huddled in a back bedroom, so they didn't even know that the tornado had hit and that there was this much damage until they came out and realized that the car had flown into the house. I don't know if you can see these tire marks on camera since just with all the rain, but you can just see some of the damage in the yard here that they're still working to clean up. There are neighbors here that have been helping, first responders that have been out here, and really just this neighborhood has damage to fencing and tree limbs and things like that. So just some damage here in Choctaw, and I know, we told you a little bit ago there was also damage on 29th and Westminster to a church building. That's all the damage we've been able to find, but again, as the sun comes up tomorrow, I'm sure it will reveal a lot that's happened here in the metro. But for now, reporting live in Choctaw, Elise Jones, KOCO 5 News.
Okay, Elise giving us the update there in the Oklahoma City metro area. And obviously, this is still just a very fluid situation right now. And it's tough because there's so many storms that have happened over the entire day. And crews have been out all day long and, working to assess the damage at this point in some of these areas that were hit after dark.
And
tomorrow.
It's difficult to assess that damage as the storms continue.
Yes.
We see rounds and rounds dealing with flooding. Some people reached out to me telling me right now there are rescue crews trying to get people to shelters, but it's difficult, as we said. Still dealing with the storms coming in.
Right, and
the rain.
It has been so much for so many people this evening, and the storms are still ongoing. Our chief meteorologist, Damon Lane, he is still here with us. He's been on the air since 10 a.m. And now we have moved into Sunday, Damon, and there's still a tornado warning.
There is, and there's still a tornado watch as well for another 2.5 hours not for Oklahoma City, but for those that are going to be south and east of OKC here. So we are watching this cell right here. That is going to be a tornado warning for the far southeastern corner of Hughes County. And the reason why I'm telling you the far southeastern corner of Hughes County, that is not Holdenville. So Holdenville, this does not include you, but this is going to make a run up towards the community of Stewart. So at about 1:20, the area of rotation would be east of Tupelo. So we are watching that. Jonathan, let's go just to the warning that's going to be just west of here. I want to see how this one is tracking up to the northeast and see if it's moving more northeast or east. If it goes more north, it would eventually cross pretty close to Ada. Let's see. Well, oh, wait, I think it's this one in Fitztown. Is it this one?
It was the circulation.
Yeah.
This warning polygon here was, and the circulation would be over Fitztown right now.
Yeah,
so.
it started here, and it looked like it's taken more the eastern track of this polygon here. So that would be.
It's not nearly as strong, and it's deep embedded in rain. So I'd imagine the circulation would weaken. And there's one more area of circulation down here that does clip parts of Murray County near Mill Creek. So
that one right there is
there's sulfur. Sulfur, I think you're okay.
Yeah.
Let me back the radar up.
It seems like a lot of these tornado warnings now are they're gonna hug the southern fringe.
Yeah, it was
of these polygons
this area of circulation here that was back at, that was 10 minutes ago. And then the circulation's about right here, Mill Creek. So I see 1, 2, 3 areas of circulation. So the Fitztown one I think is gone. I think the Mill Creek one, that was a pretty bad supercell down near Dixon. That was a while ago. So.
Yeah, and so so basically what I'm trying to look at here is how these polygons are going to evolve over the next 20 to 30 minutes here, and seeing that this polygon right here is pulling a little bit more to the east here. I think probably the southern line or the southern fringe of these polygons will be the favored track, and so and that's important if you're in Seminole or Hughes County, just to make sure that again these storms are not moving due north, and we're about to see tornado warnings that are going to be popping up in, say, Seminole or Hughes County here. Definitely starting to see quite a few flood warnings, and it looks like flash flood warnings are becoming more popular out here than the tornado warnings, but still, the tornado warnings are still ongoing here. So red tornado warnings, yellow severe thunderstorm warnings, green, those are going to be your flash flood warnings right now. So let's see here. Chris Lee, is he in Holdenville right now? Is that what he's doing? He's in Holdenville right now. He's driving through town, by the way, right now.
Stand by, Chris.
Hey, Chris, I just wanted to come up to you real quick. We see that you're in Holdenville. Obviously, I see a lot of flashing lights. I don't see any power that is on right now. What have you come across so far?
We have come across a few little pockets that do have power. But there are a lot of emergency vehicles moving around, more emergency vehicles than anything else. The main thing that we have seen so far, I don't think it's the only damage by any stretch, but is those power lines as we came into town. The Highway 270, as you come into town, is blocked. You can get around it, but we've also seen quite a bit of tree damage and things like that, which you expect but nothing more than you expect in most regular thunderstorm with heavy winds. I haven't seen that track of the tornado path. Now we just had lightning strike and all the power that was on is now out. Oh, came back on again. So this is the main intersection in downtown, and we're it just kind of looking like I said. We have an area here that has power again. So yes, they have damage, but it's not. There's certainly a lot that's not damaged. So we're still kind of looking around and assessing it, which is a little difficult to do with all the rain and darkness and flooded streets.
See at least that there is power on, and at least the street lights are on. Give you a little bit of extra light there, but yeah, definitely. It's been a pretty bad evening there here in Holdenville, and again, I expect that come sunup, we're definitely going to see a lot more. But it's been a bad day. It has been a bad day here in Oklahoma as we are watching these storms that are lifting up to the northeast. Once again, Stewart down towards we're in the far southeastern tip of Hughes County here, watching this storm move up to the northeast, and so that's tornado warning. Really, I would say a lot of these tornado warnings that are drawn out are probably going to take very similar paths when it comes to additional tornado warnings that are going to be issued downline and downstream as we go into eastern and southeastern Oklahoma. And so I would say that these tornado warnings that we see right now that are going to be down by say Mill Creek are probably going to take a similar path that we have with this one right here that's now east of Tupelo, moving up into eventually Stewart, Rock Creek, again, far southeastern parts of Hughes County. They will not impact Holdenville. And again, Chris Lee's in Holdenville. It looks like power is coming back on. A lot of water there, by the way, running down the middle of the street, but the lights are on. Looks like the gas station is lit, so that's an improvement to see that we see right now down down in the Holdenville area. But again, the damage really took off there, and the tornado really took off there from Sasakwa, west of Holdenville, and then making its way up to the north here. So again, still watching these tornado warnings that are ongoing out across far southern and southeastern Oklahoma, and the threat still will continue down across the south and down to the southeast right here. Let's see, bigger picture real quick, and just want to kind of get an idea as to what's happening here. Let me just see this tornado warning that we had for Pontotoc County. Okay.
County, the middle one that's coming into Ada near Mill Creek, and the next one down the line. So there are new storms going up near Woodward, but those are very linear. So probably the dry line trying to fire again. I don't think we have any more lightning here in OKC. In that view, there's been 10 lightning strikes. So I think the bigger issue we're seeing too, Damon, is the significant flooding rainfall. I mean, we can use our products here and look at some of the rainfall totals, you saw the flooding that Chris Lee was driving through in Holdenville, and it looks like radar estimated rainfall there 2 inches, Wewoka 3 inches, Sasakwa probably about 3.5, and then you get down towards, oh, this looks horrible, Sulphur. You know, not only did they get hit hard with the tornado, they had a half foot of rain. So, you know, these are the training thunderstorms. Really heavy rains too, where the flash flood warnings are. And then if you look, it's kind of like feast for famine. We really didn't get a lot of rain in Oklahoma City. There's the supercell that we tracked with Sky 5 from Eakley to Hinton. That may be laid down like a swath of maybe 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rain. But then Watonga, there's a good portion of the wheat belt in Blaine County, Kingfisher County, nobody got rain. Those storms kind of skipped on by. So this is radar estimated rainfall totals. So, you know, nice swath, Leedy, Tologa, Fairview. Really heavy rains up near Ponca City, Tonkawa, Billings. Stillwater had some decent rains. I'm not sure how much rain we had here in OKC exactly, but right now it's all about the flooding rainfalls down near, you know, that's imagine you get a tornado and then you get a half foot of rain down in the Sulphur area.
I just checked the rain gauge at my house in Moore, and I was at 1.03 inches to be exact, and that fell in about 30 minutes. It was pretty intense there. So, but yeah, half a foot of rain down to the south here. These tornado warnings, and again, right now it's 12:37. And so, let's see here. That one goes until 1. These two, I believe, right here are the ones that drop off at 12:45.
The warning polygon.
Yeah, let's see here. And again, the velocity couplets look different.
Yeah.
As you go this far south. And so especially when the radar gets, you know, just this kind of messy. But we're just making sure, again, knowing the atmosphere, what it's done so far, just want to make sure. You know, just gotta have a couple more scans that come through here before we, you know, before we send this off, because now, you know, it goes into a, you know, a damage story here that we were watching, and you know, and all the pictures that are going to come in here at sunup, which will be in about 6 hours or so. There's still a threat, by the way, of severe weather as we go into Sunday. That's going to be sliding into eastern Oklahoma. But obviously these storms certainly were quite impactful. And so here's Holdenville tracking that tornadic cell right there. That's going to clip into southeastern Hughes County. And so Rock Creek there at 113. Then these really start to push into far eastern Oklahoma. And as what I see unfolding over the next couple of hours will be the threat for severe weather really begin to push into eastern Oklahoma. And so while we are going to see a few thunderstorms that are going to probably bubble up from time to time, like what we see right now out near Woodward and even south and east of I-44, really the risk for any type of tornadoes is going to be tied to the leading edge of these storms that we see right now. Again, and these storms basically now extend from Bartlesville to Tulsa down to Muskogee. Muskogee has a tornado warning. Tornado warning now just southwest of McAllister, and then running down towards Ardmore, and then all the way down south of Abilene, Texas. Severe thunderstorm warnings actually drop down all the way into the Concho Valley, south of Tom Green County and San Angelo. So definitely just a pretty impactful afternoon. And again, storms are going up right now. Hey, just let's just kind of jump up to Woodward real quick, just to kind of touch on this line, because if you're up in Woodward and you know, from Alva down towards Sealing and say, why are we hearing thunder out here? What's going on here? We have a couple cells that are popping up here, kind of a line. It's not that intense and likely won't get any stronger than what you see right now. But again, if you're out from Curtis, as you make your way towards Cedardale, Mutual, down the Bi-Side Camargo, still finding, again, some storms. A little bit pea-sized hail will be kind of stuck up in there, but that's not going to be really turning into anything probably too threatening, but still, we'll continue to watch it. So again, line of storms there, moving towards Alva. Otherwise, again, other areas of storm, Stillwater, you're getting the rain right now. Same thing with Cushing and Stroud, not severe. Oklahoma City, we're getting the rain right now. Same thing from Wellston to Chandler. Meeker, Prague, rain is coming down right now. Pottawatomie County getting some rain that's not severe. And so for anyone, look, if you don't sleep well when there are storms in the forecast or severe weather, and if you're in Pauls Valley, it's noisy, but you're okay. Purcell, Norman, you're all right. Cushing, Stillwater, you're okay. Edmond, you're still going to get some rain and some rumbles of thunder, but all of this is going to be to the east of you. You're doing okay here. Lawton down to Frederick, you're doing all right. Really, for at least the next hour or so, I would say the tornado threat would be running from Ardmore to Durant, McAllister, as you go into far eastern Oklahoma. We saw these tornado warnings that are still ongoing, and let's see here, this one that's going to be in Pontotoc County, just south of Ada. That's going to drop off the map there in about 3 minutes. That's set to expire at 12:45. Same thing with the one that we have that's going to be in far southeastern Hughes County. This one right here. So these two right here are gonna drop off in the next 2 minutes. This one south of Mill Creek, still watching it. And we'll continue to do so. Real quick, I want to send it over to Jessica. Any new information coming out? I know you all have been making a lot of calls. Any new updates?
I wish I had an update for you, especially from Sulphur and Holdenville. I was just talking to our assignment editor who's in the newsroom right now, and he just has not been able to get a hold of anyone. And that's kind of the same thing here. I've made calls as well, and we just have not been able to. Mecca talked to some people, but it was family members that she was able to get a hold of, I guess, some people who live there. But it just, I mean, the damage just, it seems pretty bad out in those areas especially. And of course, I mean, we've talked about damage all across the state. I mean, from, you know, Norman to Newcastle to Kay County to Garfield County, Cotton County. I mean, it's just widespread where we've seen damage, and we've seen, you know, damage to homes. We've seen, you know, power lines that are down. Let me check the power outages, because they have just been, every time I check it, they keep going up, Damon. They're almost to 42,000 across our state right now, and it's just right straight down, you know, the center of the state where you see those power outages. But yeah, that's the latest that we're seeing right now. Just so much damage. It's hard to almost keep track.
It really is. It is very difficult, and this kind of gives you a generalized idea as to where some of the most impactful storms were. You can see them down across southern Oklahoma. So this is now hour number 15 of extended weather coverage that we've been bringing you. Again, 15 straight hours of weather coverage that started at 10 a.m. and it is 10 a.m. on Sunday morning. And now here it is 12:45 almost on Sunday morning. So from Saturday morning to Sunday morning, it has been a day. And we are still tracking these storms out there. But as we look into at least to the next couple of hours, this threat is continuing to slide to the east here. And so these two tornado warnings are about to drop off in less than 1 minute. And so we'll be continuing to watch this. The flood threat is still going to be an issue, basically for southern and eastern Oklahoma. And if you're looking ahead as to Sunday, and you know, if you're taking I-35 south through Ardmore, you're going to be taking some detours. Again, there's quite a bit of debris that's still there on the roads. And so I haven't gotten an update in the last 30 minutes, but I do believe I-35 is still shut down down in southern Oklahoma from a tornado that crossed right over near Ardmore and down towards Marietta. So that storm has been still ongoing. Otherwise, you can see here we got an update with that tornado warning down by Mill Creek. Otherwise, these two warnings will fall off here in about 10 to 15 seconds or so. We're going to continue to watch this threat really, really closely as we go into the early morning hours, and also on KOCO 5 News in the morning. It starts at 5 o'clock. We'll have all sorts of new information coming in, but with the ongoing severe weather threat and where these storms are right now, where they've impacted communities like Sulphur and Holdenville, as you can imagine, the threat's going to continue there. So anyways, tornado warnings just dropped off. We're going to continue to watch it. Keep it with KOCO 5 News. We'll bring you the first alert.